I had good news and bad news. The good news was that I had traveled 200 years into the future to the Great Cataclysm era. It was a wasteland where civilization was shattered, resources were scarce, and radiation-mutated monsters roamed the ruins. But I had a cheat code, a powerful ability called time stillness. The bad news: it only lasted for 1 minute. 1 minute a day. That wasn't even enough time to soak a bowl of instant noodles. The only silver lining was that this time could accumulate. If I didn't use it today, I'd have 2 minutes after midnight. Bang! A gunshot shattered my thoughts, followed by a burst of savage cheering. I looked up. In the central square of Dust Town, a crowd was gathered under the harsh glare of red lamps. The shadows of the villagers danced wildly, looking like demons in the dark. Another one dead. That's the third one already. I stretched my stiff limbs, and the iron chains around my ankles clattered against the ground. Yeah, that was my current situation. I was a slave to these barbarians. Dust Town was a settlement of about 800 people, one of many scattered across this wasteland. In the center of the square, a young man in a floral shirt sat at a table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Across from him sat a corpse with a hole blown through its head. The dead man's hand still gripped a strange revolver made of white bone. It was covered in thin, blood-red patterns that looked like pulsating veins. Those veins didn't just cover the gun. They extended into the corpse's hand, rooting deep into the flesh like 5-4 needles draining the body dry. With a sickening slurping sound, the corpse shriveled into a dried husk. We won again. Magician Li Yao is on a roll. The people from the West District cheered. A few more wins, and he'll meet the containment conditions for the forbidden object, Bone Breath. It's going to be ours. While they celebrated, the people from the East District stood in grim silence. Who's next? Tanjia, the leader of the East District, asked coldly. His eyes swept over his men. Everyone he looked at turned away, terrified. Tanjia's face darkened with rage and helplessness. He only had about 20 core members left. 3 were already dead. If he lost any more, he'd be a leader with no army, and he wouldn't be able to control the commoners anymore. Useless. All of you are useless, he hissed. The East District members kept their heads down. I could practically hear them cursing him in their minds. If you're so brave, why don't you go up? You're just sending us to die. At the back of the crowd, I let a small smile tug at my lips. My name is Bai Yi. Yesterday, when I first crossed over, I was just a lowly commoner in the East District. I used my time stillness ability once, a small accident happened, and by today, I was a slave in chains. But I saw my chance. A chance to stop being a slave and take control of a forbidden object. I stared at the bone revolver on the table. A century ago, the Great Cataclysm changed everything. Plants, animals, and even inanimate objects mutated. Forbidden objects were the result. Bone Breath was a mutated revolver with a mind of its own. To use it, you had to satisfy its containment condition. Basically, you had to make it acknowledge you as its master. Bone Breath's condition was simple. You had to gamble with your life. In this wasteland, they played a game called Destiny Roulette. You put 1 bullet in the 6-shot chamber, spin it, and take turns shooting yourself. It was pure luck. Bone Breath had been used for this game so many times before it mutated that it now demanded a winner. You couldn't just win once. You had to keep winning until the gun was satisfied. Only the luckiest and bravest could claim it. I glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall. It was 11:45 p.m. I needed to wait. My ability wouldn't refresh until midnight. Tanjia, if no one from the East District dares to step up, Bone Breath belongs to us. Wang Shi, the West District leader, sneered. His mechanical left eye flickered with a creepy red light. I found that object first, Tanjia snapped. You're not taking it. Wang Shi laughed. You've had it for days, and your people are too pathetic to claim it. The mutated monsters outside are closing in on Dust Town. Without a forbidden object, we're all dead. Are you going to doom the whole town for your ego? The villagers started whispering. They didn't care who led them. They just wanted to survive. Tanjia saw the mood shifting. He knew if he played dog in the manger, the crowd might tear him apart. But giving up the gun meant giving the West District the power to wipe him out later. He took a deep breath. I won't destroy the town for my own sake. The forbidden object belongs to whoever is capable. But he glared at Wang Shi. The East District hasn't lost yet. Fine, Wang Shi said, unimpressed. Let's see who else you're willing to sacrifice. Tan Jie turned back to his people. His gaze didn't land on his subordinates this time. He looked past them, his eyes searching for someone else. Tan Jie didn't look at his soldiers this time. He turned his gaze toward the crowd of East District residents, his voice booming with a desperate promise. He told them that if anyone could make Bone Breath recognize them as its master, they would become his brother. They would be the new deputy commander of the East District. The crowd just stared back. No one said a word. The silence was deafening. I knew exactly what they were thinking. Tan Jie had sent plenty of brothers to their graves already. Who in their right mind would want to be next? Tan Jie's face twisted with rage. He was desperate. If his own men couldn't claim the forbidden object, he at least wanted it in the hands of one of his own people rather than letting the West District take it. But the lowlives he looked down on weren't biting. Then, the sharp clink of iron chains broke the silence. Move aside, a loud, arrogant voice shouted from the back. People will think the East District is empty if you keep standing around like this. The crowd parted. I saw the looks of shock on their faces. They couldn't believe someone was actually stepping up to die. This wasn't a normal game anymore. Usually, you just had to win one round. Now, you had to keep winning until the gun itself accepted you. Li Yu, the magician from the West District, had already won 3 rounds and survived 5 trigger pulls without the gun acknowledging him. The odds were suicidal. Who is it? Who's that brave? People whispered. I walked forward, my legs heavy with chains. My clothes were a mess of blue and green rags, and my face was caked in grime and mud. You couldn't even see my features, but my eyes were bright. Unlike the people around me, whose eyes were either hollow with numbness or burning with greed, mine held a different kind of fire. It's Bai Yi, someone gasped. Wasn't he insane? He has to be crazy to step up now, another whispered. I heard the rumors flying as I passed. They talked about how I'd gone out hunting in the wasteland and came back out of my mind. They mocked the things I used to shout, that I was a god of the new era, that I would stand above the heavens. They even recited the edgy poetry I used to spout about being the wind at the end of the world. My face burned under the mud. Those memories were a dark stain on my dignity. When I first crossed over into this world, I realized I had the power to stop time. I immediately thought I was the main character of a god-tier story. I acted like a complete lunatic, looking down on everyone like they were ants. When Tan Jie came to collect protection money, I lost it. I called him trash. I told him a mere commander was a cockroach compared to a god. I was ready to show him my divine power as he pointed his guns at me. Then, reality hit. My time stop lasted exactly 2 seconds before it gave out. I had wasted the rest of my daily minute experimenting earlier that day. I ended up standing there like an idiot in front of a dozen loaded guns. That was how I went from a resident to a slave. In this era, people with polluted minds were common, so Tan Jie just figured I'd lost it and kept me around for manual labor. I pushed those humiliating thoughts aside. Tan Jie looked at me, his expression shifting from surprise to suspicion. Bai Yi, you're the one. I'm better now, I said, keeping my voice steady. I ate some bad mushrooms in the wasteland. I was hallucinating. I was a good liar. Tan Jie saw that I was speaking clearly and not claiming to be a deity anymore, and his face lit up. He knew about the hallucinogenic mushrooms in the wild. Some people even hunted for them just to escape reality for a few hours. Little Bai, I thought your spirit had been corrupted, Tan Jie said, his voice suddenly warm and friendly. Don't worry. If you can contain Bone Breath, I'll restore your citizenship. We'll be brothers. You and I will run the East District together. He was laying it on thick. I knew a fake promise when I heard one, but I didn't call him out. Unlock them, I said, rattling the chains on my ankles. Tan Jie's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness at my tone, but he forced a smile. He signaled a lackey to bring the keys. As soon as the iron fell away, I stretched my stiff legs. I walked straight to the table and delivered a sharp kick to the dried corpse sitting in the challenger's chair. The body flew a yard away and shattered into pieces on the floor. It was a loud entrance. I wanted to be low-key, but my situation didn't allow for it. If you have the power to stop time, even for a minute, it's hard to stay humble. Across the table, Liu narrowed his eyes. He looked wary. He remembered me as a lone wolf who used to hunt in the wasteland. Anyone who could survive out there alone was dangerous. He was probably wondering if I really ate mushrooms or if I was something else entirely. I sat down and glanced at the clock. It was 11:55 p.m. I needed to stall. I had spent a long time figuring out how my power worked. It wasn't magic. It was a synchronization error. My old world operated on a strict 24-hour cycle. This post-apocalyptic world was slightly slower. A day here was actually 23 hours and 59 minutes. Because my soul belonged to a 24-hour world, I had 1 extra minute every day that didn't belong to this timeline. That was my stop. Let's start, Liu said. You go first, or should I? Who goes first? I asked, pretending to be confused just to burn seconds. Liu frowned. We play rock, paper, scissors to decide. Haven't you been watching? I didn't answer. I just slammed my hand onto the stone table. The loud bang of my hand hitting the table startled everyone from both the East and West districts. Some people instinctively reached for their holsters. Who are you calling blind? I asked, my voice cold. Say it one more time. I dare you. Liu looked stunned. I never said you were blind. You're still talking back? I roared, faking a sudden explosion of rage. I reached across the table and grabbed Liu by his colorful Hawaiian shirt collar, pulling him toward me like I was about to break his nose. Click-clack. Across the square, Wang Shi and the West District thugs drew their guns, aiming straight at my head. Behind me, Tan Jie and the East District men reacted just as fast, leveling their weapons at the other side. The air turned heavy. One twitchy finger was all it would take for a massacre to start. Let go, Liu hissed, his face pale with a mix of shock and anger. He was terrified a stray bullet would end him right there. Oh, you didn't mean it. I smiled, letting go of his shirt and smoothing it out with my hands. You should have said so earlier. I almost misunderstood you. I stole a glance at the clock. 11:56 p.m. Damn it. Only 1 minute had passed. Liu's eyelid twitched as he looked down at the black, greasy handprints I had left on his clean shirt. He looked like he wanted to cry. I could see the thought crossing his mind. Asterisk, who said this guy was back to normal? He's still a lunatic. What kind of mushrooms did he eat to have a trip this long? Hey, Bai Yi. Tanjie's cautious voice came from behind me. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe we should. I turned on him, glad for the distraction. Maybe you want to do it? Huh, you want to step up? I barked. I hate people whispering behind my back. If you don't trust me, get your own ass in this chair. Tanjie froze. As the leader of the East District, being scolded like a child in front of everyone was a massive blow to his ego. I saw his grip tighten on his gun, but he forced himself to endure it. He knew that if I didn't contain the breath of bones, the entire town was doomed. He took a deep breath, clearly telling himself not to argue with a madman. Just start already. Wang Shi called out from the West District side, his gun still out. Everyone is waiting. Secure the forbidden object. Liu took a deep breath, calming his nerves. He stared at me, trying to figure out if I was truly crazy or just putting on an act. Eventually, he shook it off. It didn't matter. He was a master of sleight of hand. He had spent 10 years practicing his magic hand technique. He could feel the weight of cards, and more importantly, he could control exactly where the cylinder of a revolver stopped. He could decide which chamber would fire. I'll start with scissors, Liu said, his eyes sharp. He was trying to play a psychological game by announcing his move. I didn't care about his games. I was staring at the clock. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes felt like an eternity. I had to keep stalling. Did you know, I said, a cold smirk forming on my lips, that there is a guaranteed way to win Russian roulette? The square went silent. Liu blinked, his psychological trap forgotten. A guaranteed way? This is a game of luck. There's no such thing. I looked at him with pure disdain, acting like he was an uneducated peasant. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I sounded so confident that even Liu, the professional gambler, started to doubt himself. What is it then? My smile widened. The winning strategy is simple. Let the other person take the first shot. The crowd looked confused. How did that guarantee a win? And then, Liu asked, skeptical. Are you joking? And then, I said, spreading my arms wide. You pick up the gun and shoot the other guy 5 times. The silence that followed was deafening. The joke was so bad it literally froze the atmosphere of the entire square. Then, someone burst out laughing, while others started cursing. You idiot. That's your strategy? Why not just shoot him 6 times and be done with it? Liu sneered. That wasn't funny. Let's play. He held his hand out for rock, paper, scissors. I stayed motionless. 2 minutes left. The seconds ticked by painfully slow. Liu's arm started to get tired from holding it up. The whispers started again. What is he doing? Why won't he start? He's scared, someone shouted. He talked big, but now that the gun is on the table, he's lost his nerve. Tanjie's face darkened. He was only tolerating my behavior because I was his only hope. If I was just stalling out of fear, he was going to lose his patience. If you're scared, get lost, Liu snapped, pulling his hand back. Don't embarrass yourself. The insults grew louder, but as the final 2 minutes approached, I laughed. Scared? No, I just think this is boring. Boring? Liu frowned. We're betting our lives. There are 6 chambers in the breath of bones, I said, leaning forward. Only 1 bullet. That's a 1 in 6 chance of dying. That's boring. If we're going to play, let's make it interesting. What do you want? Add more bullets. A collective gasp went through the crowd. 1 bullet was terrifying enough, but I wanted more. Liu's heart sank. He was a cheater, yes, but he had only practiced with 1 bullet. Adding a second would drop his guaranteed success rate significantly. It was risky. Seeing him hesitate, I twisted the knife. I know why you won 3 rounds and still couldn't claim the artifact. Do you want to know why? Why? Because you have no balls. You little. Liu snapped. Fine. Add them. He grabbed the breath of bones and slammed 2 more golden bullets into the cylinder. He glared at me, his face flushed with rage. That's better, I said. Only those with courage and luck deserve to own this thing. But, I paused, my eyes locked onto his. It's still not enough. What? Liu shrieked. 3 bullets isn't enough? You want to play with a 50% death rate. Even he was shaken now. With 3 bullets, his tricks were becoming useless. It was suicide. I checked the clock out of the corner of my eye. 1 minute left. I felt a surge of calm. If you're scared, I said, throwing his own words back at him, get lost. Don't embarrass yourself. Liu exploded. I'm a professional. You think I'm afraid of a brat like you? Fine. Let's go. He shoved a 4th bullet into the chamber. His hand was shaking now. The noise from the crowd was a roar of disbelief. He looked like he wanted to back down, but my eyes were pinning him to the chair. He was trapped. Liu's face went pale. I could see the sweat beading on his forehead, but he wasn't just afraid of me. A hard object pressed firmly into the small of his back. Behind him, the cold, venomous voice of the Western District leader, King Snake, hissed in his ear. He told Liu that if he didn't get the artifact, he knew what the consequences would be. Trapped between me and a killer, Liu had nowhere to run. It was a strange thing to witness. When a man is backed into a corner with no escape, he either breaks or finds a desperate kind of courage. Liu chose the latter. His hand stopped shaking. He gritted his teeth, found his composure, and slid the 4th golden bullet into the chamber. He took a deep breath and looked at me, ready to demand we start the game. I just smiled. It was the kind of smile that made his heart drop into his stomach. He knew that look. It was the look of a predator. Not enough, I whispered. The crowd went ballistic. 5 bullets. Was I insane? Even the district leaders, men who had seen every kind of violence imaginable, were stunned. They had seen this game played for years, but nobody played with 5 bullets. That wasn't gambling. That was a death sentence. I see what you're doing. Liu spat, his voice trembling with certainty. You're not here to win. You're here to commit suicide. He was right that 5 bullets hit his limit. The odds were no longer in his favor. I didn't blink. I told him that if he was too scared to play, he should just hand over the artifact now. Tanjie, the Eastern leader, caught on immediately and started shouting for Liu to give it up. His men joined in, the noise becoming deafening. King Snake leaned in closer to Liu's ear. He warned him not to fall for it, saying I was just trying to scare him into surrendering. He told Liu to let me shoot first. In his mind, there was no way I could survive 5 bullets without cheating, and he knew I wasn't a professional dealer. Liu felt the cold metal of King Snake's gun poking through his shirt. He agreed to the bet, but he didn't want me to go first. He didn't trust luck. He wanted to use his own hands, his own magic skills, to control his fate. He slammed the fifth bullet into the gun. There were 30 seconds left until midnight. The air was thick with tension. Then I spoke again. Still not enough. The silence that followed was heavy. A revolver only holds 6 rounds. Loading a 6th bullet meant every single chamber was full. It meant certain death. Liu stared at me, his eyes wide, probably wondering if I had lost my mind entirely. Before he could speak, I stood up. I reached out with my mud-stained hand and gently took the breath of bones from his grip. I picked up the final golden bullet. 10, 9, 8. I counted down in my head. I looked around at the crowd, my eyes scanning the faces of the powerful and the desperate. I told them I never had good luck. I didn't think I could win round after round until the artifact recognized me. So, I decided to settle it all in one go. I slid the 6th bullet in. The cylinder clicked into place. I cocked the hammer. Under the horrified gaze of everyone in the square, I raised the gun to my own temple. The dark red veins on the weapon began to writhe, digging into my skin like tiny snakes. Everyone thought I was committing suicide. I saw the fear in their eyes. I saw people covering their ears and others backing away to avoid the blood splatter. I looked at them and grinned. 6 bullets, I said. I'm betting on a misfire. 3, 2, 1. The clock struck midnight. A deep, heavy chime echoed through the dark. In a dimension no one else could see, a massive, golden clock face materialized beneath my feet. It expanded instantly, covering the entire ground. I stood alone on that giant dial like a traveler forgotten by time. Everything else, the people, the trees, the buildings, faded into a void. I saw the time signatures of everyone around me. Their golden needles were all frozen at exactly 12 o'clock, but my needle was different. My clock showed 12:01. I had 1 extra minute. I was 1 minute ahead of the entire world. I felt the power surge back into my limbs. I didn't hesitate. I activated my ability. Time stopped. The world turned into a still photograph. The shouting stopped. Liu was frozen with a look of pure terror, a puff of cigarette smoke hanging motionless in front of his face. I was the only thing that could move. I moved fast. I didn't have time to waste. To me, time literally was life. I only got 1 minute a day. That was only 6 hours a year. If I lived another 40 years, I'd only have 10 days of total power. Every second I spent moving was a second of my life ticking away. I fumbled with the gun cylinder. My hands were dirty, and my nails were short, making it hard to grip the small casing. Panic started to set in. I hadn't been scared when I was facing a loaded gun, but now, watching my precious seconds disappear, I was terrified. Finally, on the 4th try, I popped the bullet out. I only took one, the one lined up with the barrel. I shoved it into my pocket. Now, when I pulled the trigger, it would hit an empty chamber. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and repositioned myself. I pressed the gun back against my temple and forced the arrogant, confident smile back onto my face. I was ready for the world to start again. I made sure my smile was exactly the same as before. I couldn't let them see a single flicker of change. Then, I released the time stop. A strange ripple vibrated through the air, and the world snapped back to life. Nobody noticed a thing. To them, not even a millisecond had passed. Every eye in the room was still glued to me. I looked calm, confident, and utterly reckless as I pulled the trigger. I felt the cold texture of the metal against my skin. The trigger moved back, the internal spring compressed, and the hammer swung forward with a sharp snap. Click! It was a hollow, crisp sound. There was no smoke. There was no flash of fire. There was no bullet tearing through my skull. There was only me, standing there with that same arrogant smile. The silence that followed was deafening. Everyone froze, their faces twisted in pure disbelief. It was like time had stopped all over again, but this time, it was their shock doing the work. It actually misfired? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. That's impossible. Liu screamed, lunging to his feet. His eyes were wide, bloodshot with frantic energy. The room erupted into chaos. People were shouting, swearing, and losing their minds. In a game of Russian roulette with 6 bullets, surviving was a miracle. They couldn't understand it. Some thought the gun was broken. Others thought the forbidden object had a mind of its own and had chosen to spare me. They were right about one thing. The gun recognized me. Suddenly, the weapon in my hand began to glow. A blinding, blood-red light burst from the breath of bone. It crawled up my arm, wrapping around my body like a living vine. I felt a surge of connection, a strange pulse that made the gun feel like an extension of my own right hand. The containment was a success. If I hadn't succeeded after staring down 6 bullets, the gun would have been incredibly rude. As the light faded, the pulsating veins on the gun's surface retracted. The bone-white frame bled away, replaced by a sleek, matte black metal. To anyone else, it looked like an ordinary revolver now. I spun the gun around my finger and tucked it casually into my pocket. "Looks like this thing has good taste," I said. My voice echoed through the room. No one dared to argue. In this world, only someone like me had the right to own a forbidden object. I could see the awe in their eyes. To them, I wasn't just a lucky kid anymore. I was a miracle. Ha ha! A loud laugh broke the tension. Tanjia, the leader of the East District, was beaming. "The forbidden object belongs to the East. Wang Shi, what do you have to say now?" Wang Shi, the West District leader, looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. His face was dark, his eyes cold as he stared at us. His men gripped their rifles, waiting for a signal to start a massacre. The air grew thick with the threat of violence. Then, Wang Shi smiled. It was a thin, oily expression. "Bai Yi, you're a rare talent. It's a shame you're just a slave in the East District. Why not join us in the West?" Tanjia's face dropped. He stepped forward instantly, throwing an arm around my shoulder. "Slave? That was a misunderstanding. Bai Yi is my brother now. He's the new deputy commander of the East District. Why would he go to your side? Right, little Bai?" He looked at me, his eyes full of both desperate hope and a hidden threat. I smiled and brushed his hand off my shoulder. "Before I contained the gun, you called me little Bai," I said quietly. "I didn't mind back then. But now that I have it, what do you think you should call me?" The color drained from Tanjia's face. He looked at the crowd, then back at me, swallowing his anger. He forced a grin. "I'm a blunt man. I don't always use the right words. But I'm a man of my word. From now on, you're my brother. We rule the East together." I raised an eyebrow. "Old Tan, how many times do I have to tell you? Use my official title in public." Tanjia blinked. I had never said that before, and I certainly wasn't calling him by his title. But he didn't dare push back. He was terrified I'd walk over to the West District right now. Right, he stammered. "Deputy Commander Bai. Men, greet the Deputy Commander." The East District thugs let out a scattered, messy shout. "Greetings, Deputy Commander Bai." I nodded, satisfied. I gave a grand wave of my hand. "Boys, let's go home." We marched out of there, leaving Wang Shi and his men standing in the dust, looking bitter. We headed straight for the Tire Tavern in the East District. The tavern was a dump. It was originally named Old Times, but since nobody in this town could read, they just called it Tire because all the chairs were made of scrap rubber from the junkyard. Inside, the mood was celebratory. The men were drinking cheap, foul-smelling liquor and shouting over each other. "With Deputy Commander Bai holding a forbidden object, we don't have to worry about those monsters outside anymore," one of them yelled. "Yeah," another added, leaning in. "Those mutated beasts have been surrounding the town for a month. If we don't clear them out soon, we're going to starve to death. Those things are getting smarter. They won't attack directly, they just cut off our trade routes." Someone turned to me, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Deputy Commander, we've never seen a forbidden object in action. Give us a demo. Show us what that gun can really do." I was busy stuffing my face with meat, but before I could answer, Tanjia barked at them. "Shut up. This isn't a circus act. Every time the breath of bone fires, it drains the user's vitality. You want him to just waste his life force for a show?" Then, he turned to me with a submissive smile. "Deputy Commander, don't mind them. Your health is precious. Save your strength for the monsters." I reached out and patted Tanjia's shoulder with my greasy, oil-stained hand, using his expensive jacket as a napkin. "You always know the right thing to say, Old Tan," I muttered. "Someone, bring me another plate of meat." I saw Tanjia's eyes twitch as he looked at the grease stain on his shoulder and thought about the cost of the food, but he didn't say a word. He just kept smiling. In the wasteland of Gray Dust Town, eating meat was a luxury beyond words. Most people were lucky to get one meal a day, and even then, it was never anything substantial. Going hungry for days was just a way of life here. Now that mutated beasts had besieged the town, our food reserves were almost gone. Only a leader like Tanjie could afford to eat meat every single day. Deputy Commander Bai, Tanjie said, his voice dropping to a low, cautious tone. The beast problem isn't solved yet, and food is incredibly tight. Maybe you could cut back a little. How about a cockroach protein bar to tide you over? He pulled out a black, rectangular bar. I could see the faint outline of cockroach legs sticking out of the surface. This was the staple diet for the residents of the wasteland. It even had crude packaging with a cheesy slogan. Cockroach protein bars. They taste great. All the nutrition you need for the day. From the cockroach protein factory. I stared at that bar, and a flash of anger surged through me. My past memories were full of this stuff. It was a staple, sure, but it was revolting. The taste was hard to describe. Imagine someone with sweaty feet wearing silk socks and snow boots, running 5 kilometers through the snow, then sealing those socks inside the boots until spring. Now imagine taking those socks out and rubbing them against your tongue. That was the flavor. Before I was deputy commander, I ate these every day, I said, my voice cold. Now that I've moved up in the world, you want me to keep eating them? What was the point of getting promoted? I didn't wait for an answer. I swiped my hand across the table, knocking the protein bar flying into the crowd behind us. The thugs scrambled over each other, desperately trying to grab it. Tanjie's face stiffened. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But you used to eat them all the time. I ignored his logic and threw an arm around his shoulders, leaning in like we were best friends. Old Tan, do you know what the most important thing to do is once a person becomes successful? What? He asked, blinking. You forget where you came from, I said firmly. If you don't start acting like a big shot once you've made it, then you haven't really succeeded, have you? Don't worry, Old Tan. With me here, those beasts are as good as dead. We'll have more food than we know what to do with soon. So stop being stingy. Bring out the good stuff so I can nourish my body. You wouldn't want me to run out of energy when it's time to fight those monsters, right? In my previous life, I had been fed plenty of empty promises. Now, I was a master at giving them. Right. Tanjie laughed, nodding to his men. Deputy Commander Bai is right. Someone, bring more meat. He kept the smile on his face, but inside, he was already planning my funeral. He decided that the moment I dealt with the beasts, he would kill me. It wasn't just about reclaiming his power. It was about the forbidden object. That gun was worth a fortune. Even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it. And if I happened to die from exhaustion while shooting the monsters, even better. That would save him the trouble. After I had stuffed myself to the point of bursting, I headed to the private quarters Tanjie had arranged for me. I wasn't going back to the literal hole in the wall I used to call home. Like I said, I was moving up. Once I left, the Tire Tavern went silent. Tanjie's face darkened, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. His subordinates felt the shift in the air and stayed quiet. Finally, one of his confidants leaned in and whispered, "Boss, that Bai kid, he's getting a bit disrespectful just because he has a forbidden object." Bang! Tanjie slammed his fist onto the table. A bit? The brat clearly doesn't give a damn about me. Mountain boar Tanjie. As his anger flared, the hair on his arms began to stand up. Each strand turned black and rigid, like the coarse bristles of a wild boar. A savage, predatory aura radiated from him, and 2 faint plumes of white steam puffed from his nostrils. The men around him dropped to the floor in fear. "Boss, please calm down. You're a gene modder who's taken the evolution serum. That kid is just a normal human relying on a tool. Once he shoots the beasts, his vitality will be drained. He won't be able to fire again. At that point, he'll be at our mercy." Tanjie's expression softened slightly. His lackey was saying exactly what he wanted to hear, but as a leader, he had to maintain his image. "Humph. I wanted to be brothers with him and rule the East District together," Tanjie lied, his voice heavy with fake disappointment. "I didn't expect him to lose his mind the moment he got some power. He's greedy and unstable. If I let him stay in power, it would be a disaster for the people of this town. For the sake of my brothers and our future, I'm willing to bear the shame of breaking my word. I have to take him out. Boss, you're so noble, his men cheered. We'll follow you to the end. Meanwhile, inside a weathered red brick house, I stood naked in front of a mirror after a long, hot shower. I rubbed my chin, inspecting my reflection. I looked good. My black hair fell messily over my eyes, which looked sharp and wild, like a wolf's. There was a fresh scratch across the bridge of my nose, the blood already scabbing over, giving me a rugged, dangerous look. I was tall but thin, my skin pale from years of malnutrition. This was the first time I had actually seen myself clearly. In Gray Dust Town, water was too precious for washing, and everyone was usually covered in layers of filth. But now that Tangier was footing the bill, I intended to enjoy every drop. I chuckled to myself. If I had to guess, Old Tan is probably plotting my death right now. What a piece of work. I wasn't worried. I never planned on letting him live either. I knew exactly what kind of man he was. Once the job was done, he'd try to snatch the gun and sell it. But I still had 50 seconds of my life-borrowing time left. Killing him would be easy. Even with his Bohr mutations, he was still a carbon-based life form. His throat, his eyes, and his crotch were still soft targets. I only kept him alive because I needed his men to help clear out the beast swarm first. If we didn't break the siege, we'd all starve anyway. I lay down on the bed, spinning the breath of bone around my finger. A small smile played on my lips. The perfect containment was an unexpected bonus. Most people only knew that forbidden objects could be contained, but they didn't know there were two ways to do it: normal and perfect. I had spent years as a wasteland hunter, traveling with veterans who had seen it all. They were the ones who told me the secret. Normal containment is like a business deal. You meet the object's conditions, and it works for you. It's like an employer and an employee. The employee does the work, but their heart isn't in it. Perfect containment is different. It's total submission. The object belongs to you, body and soul. My 6 shots of Russian roulette had completely broken the breath of Bone's will. Its ability was simple. It drained the user's vitality and funneled it into the bullets, giving them terrifying power. Normal guns couldn't even scratch the hide of a mutated beast, but this revolver could tear right through them. The only downside was the cost. Fire too many shots, and you'd drop dead. If I had only achieved a normal containment, the breath of Bone would have eventually sucked me dry. But perfect containment changed everything. The gun still drained my vitality with every trigger pull, but there was a twist. When the bullet killed an enemy, the gun plundered their life force and fed it back to me. I wouldn't just survive, I'd get stronger with every kill. I lay there, spinning the black revolver around my finger, a wicked smile spreading across my face. I was eating Old Tan's meat, ordering Old Tan's men around, and soon, I'd be using Old Tan's resources to harvest power for myself. Old Tan, you really are a saint. I couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he realized his investment was becoming a monster he couldn't control. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated 2-story villa in the West District, the atmosphere was much darker. Liu, the man known as Magic Hand, was kneeling on the floor. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't stop shaking. Across from him sat Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, perched on a tattered leather throne. Wang Shi's expression was ice-cold. Liu, Wang Shi said, his voice low and dangerous. You were a refugee from another town. I took you in. I fed you. And how do you repay me? You swore on your life that if you didn't contain that forbidden object, you'd bring me your head. It's time to settle the bill. Liu trembled even harder. Commander, please. It wasn't my fault. If Bai Yi hadn't jumped in out of nowhere, I would have had it. Shut up, you useless waste. Wang Shi interrupted. I hate people who make excuses for their failures. Look at yourself. You're both human. Why did Bai Yi succeed while you failed? Are you even human, or just a dog? Commander, give me one more chance. Liu begged, tears streaming down his face. I'm still useful. I've practiced with my right hand for over a decade. My sleight of hand is perfect. I can run your casinos. I can win you a fortune. Screw your casinos. Wang Shi spat. Everyone in Gray Dust Town is a pauper. Where am I going to open a casino? Since you don't want to go out with dignity, I'll help you find it. Wang Shi gave a sharp nod to his subordinate. The man immediately cocked his pistol and pressed the barrel against Liu's forehead. Liu collapsed into a heap of snot and tears. Commander, please, I don't want to die. My mother is still waiting for me. I'm her only son. The guard hesitated, a flicker of pity crossing his face. But under Wang Shi's freezing gaze, he began to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the pathetic, sobbing Liu exploded into motion. His right hand moved like a blur, a literal shadow. Before anyone could blink, he had snatched the gun from the guard's hand and lunged at Wang Shi. A split second later, the table had turned. Liu was standing over Wang Shi, the pistol pressed firmly against the commander's temple. His face was no longer fearful, it was feral. Back off, Liu screamed at the guards. Back off, or I'll blow his brains out. The guards froze, caught completely off guard by his speed and sudden courage. Slow claps echoed through the room. Wang Shi didn't look scared, he actually chuckled. Not bad, magic hand. That was impressive. Even I didn't see you move. Shut up. Tell your men to move. Wang Shi didn't move. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, blowing a casual cloud of smoke into Liu's face. You know, Liu, the thing I hate most in this world is someone pointing a gun at my head. You're still acting tough with a gun to your skull? Liu roared, shoving the barrel harder against Wang Shi's temple. Clang. The sound wasn't flesh on metal, it was metal on metal. Liu froze. His face went white as a sheet. Crack. Bang. The sound of shattering bone and a gunshot rang out simultaneously. My hand. Liu screamed in agony. Wang Shi's right arm had shot out, crushing Liu's hand and the pistol into a mangled mess of scrap and bone. Only then did Liu see it. Wang Shi didn't just have a metal eye. Underneath his sleeve was a cold, gleaming mechanical prosthetic. You've seen a bit of the world, I'll give you that, Wang Shi said, releasing his grip. He rubbed his temple, where the artificial skin had been torn away to reveal a glinting alloy plate beneath. I told you, I hate guns at my head. Someone tried it once. So, I spent a fortune having my skull reinforced with alloy. Liu wasn't listening. He was staring at his right hand, wailing in despair. The hand he had trained for years, his pride, his livelihood, was a crushed ruin of compound fractures. My hand, my magic hand. His eyes went dull, the light of his soul snuffed out. He went limp, letting the guards grab him without a fight. Just kill me. Just do it. Wang Shi grinned, a cruel, predatory look. Oh, you were begging for life a second ago, and now you want to die? No, I want you to live as a cripple. I want you to feel the weight of being useless every single day. He loved this, the feeling of destroying what someone else cherished. He waved his hand, and his men dragged Liu out like a sack of trash. They tossed him into the town's garbage dump, where piles of filth buried his broken body. The guards spat on the pile and walked away. As soon as they were gone, the trash shifted. Liu poked his head out, his eyes suddenly sharp and clear. There was no despair in them now. Wang Shi, you absolute idiot, he muttered, hissing through the pain in his hand. I knew a psychopath like you wouldn't be able to resist the urge to keep me alive just to watch me suffer. He clutched his mangled arm and laughed quietly, stumbling away under the silver moonlight. He looked up at the moon and smiled. He had survived another day. That was all that mattered. The next morning, Old Tin showed up at my door early. He had dozens of armed men behind him, all ready for war. Commander Bai, no time to waste, Tanjia said. Let's go clear out those beasts. I yawned, stretching my arms. Slow down, Old Tan. There's an old saying, a sharp blade makes for short work. I've barely touched a gun in my life. You want me to go out there and wing it? Tanjia paused. He realized I had a point. The breath of bone was powerful, but if I couldn't hit the broad side of a barn, it was useless. So what do you want? He asked. Target practice. I need to learn how to shoot. Fine, Tanjia grunted. I'll train you myself. Tanjia had spent a decade surviving the wasteland. He knew his way around a firearm. So, I spent the entire first day burning through his ammunition and eating his expensive meat. I had a blast, finally getting a feel for the weight and recoil of a real weapon. Tanjia, on the other hand, looked like he was bleeding internally every time a bullet casing hit the floor. But he paid the price, hoping I'd be his secret weapon. He had no idea I was just getting started. Bullets and meat were rare resources in this wasteland. Every shot I fired and every bite I took felt like a stab to Tanjia's heart. But he had no choice. He had to keep me fed and armed if he wanted to survive the mutated beasts. On the second day, Tanjie showed up early. He told me I had practiced enough and that we should head out. I just waved him off. I told him haste makes waste. I had practiced on stationary targets, but the beasts wouldn't just stand there. I told him I needed to practice on moving targets. He looked like he wanted to strangle me, but he nodded anyway. By the third day, Tanjie was at his breaking point. He told me the food was gone and the ammunition was low. He said if we didn't move now, we'd starve before the beasts even touched us. I started to give him another old proverb about patience. He looked like he was going to explode. Then, I changed my tune. I told him another saying, speed is the soul of war. I told him we were wasting time and ordered everyone to move out. I ran ahead, acting like he was the one holding us up. Tanjie followed behind, his face red with fury. I knew what he was thinking. He was planning to kill me the second the beasts were dead. I didn't care. We reached the town wall. It was a pathetic thing made of mud, bricks, and rusted barbed wire. Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, was waiting there. He tried to act friendly, complimenting my looks. I didn't give him an inch. I told him to call me Deputy Commander Bai. Wang Shi's smile twitched. He probably thought I was arrogant or crazy because I had a forbidden object. He didn't realize I wasn't hiding anything. I just didn't care about him. After 3 days of training, my time storage had reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. In my eyes, these two powerful leaders were just trash I could sweep away whenever I wanted. I only kept them around because I needed their men to help with the pack. Tanjie handed me a pair of battered binoculars. I looked out at the wasteland. The ground was cracked and yellow, covered in dust and mutated weeds. About 100 meters away, I saw them. They were hiding in the scrub. They were mutated hounds. Their fur had fallen out, replaced by gray-purple tumors and bulging veins. Their claws looked like jagged knives. They were smart, too. They stayed just far enough away to surround us without getting in range of the wall. Tanjie and Wang Shi explained the plan. They had tried using decoys before, but the hounds had learned. Now, the only way was to go out there. The two leaders would take their best men to tie the hounds down, and I would use the breath of bone to pick them off. I didn't hesitate. I waved my hand and walked toward the gate. I was itching to see what my new gun could really do. 30 armed men formed a circle around us, guns shaking in their hands. We stepped out into the dirt, heading straight for the pack. The hounds didn't move at first. They watched us from the distance, stone cold and indifferent, until we were 100 meters away from the safety of the town walls. Then, the silence broke. A few hounds in the scrub started barking, a jagged, rhythmic sound that echoed across the wasteland. More roars joined in. On the horizon, where the yellow dust swirled against the sky, black dots began to emerge. 1, 2, 3, 20. At least 20 mutated hounds were sprinting toward us. These weren't normal dogs. They were the size of adult bulls, their heavy paws thumping against the earth like a frantic drumbeat. I felt the ground tremble beneath my boots. Looking at Tanjie and the others, I saw the same tremor in their eyes. Fire! Tanjie screamed. He pulled his trigger first, and the sound acted like a starting flare. The battle erupted instantly. 30 men raised their rifles and unleashed a wall of lead. Nobody held back. Nobody retreated. They all knew the stakes. If we didn't wipe these things out, we'd eventually starve to death inside that town. It was that desperation that forced the East and West districts to finally stop throat-cutting and start working together. Bullets rained down, slowing the hound's charge. I didn't fire. My marksmanship wasn't great, and I couldn't afford to waste my vitality on the breath of bone if I wasn't sure of the hit. I had to wait until they were close. I watched them, feeling the raw power of these mutated beasts. Their skin was thick, mutated flesh that laughed at standard caliber rounds. The bullets bit into them, spraying blood like red arrows, but the wounds were superficial. Unless we concentrated fire or got lucky enough to hit an eye socket, these things just wouldn't stay down. And we didn't have the heavy weaponry or the ammo to keep up a suppression fire for long. The first volley ended. The men scrambled to reload, and the hounds used that split second to close the gap. Suddenly, a hound lunged from behind a withered tree, its jaws locking onto a man's arm. The man's scream was piercing. He hadn't seen it coming. Panic, sharp and cold, spread through the group like a virus. This was the difference between trained soldiers and desperate thugs. In their terror, the men around him fired blindly. They missed the hound and shot their own comrade dead instead. Bai Yi, fire, damn it! Tanjia roared, his voice cracking with fury. I calmly chambered around. My eyes locked onto the beast at the same time as my barrel. Call me Deputy Commander Bai, I muttered. The breath of bone let out a thunderous boom that drowned out my voice. A bullet glowing with a sinister crimson light tore through the air, trailing a long, bloody tail like a falling star. It slammed into the hound's head. The beast's skull disintegrated. It looked like a watermelon dropped from a skyscraper, just a spray of gore and bone fragments. Tanjia looked horrified. Even as a genetic mutant with physical abilities far beyond a normal human, he knew he couldn't survive a hit like that. I saw the killing intent in his eyes flare up again, but then he looked at me and relaxed. I was pale. I was gasping for air. To him, it looked like the gun was eating me alive. He figured I wouldn't last more than a few shots. I really did feel drained. The moment I fired, it felt like my body had been hollowed out, like I'd just spent 3 days straight donating blood. If I hadn't spent the last few days stuffing myself with meat, I would have blacked out right there. But then, a warm current flowed from the revolver into my palm. It surged through my veins. In a heartbeat, the vitality I'd lost wasn't just restored. It felt like I had gained a little extra. The rush of strength was intoxicating. My spirit surged. I raised the gun and aimed at the next closest hound. Boom. Another crimson streak, another kill. My aim wasn't actually getting better. The hound was just already slowed down by a dozen regular bullet wounds. As the beast fell, that warmth flooded me again. My eyes grew brighter. The wild, rebellious instinct buried deep in my gut caught fire. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. I kept firing. The pile of bodies grew, hounds and thugs alike. The sheer number of beasts eventually forced the 2 leaders to stop barking orders and join the fray. Wangshi ripped off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm that glinted with a cold, metallic light. I heard the hiss of hydraulics as the silver alloy skeleton expanded. In less than a second, the arm charged up. He threw a punch so hard the air rippled. The blow caved in a hound's skull and sent it flying, though the beast still tried to crawl back up, driven by mindless hunger. Tanjia let out a series of bellows as his skin transformed. His body hair grew thick and stiff, turning into a coat of black needles that acted like organic armor. It allowed him to go toe-to-toe with the hounds in a brutal wrestling match. Even while fighting, Tanjia kept an eye on me. Seeing me fire shot after shot, he was secretly gloating. He thought I had lost my mind in the heat of battle. He thought I was killing myself by overusing the forbidden object. He had planned to force me to fight at gunpoint if I slacked off, but here I was, doing the work for him. He figured he wouldn't even have to deal with me later. I'd be a shriveled corpse by sunset. But after a few more minutes, his smile vanished. I was still firing. Is this kid suicidal? He muttered. We hadn't even seen the Hound King yet, and we were only supposed to be thinning the pack. The plan was a war of attrition. Kill a few, retreat, and repeat. Tanjia needed me alive for the next few days of fighting. Bai Yi. Deputy Commander Bai. Tanjia shouted over the chaos. We've done enough for today. We're retreating. We'll fight again tomorrow. I didn't even look at him. My face was white as a sheet, and I was swaying on my feet, but my voice was pure venom. Retreat? The enemy is still standing. I want to see if anyone dares to take a single step back. Kill them all. Tanjia froze. He couldn't understand where this sudden bloodlust was coming from. Since when was this kid such a maniac? Deputy Commander, the numbers are increasing. Wangshi yelled, his mechanical arm sparking. The king is coming. We can't hold. My power cells are almost empty. Old Tan, I said, turning my cold gaze toward Tanjia. If you breathe another word about retreating and shake the men's morale, I'll blow your head off first. I wasn't going anywhere. Every kill was making me stronger. Tanjia was vibrating with rage and confusion. He was the leader of the East District, yet here he was being threatened by a slave he'd promoted 2 days ago. It was absurd. Listen to me, Tanjia started, trying to be patient. I'm not listening, I snapped. Tanjia's eyes went red. He looked at me, barely able to stand, looking like a man who was about to be sucked dry by his own weapon, and he couldn't understand why I was still smiling. "If you want to die, don't take us with you," Tangia roared. "Wait until the pack is dead, and I won't stop you. But you can't die now. Just minutes ago, he was desperate for me to pull the trigger. Now, he was even more desperate for me to retreat. Just as he reached out to drag me away by force, my body gave out. The strength vanished, and I stumbled, nearly hitting the dirt. Tangia jumped. He ignored the snap of hound teeth at his heels and rushed to my side, terrified I had breathed my last. "Deputy Commander Bai, are you okay?" I grabbed his arm with a grip like iron. My face was deathly pale, but my eyes were burning with a terrifying resolve. My lips trembled as I forced the words out. "Pick me up. I can still fight." I let out a final, guttural roar and hauled myself up using his arm for leverage. I raised the breath of bone. Bang, bang, bang. I kept firing. Tangia was numb. He was completely speechless. Was this kid insane? Were the poisonous mushrooms still rotting his brain? "Deputy Commander Bai, take it easy," he pleaded. "You really can't keep going. If you keep this up, you're going to die." Seeing that words were useless, Tangia grabbed me, intent on dragging me back to safety. I struggled against him, screaming at the top of my lungs. "Old Tan, let me go? I'm going to kill every last one of these bastards." "Deputy Commander, we can't. Please, let's just retreat. I'm begging you, okay?" Tangia's voice actually had a hint of a plea in it. "Retreat? Retreat where?" I shouted, my voice carrying across the battlefield. "The hounds are everywhere. I have nowhere left to run. Today we burn our boats. We fight to the death. Men, charge with me." "Bai Chinga, what are you talking about?" Tangia looked like he was about to cry. "The town is right behind us. It's only a few hundred meters away." He didn't wait for my permission. He threw me over his shoulder and started sprinting. I went ballistic, reaching around and slapping his big face as hard as I could. His body was covered in coarse bristles, so his face was the only spot I could actually hit. "Behind me are 800 residents of Dust Town," I bellowed. "I am their commander. If I don't lead them to carve a path of blood, am I supposed to watch them starve to death?" Tangia had taken several slaps to the face and was turning red with fury. He was about to snap back when a low rumble shook the earth. In the distance, the sand billowed like 1,000 charging horses. Dark, hideous shapes blurred through the dust, closing in fast. At the front was a massive, terrifying silhouette. The Hound King. Tangia's face went white. He stopped caring about my slaps and ran for his life, carrying me like a sack of grain. I didn't stop performing. "Let me go? I'll fight the Hound King to the death." The smoke from 1,000 homes hasn't faded. The cries of the children are still in my ears. Our weapons today are the last barrier protecting the spark of humanity. Tangia didn't say a word. He just ran. "They call me Deputy Commander. That's not just a title, it's a responsibility. Even if I die today, my broken body will become a brick in the wall, a fortress of flesh and blood to stop these hounds." Tangia was vibrating with exhaustion and shock. A lunatic. This kid definitely had permanent brain damage from those mushrooms. He was completely gone. Every inch of this soil holds the seeds of our people. Every plate of armor on my shoulders carries the light of 10,000 homes. We must fight. "Deputy Commander Bai, stop shouting. We're home." Tangia slammed me down onto the ground. I kept shouting anyway. Of course I did. Now that we were home, I had to shout even louder. Who else was I going to perform for? How else was I going to win their hearts? To a civilized person, these words might sound fake. But these people in Dust Town were wastelanders. They were uneducated. They had never heard such a passionate, stirring speech in their lives. "Close the gate," Wang Shi yelled, his body covered in blood. The residents and thugs waiting inside scrambled to heave the gates shut. The heavy wood was plated in iron and studded with thick spikes, the only thing that could keep the hounds out. "Don't close it. Let us in. Boss, we're still out here. Please, open the gate." A few wounded subordinates hadn't been fast enough. They were locked outside. A moment later, the air was filled with vicious snarls and blood-curdling screams, followed by the sickening sound of crunching bone. The survivors turned pale, their hearts hammering against their ribs. Some couldn't bear to look and turned away, their eyes turning red. The men outside were brothers they had lived with for years. Now, a single door was the difference between life and death. The Hound King was still far off. They could have saved them. But Wang Shi and Tan Jie weren't willing to take even a slight risk. They had shut them out to die. The cruelty sent a chill through the crowd. No one dared to speak, but the resentment began to cloud their hearts like a dark storm. Open the gate. My voice pierced through the silence like a golden sword. The residents and Wang Shi's men spun around, their eyes wide. Countless gazes landed on my face. When no one moved, I didn't waste words. I pulled out the breath of bone and started walking straight for the gate. Tan Jie panicked and jumped in front of me. Deputy Commander Bai, what are you doing? The Hound King is right outside. Move, old Tan, I said coldly. The brothers outside, whether they are from the East or West District, are all citizens of Dust Town. As long as I am Deputy Commander, I will protect them. If anyone else had said this, Tan Jie would have called it a load of crap, but he had just seen me fighting like a demon. If he hadn't dragged me back, I'd still be out there. He actually believed me. It's not that I won't let you save them, Tan Jie stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. It's that they're already dead. Listen, the screaming stopped. Then I'll go recover their bodies. Tan Jie, are you deaf? I barked. Wang Shi and the others crowded around, using every excuse they had to keep me from leaving. I let out a long, heavy sigh. I made sure to look like a man whose heart was breaking for his people. Then I turned and walked away. They watched my back as I disappeared into the shadows. For some reason, I looked incredibly lonely to them. After a long silence, Tan Jie spat on the ground. A lunatic. The kid is a total lunatic. You guys have no idea. If I hadn't carried him back, that gun would have sucked him dry and he'd be a corpse out there. No one answered him. The men silently began dropping rocks from the wall to drive away the lingering hounds, but their thoughts were elsewhere. They also thought I was crazy. In this wasteland, only a madman would risk his life for strangers. They had heard every word I yelled outside the gate. They remembered them. And they felt that this madman was 1,000 times better than the 2 leaders they currently had. These people, born into the apocalypse and having never seen civilization, didn't know that 100 years ago, men like this had another name. The people of the old world called them heroes. In a dark corner where no one was looking, a pair of eyes watched me leave, then vanished into the gloom. I made it back to my temporary quarters. The moment the door shut, the look of tragic loneliness vanished. I excitedly pulled off my shirt and stepped in front of the mirror. My once thin, shriveled body had been replaced by lean, corded muscle. In that single battle, I had killed 12 hounds. The breath of bone had fed me 12 surges of vitality in return. With that power flowing through me, my malnourished body had finally come back to life. I felt a surge of strength in my limbs and let a grin spread across my face. I wasn't as strong as a gene modder like Tan Jie yet, but I was already stronger than any normal man. Killing 12 mutated hounds was just the beginning. I wondered how strong my body would become if I wiped out the entire pack and their king. But it wasn't just about raw muscle. Strengthening my physique meant I could save time. The logic was simple. If I froze time for 60 seconds, a starving, skeletal man could maybe run 200 meters. A fit, healthy man could run 300 or more. By improving my body, I was increasing my efficiency during those frozen moments. I was literally buying more life. It wasn't enough, though. I needed more power. I could feel a dark ambition burning in my chest. I knew that stopping time was my ultimate trump card, but it was a finite resource. Every second I used was gone forever. I had to use that limited time to trade for permanent strength so that one day, when the clock finally ran out, I would still have the power to protect myself. In this wasteland, power was the only truth. This world was crawling with mutated beasts, gene modders, cyborgs, and mysterious supernatural beings. It was an era where the strong ruled everything. In my predecessor's memories, I saw nothing but blood. Murder wasn't a big deal here. A piece of moldy bread, a bottle of muddy water, or even a wrong look was enough reason to kill. If I was hungry and you had food, you had to die. Even if you claimed to be peaceful, the slave traders would eventually show you the true meaning of despair. A knock at the door broke my train of thought. Deputy Commander Bai, a voice called out. The hounds have retreated. The commander is holding a victory feast and wants you there. My eyes lit up at the mention of a feast. I opened the door and immediately leaned my weight onto the young lackey standing there. He looked startled. Deputy Commander? Help me over there, I said, pitching my voice to sound weak and frail. The kid looked at my exhausted face and remembered how I had fought like a demon earlier. His eyes filled with genuine respect. He carefully tucked my arm under his shoulder and began to guide me toward the Tire Tavern. The tavern was the only social spot in Graysoil Town because we were too poor to have anything else. Inside, men were drinking and cheering. In the apocalypse, drink today for tomorrow we die wasn't a cliché, it was a luxury. No one spent time mourning the dead because they knew they might be next. At the main table, Tan Jie and the West District leader, Wang Shi, were sitting together. They were smiling and chatting like old friends, though I knew there wasn't a shred of sincerity between them. I see the way everyone looks at him now, Wang Shi said, taking a sip of his drink. Both your men and mine. Their eyes have changed. Tan Jie snorted. He knew exactly what his rival was hinting at. Don't try to sow discord. You saw what kind of person Bai Yi is. The poison mushrooms rotted his brain. He's a lunatic. And a madman doesn't bow to anyone. He won't follow me, and he certainly won't follow you. Wang Shi nodded. He had seen the look in my eyes. It wasn't just arrogance, it was pure insanity. So what's the plan? I don't need your help, Tan Jie said coldly. This maniac will probably kill himself with that gun anyway. I know you just want to get your hands on the breath of bone. Don't be like that, Wang Shi replied smoothly. We're all residents of Graysoil. Internal fighting is a dead end. Haven't you noticed? The world is getting more unstable. Dawn City has been deploying its army lately, raiding towns for people. War is coming. If we don't stand together, we'll end up in a mass grave. Wang Shi leaned in closer. Here's my suggestion. Once Bai Yi is dead and the hounds are dealt with, we sell the breath of bone to Dawn City. We split the money. You buy your advanced gene serums, and I'll upgrade my mechanical parts. Strength is the only way to survive. Tan Jie's expression darkened. To a giant like Dawn City, we were just ants. If war broke out, our town would be nothing but cannon fodder. Do you think the hound attack was linked to Dawn City? Tan Jie asked. Oh, tell me more, I shouted, my voice booming through the tavern. Dozens of heads turned toward the door. I was leaning heavily on the young lackey, looking like I was one step away from the grave. The kid was blushing, whispering urgently in my ear. Deputy Commander, I shouted it just like you told me to. Don't forget to give me a piece of meat later. I patted his shoulder, enjoying the spotlight. Don't worry, kid. I've already forgotten. Tan Jie stood up with a fake smile and rushed over to help me to the table. Deputy Commander Bai, you're finally here. How is your health? I glared at him. Do I look healthy to you? Tan Jie didn't even flinch. Ever since he accepted that I was a lunatic, his patience had become incredible. I had slapped him a dozen times earlier, and he acted like it never happened. Sit, he urged. I took the seat right between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, acting like I owned the place. What are you staring at? Bring out the meat and booze. The charred meat was served, black, unseasoned, and primitive. I dug in immediately. My body was starving for nutrients. Eat slowly, don't choke, Tan Jie said, pouring me a drink. He wasn't being kind. He just wanted me to recover my vitality so I could fight for him again. I spoke through a mouthful of meat. What were you two whispering about? Were you talking trash behind my back? Never, Wang Shi said, picking up the conversation. You're a hero. We were just talking about the hounds. I suspect their sudden appearance is tied to the recent movements in Dawn City. I raised an eyebrow. Details. Give them to me. Everyone in Graysoil knew about Dawn City. It was the Holy Land. Rumor had it that everyone there had enough to eat, schools to attend, and clean water to bathe in every day. The women there were said to be beautiful, with skin as soft as silk, nothing like the rough, sun-blasted people of the wasteland. Wang Shi gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. Lately, Dawn City has been deploying its army and slave-hunting teams frequently. They're aggressively raiding the populations of the major surrounding towns. I nodded. In this wasteland, Dawn City wasn't the only powerhouse. It had been 100 years since the Great Cataclysm. Humans had spent that century recovering and rebuilding. Great cities now rose from the dust, with various factions competing for dominance in a fractured world. What does that have to do with the hounds? I asked. As far as I know, those hounds usually stay near the Black Mountains, Wang Shi explained. Even as mutated beasts, they still have their instincts. They're territorial. Normally, they'd never leave their home. The fact that they've suddenly appeared here in gray soil tells me something happened at the Black Mountains. He leaned in closer. When I was trading supplies in Dawn City recently, I overheard their soldiers talking. The Dawn Army has been making frequent incursions into the Black Mountains. I think they're trying to occupy that strategic high ground to prepare for a larger war. Maybe they're just trying to clear out the beasts. I suggested. Tan Jie let out a mocking laugh. Deputy Commander Bai, you think too highly of them. You've never been inside Dawn City, so you don't know what those people are really like. Compared to us wastelanders who live by the blade, those city folk are the ones who truly eat people alive without leaving a bone. Those lords never do anything unless there's a profit in it. He took a swig of his drink, his eyes darkening. If the major factions actually worked together to fight the mutated beasts, those monsters would have been extinct years ago. But they're too busy fighting each other. No one wants to waste troops clearing beasts outside their own territory. Some factions even leave the beasts there on purpose to act as a buffer zone between them and their rivals. I smiled thinly. Perfect. That fits my low expectations of humanity perfectly. Anyway, let's not talk about those big shots, Wang Shi said, changing the subject. We can't control what they do. Our priority is the hounds. Deputy Commander, can you fight tomorrow? Absolutely, I said. I was already itching for action. No, no, no. Tan Jie interrupted, waving his hands frantically. You pushed yourself too hard today. Take another day to rest. Greysoil's food can last a few more days. There's no rush. He was clearly terrified that I'd drop dead in the middle of a fight. If I died, who would shoot the Hound King? I looked like I needed a crutch just to walk across the room. Old Tan. I slammed my hand on the table. The bang was so loud it silenced the entire rowdy tavern. Every thug stopped what they were doing and stared at the three of us. The atmosphere turned cold and heavy. Tan Jie looked like he had a massive headache. Deputy Commander Bai, listen. Listen to what? There's an old saying. I started. Strike while the iron is hot, or the spirit will. Stop, stop. Tan Jie cut me off. You and your old sayings. I can't win an argument with you. But don't forget, I'm the commander. You are resting tomorrow. That's an order. He stood up, sounding firmer than usual. Rest, or you'll regret it. With that, he grabbed his meat and wine and walked away. Hey, someone helped the deputy commander back to his room. Late that night, I lay comfortably in bed, but my mind was racing with what Tan Jie and Wang Shi had said. War was coming. I felt a sudden sense of crisis. War wasn't a dinner party. It was live ammunition and cold steel. Sure, I could freeze time. But could I do it fast enough? A bullet travels faster than a human thought. If a real war started and thousands of soldiers opened fire, 1 minute of frozen time wouldn't even be enough to run out of the blast zone. And it wasn't just bullets. There would be cannons, sniper rifles, and tanks. I couldn't keep time frozen forever. Greysoil was technically under the jurisdiction of Dawn City. If war broke out, their enemies wouldn't spare us. I could be sleeping one night and get vaporized by a stray shell before I even realized I needed to stop time. Who would I complain to then? Even if I stayed alert 24/7, I couldn't spend my whole life dodging shells. Damn it, the wasteland was too dangerous. I needed a safer place to accumulate time. If Dawn City was moving, maybe I should find a way in. It had to be safer than this dirt hole. Even if the city fell, the citizens would be the last to suffer. I could leave before things got ugly. Instead of living in fear every day, fighting beasts today, dodging bullets tomorrow, and starving the day after. Clink. A faint scratching sound echoed in the room. I narrowed my eyes and looked toward the source. The window. My window was sliding open by itself. I wasn't imagining it. There was no one outside, and there was no wind. It moved as if an invisible hand were pushing the frame. I stayed in bed, watching it calmly. I didn't even reach for the breath of bone on my nightstand. I knew a gun wouldn't do much against this kind of supernatural weirdness. I just waited. If even a hint of real danger appeared, I'd trigger my ability instantly. After 30 seconds, a piece of yellowed parchment floated through the window. It drifted through the air without any breeze and stopped right in front of my face. On it, written in blood-red ink, were the words, *12 o'clock tonight. Come alone to the woods north of town to meet me. Keep it quiet. Your life depends on it. Asterisk. Who do you think you're fooling? I muttered. The floating paper and the bloody text didn't scare me. They pissed me off. With nearly 4 minutes of frozen time in my pocket, I'd slap a god if he showed up in front of me. The giant golden clock face manifested beneath me. The world turned gray as time ground to a halt. I bolted out of bed, grabbed the breath of bone, and lunged through the window. My eyes burned with a defiant fire. You think you can scare me with a scrap of paper in the middle of the night? I don't care if you're a man or a ghost. I'm going to beat the life out of you. Outside, I scanned the area. I quickly spotted a suspicious figure crouching by the corner of the wall. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he was holding his thumb and forefinger together in the air, as if he were pinching an invisible piece of paper. Found you, you little brat. I rushed toward him. As I got closer, the moonlight hit his face. I recognized him immediately. It was Li Yu, the magician. I'd heard about him, how he'd been left to fend for himself after his injury. I never expected him to show up here. An awakened. The word popped into my head. I'd never met one, but I'd heard the legends. Compared to gene modders or cyborgs, awakened individuals were rare and mysterious, possessing all sorts of strange abilities. What Li Yu was doing right now looked exactly like the stories. His power probably had something to do with that right hand. Why else would he be crouching there holding thin air like a weirdo? To test my theory, I reached out and started feeling around his right hand. My fingers brushed against the air near his hand, but it wasn't empty. I felt something hard, cold, and unyielding, like invisible steel. This phantom limb extended 3 meters from his bandaged stump. Everything clicked. He had used this invisible hand to slide my window open and float that letter in front of my face. He wanted to play ghost? Fine. I'd show him a real nightmare. I stepped directly behind him and waited. The golden clock faded, and the world regained its color. Time snapped back into motion. Li Yu rubbed his aching right arm and muttered to himself, wondering why there was no noise from the room. He expected me to be screaming in terror or jumping out of my skin. Instead, I leaned in and whispered right into his ear. I'm not sleeping, I said, my voice low and cold. But I know you're about to go into a very long nap. The click of the revolver cocking was deafening in the quiet night. I pressed the freezing muzzle of the breath of bone against the back of his skull. Li Yu's entire body turned to stone. His face went pale as a sheet under the moonlight. I told him if he even twitched that right hand, I'd make sure he never saw the sun again. He stayed frozen, his invisible limb hovering awkwardly in the air. I could practically hear his brain scrambling for a way out. He had planned to use that phantom hand to pin me down before I could react, but he didn't realize I had already seen through his little trick. He tried to stall, asking if I had just woken up. I let out a sharp, mocking laugh. I told him I'd been watching him the whole time. He didn't believe me. He had checked the bed right before opening the window. In his mind, there was no way I could have moved that fast. He didn't understand that I hadn't hesitated for a single second. While he was busy playing magician, I was already behind him. I kicked him hard in the backside, nearly sending him face first into the dirt. I told him he had wasted 10 seconds of my time. Precious seconds I could never get back. He took me literally, trying to calculate how many 10-second intervals a human has in a 60-year lifespan. I kicked him again. I didn't need a math lesson. I needed a reason not to kill him. I'm here to help you, he blurted out, trembling. I'm an awakened. I mocked him, asking if he thought that made him special. He started rambling about his origin story. He told me how Wang Shi had crushed his hand after he lost the game of roulette. Left to die and filled with despair, he thought of his mother back home. The mental trauma caused something in his brain to snap. The pain turned into a mutation, healing his hand and giving him the invisible limb. I nodded solemnly, pretending to take notes. So, the recipe for power was a crushed hand and a mother? He looked at me like I was the one who was crazy. He tried to explain the science, that the great catastrophe had planted seeds of mutation in everyone, and extreme mental stress made them sprout. In the old world, He would have just been a mental patient. In this wasteland, he was a superhuman. I knew he was right, but I enjoyed watching him squirm. I kept the gun pressed against his head, refusing to let him lower his arm. He finally snapped, his fear turning into desperate anger. He stood up, ignoring the gun for a moment, and hissed the truth at me. "You don't realize the danger you're in," he whispered harshly. "Tanjie and Wang Shi aren't enemies anymore. They've already made a deal. The moment you use that gun to drive away the mutated hounds, they're going to team up and kill you. They're going to sell your forbidden object and split the gold." He stared at me, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and hope. He wanted revenge on the men who threw him away, and he knew I was the only one with enough firepower to help him get it. He had a plan, a way to strike back the next time we left the safety of the town walls. The hunter was about to become the prey, and I was the only one holding the trigger. I watched Liu as he laid out his master plan. He wanted to wait outside the town, hiding in the shadows until Tanjie and Wang Shi were exhausted from the fighting. Then, we would strike from both sides, catching them in a pincer movement to wipe them out in one go. After the dust settled, the gray butcher town would be mine to rule. He promised he wouldn't interfere with my leadership at all. I felt a bit surprised. "Then what's in it for you?" I asked, shaking my head. He looked at his mangled hand. "Revenge is part of it," he admitted. "But mostly, I need money. After we win, you take the town, and I take the gold. I'm leaving the second I get paid." He leaned in, his voice dropping. "To be honest, now that I'm an awakened, I don't care about being a small-town leader. I'm going to Shuguang City. I need to find the best doctors to fix my right hand." He explained that while awakening had boosted his physical stats enough to move his fingers, the limb lacked the precision and power it once had. His special ability was tied directly to that hand. If he could heal it, his combat strength would skyrocket back to the glory days of Magic Hand Liu. More importantly, once he established himself in the big city, he wanted to bring his mother there to live in luxury. I looked at him differently then. Liu might be a shady character, but at least he was a filial son. We didn't actually have a personal grudge, we just had the same enemies. I slowly lowered the breath of bone and holstered it. Liu's eyes lit up. "So, we have a deal?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "I refuse." He stared at me in disbelief, his jaw dropping. "Why? This plan has zero downsides for you." I let out a long, dramatic sigh. I turned my head 45 degrees to gaze up at the moon, trying to look as deep and noble as possible. "You've thought about Wang Shi and the others," I said solemnly. "But have you thought about the hounds? What about the 800 innocent people in this town?" Liu froze. His expression shifted through a dozen different emotions. After a long silence, he spoke up. I can help you deal with the hounds." I shook my head again. "Do you know how many people would die? You're an awakened, but you're not strong enough to take on Wang Shi and Tanjie alone, or you wouldn't be asking for my help. Until every last hound is dead, I won't work with you. But the moment the hounds are gone, they'll kill you." Liu hissed, getting desperate. "At the rate you're using that gun, you might not even live long enough for them to pull the trigger." "Enough," I said, waving my sleeve with righteous indignation. A cloud of dust puffed out from my patched-up clothes. "Do you think I, Bai Yi, am a man who fears death? Is my single life more important than the lives of 800 people?" My words hit him like a sledgehammer to the heart. In this godforsaken era, he couldn't believe someone like me actually existed. Standing next to me, he looked like he felt small and ashamed. "I understand now," Liu said, his voice quiet and respectful. He looked me straight in the eye. "Go do what you must. I'm not a good man, but I respect who you are. I'll follow your lead. We'll wait until the hounds are dealt with before we move against the leaders." He paused, his shadow flickering. "I can't guarantee you'll survive until then. And if you get into trouble, I'll help if I can, but I won't risk my life to save you. My mother is still waiting for me." "That's fine," I replied, standing tall under the silver moonlight. Liu looked moved. "The wheel of fate. I didn't lose to you by accident. Take care." He didn't wait for a reply. With a faint rustling sound, he vanished into the dark woods. Once he was gone, I rubbed my chin, thinking, was it wrong of me to trick a disabled man like that? Well, I wasn't exactly lying. I just had a different perspective. My plan was to use Tanjie and Wang Shi as meat shields while I farmed the hounds to level up my own strength. If I followed Li Yu's plan now, who would protect me while I hunted? Li Yu? He was a half-baked amateur. If I went solo, I'd have to waste my precious time stillness ability just to stay alive. It was much better to let the bosses and their thugs keep me in the center of their formation, handing me expensive meat and letting me take easy shots. They were so thoughtful. Still, having Li Yu as a backup was a nice surprise. When the time came for the final betrayal, having an extra hand, even a mangled one, might save me a few seconds of my ability. I smiled to myself. I really was a master of time management. The next day, I didn't wake up until noon. It was supposed to be a hunting day, but Old Tan insisted I rest for 24 hours to recover. Since the town had zero entertainment, I just slept. After lunch, I wandered the streets, yawning. The streets were just dirt paths worn down by feet. Low, cramped shacks lined the roads, and people were sleeping outside in the summer heat to catch a breeze. "Commander Bai," a grimy passerby called out, bowing with genuine fear and respect. The town was small, and word of my stunt yesterday had spread fast. I walked with a cocky stride, enjoying the attention. My youthful energy stood out like a splash of color in a black and white photo of miserable, numb faces. I was in a great mood. My time stillness bank was up to 4 minutes and 40 seconds, even after Li Yu wasted 10 seconds of my time last night. Suddenly, panicked screams erupted from the distance. The hounds, they're attacking the walls. The beasts are coming. I looked up and saw a group of ragged residents running from the gate. I grabbed one of them, my eyes lighting up. Are they really attacking? The man was pale, looking back over his shoulder in terror. They've gone crazy. They're storming the town. My excitement grew. I had been worried about not getting to hunt today, and now the experience points were delivering themselves to my front door. I didn't even have to leave the safety of the walls. I could just snip them from above. But a small part of me wondered, why would the hounds attack now? Tan Jie came sprinting out of his office with his men. To the gates. "Follow me." He spotted me and shouted, "Deputy Commander Bai, let's go. We need you." I pulled out the breath of bone, my heart racing, and followed them up. From the top of the wall, I saw them, nearly 100 hounds, led by the massive king hound, charging straight for the town. "What's happening?" Tan Jie asked, his voice trembling. "Why are they throwing themselves at us?" He was right to be scared. The gates were sturdy, but they wouldn't hold against 100 frenzied beasts if they didn't care about casualties. Usually, the hounds were smart enough to avoid a direct assault on a population 8 times their size. They expected humans to fight back like cornered animals. They didn't realize that most of the people here would just sit down and wait to die. "We don't know," a guard stammered. "They just appeared out of nowhere and started running." "Don't panic," a voice barked. "This might actually be a good thing for us." I turned to see Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, walking up the wall surrounded by his thugs. His face was cold and calculating. "We have the advantage of the walls," he continued, looking down at the approaching horde. "As long as Deputy Commander Bai's body can handle the strain, we can rain fire from above. Even if the gates break, they'll pay a heavy price in blood." "I'm just worried he won't hold up," Tan Jie added, casting a look my way that was dripping with fake concern. "If you didn't know any better, you'd think he actually cared about my well-being." I let out a sharp, cold snort and swept a defiant gaze over them. "If you don't have anything useful to say, shut your mouth. I'll be alive long after you're dead." I wasn't just talking big. My internal timer had just increased by another minute, giving me a bit more breathing room. Tan Jie's face soured, but he didn't snap back. I could tell he felt my growing lack of respect, but he knew he couldn't afford to move against me yet. Without me, who was going to stop the King Hound? Frustrated, he turned his anger on his subordinates instead. "What are you all standing around for? These beasts are at our doorstep. Do I have to teach you how to do your jobs? Get your guns up and give them hell." The men scrambled to their positions, propping their rifles on the stone ledge. I felt a fire of excitement burning in my chest. I took a spot right in the center and raised the breath of bone, waiting for the slaughter to begin. They were getting closer now. I could finally see the King Hound clearly. Last time, the distance and the swirling sand had obscured him, leaving only a 2-meter-tall shadow. Now, I saw his true form. His body was covered in dark purple skin so thin it was almost translucent. Thick, Crimson veins writhed and twisted across his muscles as he ran. On top of his head sat a dark purple tumor the size of a fist. He looked like a nightmare made flesh. I didn't fire yet. A standard pistol only had an effective range of 50 meters. The breath of bone could reach 200, but I knew my own limitations. My marksmanship was legendary for all the wrong reasons. I was a master at hitting everything except my target. If I fired now, I'd just be wasting energy. I had to wait for the others to open fire first, let them wound the beasts and slow their charge. Then, I'd step in to finish the job. Ready, Tanjia shouted, raising his left hand to give the signal. Wait, I shouted, cutting him off. Tanjia glared at me, his eyes burning with rage. He clearly thought I was trying to hijack his command, but I wasn't even looking at him. I was frowning, staring past the hounds. Put your guns away, I said calmly, holstering the breath of bone. The guards froze, looking at each other in confusion. Tanjia exploded. Deputy Commander Bai, what the hell do you think you're? The hounds aren't our enemy today, I interrupted. Don't waste the ammo. I kept my eyes fixed on the horizon, staring into the massive clouds of yellow dust trailing behind the pack. Tanjia looked like he was about to have a stroke, probably thinking I'd finally lost my mind. But before he could scream at me, a guard gasped. They're turning. The hounds are turning. Tanjia spun around. The aggressive pack had suddenly veered off, bypassing our town entirely and sprinting into the distance. Why are they running? Someone shouted, their voice filled with relief. Did we scare them off last time? They were optimistic, but I knew better. Old Kai, the other commander, looked at me gravely. He knew I was a wasteland hunter. I might have been a slave before, but I had more survival experience than all of them combined. They aren't attacking, I said, my voice flat. They're running for their lives. The color drained from everyone's faces. If a pack of hounds that had terrorized us for a month was running away like whipped dogs, what kind of monster was chasing them? A wave of panic began to spread through the crowd. The men looked to their leaders for strength, but Tanjia and Wang Shi looked just as terrified as they did. Maybe it's the army from Shuguang City. Tanjia stammered, trying to convince himself. Maybe they're clearing the area? I'd rather face an army than what's coming, Wang Shi muttered darkly. Quiet, I snapped, looking up at the sky. It's here. A faint humming sound drifted down from the clouds. It was high-pitched, vibrating through my eardrums and straight into my soul. It sounded like a live electrical wire, but it was rhythmic. What is that? Someone whimpered. The humming grew into a roar of beating wings. I looked up and saw a sea of black dots emerging from the clouds. They were so dense they looked like a swarm of locusts, tearing through the sky until the horizon was blotted out. The sound became deafening. Gray sparrows, someone screamed. Mutated gray sparrows. Thousands of them. Run. Run for your lives. The panic was instantaneous. The guards abandoned their posts, ignoring their commanders and sprinting for cover. I narrowed my eyes as the swarm approached. These weren't the harmless birds from the old world. These things were the size of eagles, with dull gray skin and lifeless white eyes. Their talons looked like polished steel. 1,000 of them flying over the town was enough to block out the sun, casting jagged shadows over the streets. This was bad. In a one-on-one fight, a sparrow was no match for a hound, but their sheer numbers and mobility made them a death sentence. I could freeze time, sure, but I couldn't fly. If they were on the ground, I could massacre them. But they were in the air, out of my reach. Even with my gun, I didn't have enough time or accuracy to pick off 1,000 targets before my 4 minutes and 10 seconds ran out. Get to the buildings, I shouted, already moving. I was fast, but the leaders were faster. Wang Shi and Tanjia had bolted the second they saw the swarm. They knew the town walls were useless against an attack from above. But no human can outrun a mutated bird. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. A sparrow dived from the clouds, its beak piercing a man's skull like a spear. It didn't stop, instantly beginning to feast on blood and brains while the man was still twitching. Then, the floodgates opened. Hundreds of birds plummeted into the streets like feathered missiles. Gunshots rang out in a chaotic mess as people tried to fight back, their screams filling the air. People were diving into their wooden shacks, desperate for cover, but those flimsy walls wouldn't hold. These birds had brains as well as claws. They knew how to get through windows and thin roofs. The town was falling into total anarchy. I shoved my way through the panicked crowd, my legs churning as I pushed my speed to the limit. I didn't follow Tanjia or the others toward the main bunkers. I had my own plan. I didn't dive into the nearest house for cover. Instead, I ran straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tanjia's stronghold, the place where they stockpiled water, food, and most importantly, crates of ammunition. I needed those bullets. The breath of bone drained my own vitality every time I pulled the trigger, so Tanjia hadn't given me much spare ammo. He probably figured I'd drop dead before I could ever use a full stash. A sharp whistle sliced through the air above my head. A gray sparrow was diving. With the streets emptying out as people died or hid, I was the only target left in the open. It was only a matter of time before they focused on me. I didn't try to dodge. I didn't have the momentum to turn and fire while sprinting at full speed. I activated my power. A brilliant, golden clock face rose from the ground beneath my feet. The gears of time ground to a sudden halt. Every sound in the world was stripped away, leaving nothing but the heavy thud of my own heart and my ragged breathing. I skidded another 2 meters forward before I could finally stop my body. I turned around and came face to face with a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. It was the sparrow. The bird was frozen 3 meters in the air like a taxidermy specimen, its gray wings spread wide, and its talons pointed directly at my skull. If I had waited even one more second to stop time, my head would have been cracked open like an egg. A surge of cold fury rose in my chest. You want my head? I thought. I'll give you mine first. I leveled the breath of bone at the bird's skull. At this distance, it was a stationary target. Even a child couldn't miss. I pulled the trigger. Bang! I stared in shock. The blood-red bullet hadn't hit the bird. It was hovering just 2 centimeters away from the barrel, perfectly still. I realized the limitation of my power instantly. I had stopped time for the entire world. In this frozen space, the only things that could move were me and the objects I was physically touching. The moment the bullet left the gun, it lost contact with me and froze in midair. I quickly backed away from the sparrow to give the bullet room to travel. Then I resumed the flow of time. The red streak vanished instantly. The sparrow's head exploded into a mist of red. The headless carcass flailed its wings once and crashed into the dirt. I let out a breath. The gun worked, even if using it during time stop was a bit of a hassle. I felt a fresh surge of vitality flow from the revolver into my body, fueling my muscles. I didn't look back. I kept running. The streets were a slaughterhouse. Aside from me, there wasn't a single living soul left outside. Hundreds of sparrows were ravaging the town, tearing into the bodies of the fallen or smashing through windows to get at the screaming people inside. A dozen of them spotted me and banked into a sharp turn, their wings beating the air as they swarmed toward me. I ducked into a narrow alleyway between 2 buildings. The cramped space worked in my favor, forcing the birds to line up rather than attack all at once. I stopped running and turned around, a violent heat rising in my eyes. I raised the breath of bone and waited. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3. Bang. Fire and blood erupted. The lead sparrow fell, its body skidding across the ground until it hit my boots. I didn't need to stop time for this. In this narrow corridor, they were flying in a straight line. It was impossible to miss. As the energy from the kills flooded my veins, I felt a cruel grin spreading across my face. Come on, I whispered. Become my strength. The alley echoed with the thunder of my gun. The flashes of light illuminated my face, now splattered with bird blood. Within minutes, a pile of gray carcasses grew at my feet, their stench filling the air. But they kept coming, throwing themselves at me with suicidal hunger. Time out, I muttered. The world froze again. A sharp talon was suspended just inches from my nose. I could see every individual feather on the bird's wing. I stood in the silence of the blood-soaked alley and calmly reloaded my gun. My hands were stained red, but my grip was steady. I slid 6 fresh rounds into the chambers and snapped the cylinder shut with a metallic click. I looked up at the frozen monster and smiled. The slaughter continued. After emptying my last magazine, I turned and bolted. I was out of ammo. My body felt significantly stronger and faster than before, but I still couldn't outrun a bird in a straight sprint. I had no wings. I was forced to spam my time stop ability, freezing the world over and over just to put distance between myself and the swarm. It was exhausting, but I finally reached the Tire Tavern. The heavy doors were shut tight. I threw my weight against them, but they didn't budge. Through the cracks, I could see tables and chairs piled high against the entrance. Someone was inside. "Open the door," I shouted. Silence. I kicked the wood hard, the sound echoing through the empty street. Finally, a voice filtered through from the other side. "Go away. Don't bring them here." I recognized the voice. It was Old Wong. He was Tanjie's logistics manager, an older man who spent his days reading old books from before the collapse and complaining that he wasn't born in a more civilized era. He usually stayed out of the gang's business, focusing on brewing and cooking. "Old Wong, it's me. Open up. I need ammo." I checked the sky. The sparrows I'd ditched were closing in. "I know it's you, Bai Yi, but I'm not opening this door." Old Wong's voice was trembling with terror. "What if the birds get in? Don't blame me for not helping. I just want to live. I don't owe you anything." I stopped kicking. I stood perfectly still in front of the door as the shadows of wings began to circle above me. "I'm going to say this one last time," I said, my voice dropping to a cold, flat tone. "Open the door." Inside, Old Wong seemed to snap. He started screaming at the top of his lungs. "You really think you're a deputy commander now? You're just a lucky brat who can't even read. You have no right to order me around." Outside, there was no answer. Only the frantic fluttering of wings echoed against the wood. Inside, Old Wong's face went deathly pale. He curled into a ball behind the bar, trembling so hard his teeth rattled. He didn't dare look up. High above, 5 gray sparrows circled the air, their pale, lifeless eyes locked onto me. They dived from 5 different directions, cutting through the wind like jagged stones. I didn't flinch. I pulled a dagger from my pant leg, my grip tightening as I watched them close in. I wasn't worried about the birds. Even if they blocked every exit, I just had to wait for them to get close. One activation of my time still ability, and I'd slaughter them all. What really pissed me off was Old Wong. Because he wouldn't open the door, I couldn't get to the ammo. Without ammo, I couldn't use the breath of bone to strengthen my own blood and energy. I was wasting time for nothing. "Fine, don't open it," I thought, my eyes narrowing. "Once I'm done with these birds, I'll burn your tavern to the ground. Let's see how long you stay inside then." The sparrows let out piercing shrieks, diving at me like 5 streaks of gray lightning. I held the dagger steady, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, a sharp crack erupted in the air. A shockwave rippled through the space above me. Before I could even blink, the 5 sparrows were slammed by an invisible hammer. Their bodies burst into clouds of blood and shredded meat. Gray feathers rained down like ash. I spun around, looking toward the corner of a nearby building. Liu was there, leaning against the wall and gasping for air. His right hand was tucked against his chest, shaking violently. The effort of that massive strike had clearly reopened his old wounds. Sweat poured down his face. "You okay?" I asked, moving toward him. "I'm not dead yet," Liu said with a strained grin. He gestured to a bulging burlap sack behind him. "You were looking for ammo, right?" I looked at the bag. It was stuffed with guns, bullets, cockroach bombs, and water. "You stole this from the Tire Tavern?" Liu gave a dark chuckle. "I've got a grudge against Wang Shi, so I've been hiding in your East District." When I saw the sparrows entering the town, I knew things were going south. I used my magic hand to lift these supplies while Old Wong was busy panicking. "With this, we have enough to escape the town together." I looked at him, my gaze lingering. "You could have run on your own. Why wait for me?" Liu seemed surprised I even asked. "Why not? I told you before, I respect the way you handle things. You risked your life for this town, and you agreed to work with me. Besides, you have a forbidden object. Our chances of surviving the road are better if we stick together." I let out a short, dry laugh. "You never went to school, did you?" "No," Liu said, confused. "Why does that matter?" "It doesn't. Old Wong went to school. He's a man of culture. Look where that got him." Liu nodded slowly. "I heard he used to live in Dawn City. He's one of the few educated people in this dump. But he's a coward. Locking the door on you like that, it's pathetic. Anyway, we shouldn't stay here. Let's move." I didn't move. I reached into the bag and started loading the black revolver, one heavy shell at a time. Let's go, Liu urged. Click. The cylinder snapped into place. I looked up, a cold, arrogant smile spreading across my face. Not yet. Liu stared at me in horror. You're not seriously staying to save the townspeople, are you? No, I said. I looked at the swarm of gray sparrows gathering in the distance. My smile sharpened into something lethal. I'm staying to kill them all. Are you joking? I never joke, I said. I led the way into a narrow alley near the tavern. I pointed back toward the main street. You cover my back. I'll take the front. Liu hesitated, but before he could argue, the first wave of sparrows arrived. The alley exploded with the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the birds dropped from the sky, their bodies thudding against the cobblestones. The air grew thick with floating gray feathers, turning the narrow strip of sky into a scene from a nightmare. Any sparrow that tried to flank us from behind was crushed by Liu's invisible hands. Against an attack they couldn't see, the mutated beasts had no defense. Inside the tavern, Old Wong was still huddled behind the bar, his hands clamped over his ears. He was trying to drown out the shrieks and the rhythmic thunder of the gun. He was convinced I was a dead man. No one could survive that many of them. It was just a matter of time. I'm not wrong, he whispered to himself, his voice trembling. I just want to live. He's just a brat who can't even read. Only those stupid fishermen think he's a hero. If I had a forbidden object, I could be a hero too. He spoke faster and faster, trying to convince himself. He wanted bullets? Who does he think he is? Even the commanders can't save this town. He was just lying to me. He just wanted to get inside because he was scared. Crash! Old Wong jumped like a startled rabbit. He looked toward the window and saw a pair of pale, soulless eyes staring back at him. His heart nearly stopped. Asterisk thump, thump, thump. Asterisk a sparrow slammed its body against the glass. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. The furniture he had used to block the window began to shift and fall. No, go away, he screamed. Go eat Bai Yi. He's right outside. But prayer is useless in a world like this. The glass shattered. An eagle-sized sparrow forced its way through the opening, its dead eyes locking onto Old Wong. He shrieked and scrambled away, tripping over his own feet. The tavern's cluttered decor actually saved his life. The tires hanging from the pillars and walls, the very things he hated, cramped the bird's wings, making it difficult for the creature to dive. He ran in circles, frantic and sobbing, only to realize he had blocked every single exit himself. He scrambled toward the front door, throwing chairs and tables aside with manic strength. The gunfire was still going off outside. He's still alive, Old Wong realized. Asterisk, he has the gun. He can save me. Asterisk. A sharp pain flared in his back as a claw ripped through his shirt, leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes. He screamed, swinging a broken chair leg wildly to keep the bird at bay. His hands were sliced and bleeding from the splinters of the furniture, but the terror kept him moving. Finally, the last barricade fell. He threw the heavy doors open and collapsed into the street, sobbing and covered in filth. I saw Old Wong crawling through the dirt, his body half covered in dust, looking like a cornered dog. His terrified eyes scanned the area, searching for any sign of me. Then, the gunfire stopped. Old Wong's face went pale. In this world, silence was a death sentence. To him, the lack of noise meant one thing: I was dead. Help! Someone help me, he shrieked. The sparrow from the tavern burst through the doorway behind him, its metallic claws sinking deep into his shoulder. Old Wong thrashed and screamed, the terror in his eyes turning into pure, raw agony. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a nearby alley. A flicker of hope crossed Old Wong's face. I stepped out slowly, the black revolver heavy in my hand, my boots crunching on the gravel. When he saw me, he screamed like a man grabbing a life jacket in a storm. Bye. Oh, look at that. I interrupted, my voice casual. If it isn't Old Wong. Bai Yi. Save me. Please, save me. He gripped the bird's talons, his eyes pleading with the desperation of a dying man. I didn't rush. I opened the cylinder of my revolver and gave it a flick. 6 brass casings hit the ground with a sharp, melodic chime. Call me Deputy Commander Bai, I said. I pulled out my remaining bullets and began loading them, one by one. Deputy. Deputy Commander Bai. Please, I beg you. Old Wong's face was straining so hard that the capillaries in his skin began to pop, making him look like a bloody monster. I snapped the cylinder back into place. Old Wong watched me, his breath hitching with anticipation. I slowly raised the gun, aimed it at the sparrow, and then I spun the revolver around my finger and slammed it back into my holster. The hope on Old Wong's face froze. I tilted my head, watching a drop of the sparrow's blood slide down my jawline. I gave him a cold, jagged smile. Old Wong, don't blame me for not helping. I don't owe you a thing. No, you can't do this. I was wrong. I'm sorry. His screams turned into guttural howls as the sparrow began to rip him open. It dipped its beak down, pecking at his organs like a chicken eating grain. Are you really just going to let him die? A tired voice asked. Liu stepped out of the alley, clutching his injured right hand. He said he was sorry. I shook my head. He's not sorry for what he did. He's just sorry he's about to die. I sighed. I actually thought he was one of the few good people in this town. He was educated, talked about civilization, and looked down on the rest of us. It's a shame, Liu muttered. Being educated doesn't make you a good person, I replied. There's an old saying, the most loyal are often the lowlives, while the heartless are usually the scholars. Just because someone misses civilization doesn't mean they are civilized. Liu looked confused. He probably thought I was insulting him too. What do you mean, lowlives? You're the one who's been killing all the dogs lately. You'll understand later, Lizua, I said. I drew the breath of bone and pointed it at the sparrow feasting on Old Wong's chest. Bang! The bird slumped over, dead, right on top of Old Wong's corpse. My name is Liu, he snapped. Sure, Lizua. You? Whatever. What's the plan? The gunfire from the other side has stopped. Wangshi must be out of ammo. How many shots do you have left? I checked the weight of the gun. 3. I looked up. Hundreds of sparrows were still circling the West District, diving into houses to drag people out. The area around the Tire Tavern was quiet only because there were fewer people here to eat. That was the whole reason I led the fight to this spot. Only 3 shots. How are you going to save them? Liu asked. I gave him a strange look. Who said I was saving them? Liu blinked. But you're always the one shouting about protecting this town. I didn't answer. I was already planning my retreat. I had hunted the birds to absorb their essence and boost my strength, but with only 3 bullets left, the risk wasn't worth the reward. More importantly, my active time was down to 1 minute and 19 seconds. 1 minute was my safety line. If I stayed out any longer, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Still, the harvest was good. My physical strength had peaked. I was now on par with Tan Jie after his gene therapy injections. If we fought hand to hand, his weird bristly fur might give him the edge, but I was close. The sparrows weren't giving me enough power anymore. I needed bigger prey. If you aren't saving them, let's run, Liu suggested. He was at his limit, both mentally and physically. Running is stupid, I said. We can't outrun birds. In the open wasteland, we'd be target practice. We need a solid building to wait them out. Liu nodded. He knew I had more experience as a wasteland hunter, so he followed my lead. We skipped the tavern, too many broken windows. Instead, we aimed for a brick house on the northwest corner of the street. We bolted. A few sparrows spotted us and dived. Liu gritted his teeth and raised his hand, manifesting an invisible wall of force. The birds slammed into the air, tumbling toward the ground. I didn't miss the opening. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. 3 shots, 3 dead birds. Our teamwork was getting better, but now I was completely out of ammo. 2 sparrows were still flapping, trying to get back up. I pulled my knife, ready to finish them before they could damage the house we were heading for. Damn it, it hurts, Liu suddenly screamed. His right arm dropped, and he clutched his head in agony. I frowned. What's wrong? My ability, it uses mental strength. I've overextended, he wheezed. Get inside, I commanded, reversing my grip on the dagger. I'll handle these 2. The sparrows shook their heads and launched themselves at me like gray streaks of lightning. I didn't use my time stop ability. With my current stats, I didn't need it for 2 stragglers. Just as I was about to strike, I heard rapid footsteps on the roof above. Then, a sound like a dragon's whistle, the ring of a blade being drawn. A woman in black armor with silver trim dropped from the sky. She moved like a flash of lightning. A single arc of silver light cut through the air, and both sparrows were sliced perfectly in half before they even touched me. Blood sprayed across the dirt as the woman landed gracefully. I narrowed my eyes. That was a hell of a sword. I barely saw a blur of sword light before the two sparrows were ripped to pieces. My body had been enhanced, and I could usually track the trajectory of a handgun bullet, but I couldn't see her blade at all. That meant her sword was faster than a bullet. Who was she? An awakened, or some kind of genetic mutant? The woman turned around slowly. She wore a silver-white mask with no facial features, only two hollow eye sockets that revealed eyes as clear as mirrors, colored a pale hazel. She didn't speak. She just stood there, calmly watching me while I stood covered in blood. The wind blew yellow sand across the dirt, catching her long black hair. I noticed a stray lock of hair curling past her slender waist. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of a silver crossguard sword. She raised the long, thin blade slightly. I narrowed my eyes. I didn't know why she was here, but if she had bad intentions, I knew I'd have to focus intensely to freeze time before she could swing. My eyes stayed locked on that hilt. It was a pure silver weapon, thin and elegant, with silver patterns flowing like clouds along the spine. Suddenly, her sword moved. But it wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at a sparrow. I hadn't even noticed another bird hiding in the shadows, launching a sneak attack from behind her. She didn't even turn around. She just flicked the sword over her right shoulder. A wet thud echoed. The sparrow had flown straight into the tip of her blade like it was committing suicide. It hung there, skewered like a piece of fruit, while she rested the sword casually against her shoulder. The movement was so clean, so fluid, it made my eyelids twitch. I wanted to curse. Was she really showing off that hard in the middle of a war zone? She flicked her wrist, letting the bird's body and blood slide off the polished silver. Those hazel eyes gave me one last deep look before she turned and left. She tapped the ground with her toes and leaped, landing gracefully on a rooftop like a swallow. Then, she sprinted toward the swarm of sparrows hovering over the West District. It's her, Liu gasped from the doorway, staring at her retreating back. You know her? I asked, turning to him. Liu shook his head. No, I don't know her name, but I've seen her. I spent some time in History Town before this. When they were attacked by mutated beasts, she appeared out of nowhere and drove them all back. I frowned. A person who specifically hunts mutated beasts? It seemed her goal was to protect the people of this wasteland. Over the West District, the knight-armored figure drifted through the air. She leaped directly into the swarm of hundreds of birds. The gray mass blocked out the sun, and the screeching of 1,000 birds was deafening. Then, the silver sword let out a sound like a dragon's whistle, cutting through the noise. She twisted her waist in midair, spinning her body with her wrist locked straight. The blade carved brilliant silver arcs through the sky. Her mask shimmered against the steel as her black hair and the hem of her armor danced. Sparrows began to fall like rain. Inside the nearby buildings, Tanjie and Wang Shi were stunned. Their ammo was gone, their men were dead, and they had been ready to give up. They didn't expect a savior to drop from the sky. Her movements were elegant, almost like a dance, turning a slaughter into something beautiful. In moments, the dark cloud over the town was gone. The woman stood in the center of a storm of falling gray feathers. She spun her sword once and sheathed it with a sharp click. Everyone was speechless. The swarm that had nearly wiped us out hadn't lasted more than a few seconds against her. We survived, someone screamed from a house, their voice cracking with joy. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before stepping out. They approached her with humble, envious smiles. They knew that to someone this strong, the houses they hid in were as flimsy as paper. It was better to show respect than to hide. Thank you for saving our lives, Great One, Tanjie said, his large face squeezed into a flattering grin. We can never repay you. The woman didn't respond. She just stood there as if she were thinking about something. May we know your name? Wang Shi asked cautiously. Don't misunderstand. We just want to know who our savior is so we can repay you later. No need for later. You can repay me now. A cold, youthful voice drifted from behind the mask. It was calm, like a lake without a ripple. Wang Shi froze. He hadn't expected her to be so young or so direct. He quickly smiled. Whatever you need, just ask. The night girl held out her hand. Money. Wang Shi and Tan Jie traded looks. They immediately sent their lackeys to gather funds. They didn't know how much was appropriate, but survival experience told them that more was better. Money could be earned again, but life was gone forever. It's all here, Great One, Wang Shi said, carefully handing over a heavy bag. He made sure not to touch her. She took the bag, felt the weight, and then spoke 2 words, Silent Court. The names hit Wang Shi and Tan Jie like a lightning bolt. They stood there, horrified. She was from the Silent Court? So you are from... Wang Shi started to brown nose, but he realized she wasn't looking at him. She was looking at me. I raised an eyebrow. Why the hell was she talking to me? I didn't ask her anything. Silent Court is an organization made of awakened, she said, her hazel eyes fixed on mine. Are you interested in joining? I scoffed. Does your organization just recruit anyone? You're a group of awakened, but you're asking me instead of him. I pointed at Liu. She thought for a moment, then spoke again. I've been observing you. A flash of killing intent rose in my chest. If she had been watching me, did she know about my time-stop ability? That was my biggest secret. I couldn't let anyone know. But her next words killed my urge to strike. You aren't an awakened, she said. But you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the hunting dogs earlier. I blinked. I just got a good person card the first time we met. The Silent Court is an awakened organization, but we value character more, she continued. We look for like-minded people. I frowned. Between her saving the town and her speech, it sounded like the Silent Court was some kind of heroic, righteous group. If they were the good guys, then my choice was easy. I'm not joining, I said firmly. I wasn't the type of person to sacrifice myself for others. My time was already running out, and if I wasted it playing hero, I'd be dead before I knew it. The girl in the knight's armor gave a calm nod. Her hazel eyes were flat, showing no emotion at all. She glanced at the crowd and spoke in a cold, steady voice. The mutated beasts of the Black Mountain are on a rampage. The hunting dogs and gray sparrows were just the first wave. This place isn't safe anymore. If you want to live, leave. She turned around and walked away. The parrot-themed armor shimmered under the sun until she vanished from sight. The survivors stood there, stunned. They looked at the bodies and the blood staining the dirt, feeling lost. Dusttown used to have 800 people. Now, barely 300 were left standing. The shock was so heavy they didn't even have the strength to cry yet. What the hell is happening at Black Mountain? Tan Jie's voice trembled. He was the leader of the East District, but standing before those monsters, he had realized just how small and pathetic he really was. The Silent Court doesn't make jokes, Wang Shi said, swallowing hard as he tried to hide his terror. Someone as strong as her has no reason to lie to us. Dust Town is finished. The 2 rivals looked at each other. For the first time, they were thinking the same thing. Tan Jie, Wang Shi whispered. We've fought for years, but we don't have a blood feud. In this world, we only survive if we work together. What do you say? Tan Jie nodded solemnly. What's the plan? Nowhere nearby is safe, Wang Shi said. We got lucky because the Silent Court showed up today. Next time, we won't be so lucky. If we want to live, we have to go to Dawn City. Tan Jie frowned. Dawn City doesn't take refugees. You need a legal identity, and that costs a fortune. That woman took all our money. Even if she hadn't, it wouldn't be enough for all our men. Wang Shi let out a cold laugh. Why are you still dreaming? You think we're taking everyone. These subordinates are disposable, and money isn't the issue. Did you forget? We still have a forbidden object. Tan Jie's expression darkened. Bai Yi is a problem. During the fight with the sparrows, he was perfectly fine. He didn't look drained at all. The kid played us. You noticed too? Wang Shi sneered. He's a big problem. And Liu lied to me, too. During the fight, I saw him use powers. He's an awakened now. Those 2 must have teamed up behind our backs. Then what do we do? Tan Jie gasped. How do we take the gun? Liu is a new awakened, Wang Shi said dismissively. How strong can he be? If he were actually powerful, he would have come for my head already. I saw him earlier. He was pale and shaking. His mental energy is tapped out. He's not a threat. He leaned in closer. As for Bai Yi, I think he achieved a perfect containment. Tan Jie blinked, trying to remember the term. His brain hadn't been the same since he started using gene medicines. Perfect containment? Like the legends. Exactly, Wangshi said. Usually, using a forbidden object costs you your life force. Perfect containment means no cost. Most people think it's a myth. It's like a gun. Normal containment means you can fire it. But perfect containment means the gun is an extension of your soul. I didn't believe it until now. He grinned, his teeth yellow and sharp. But even if it's a perfect containment, the breath of the bone needs bullets. Without them, it's just a piece of scrap metal. This is our chance. Dawn City needs awakened for experiments. A live one fetches a high price. I take Liu, you take the gun. With those, we both get into the city as elites. Tanjie's eyes lit up. This was their way out. They could go from wasteland thugs to respected city dwellers. Let's do it. We'll take the men and grab Bai Yi now. We can let the subordinates serve one last purpose as meat shields. He turned his cruel gaze toward his men, then looked back at the East District spot. His face went blank. Where are Bai Yi and Liu? Wangshi looked over. The two of them were gone. Damn it, they're running. After them. They scrambled to their feet, shouting for their lackeys. Split up. Cut them off before they get away. Meanwhile, Liu was clutching his right hand, sprinting through the dirt. Run faster, Bai Yi. They're coming. I didn't speed up. I kept a steady pace. We can't outrun them, I said calmly. They have cars. We have legs. They had a few beat-up off-road vehicles, but 4 wheels were always faster than 2 feet. Instead of wasting energy running, I needed to recover my strength for the fight. We can't just wait here to die. Liu panicked. My mental energy is gone. I can't use my powers. Your gun is empty. How are we supposed to fight? Right then, the roar of an engine echoed behind us. Liu turned pale. A rugged off-road vehicle was tearing through the wasteland, kicking up a massive cloud of yellow dust. It's over, Liu whimpered. Mom, your son was a failure. The tires screeched as the driver slammed on the brakes, swinging the tail of the car around in a sharp drift. The vehicle skidded to a halt, leaving scorched black marks on the dry earth. Tanjie stepped out, followed by 5 thugs. They weren't carrying guns. They probably didn't have ammo either. Instead, they held rusted machetes that glinted wickedly in the sun. In the wasteland, a cut from a rusty blade was a death sentence. Infection would kill you long before the wound did. I narrowed my eyes. There was no talking our way out of this. Liu was useless in a fight right now, and having him near me would just be a distraction. Liu, I said. They're after me. You should go. Bai Yi, I'll avenge you. Liu yelled. He didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted away so fast he left a trail of dust behind him. I didn't blame him. He had already risked his life for me once today. He had a mother to take care of, and staying here was suicide. But man, he was fast. I stood my ground, watching Tanjie approach. Then, I heard footsteps again. I looked up. Liu was sprinting back toward me, his face red and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Why are you back? I asked, surprised. Liu stopped next to me, panting hard. His eyes, however, were no longer full of fear. They were burning with a sudden, desperate courage. I'm a coward who's afraid of death, Liu panted, his voice trembling but his eyes fixed. But I'm even more afraid of living the rest of my life in regret for leaving a friend behind. I looked at him. His face was pale, and his legs were shaking like a leaf in a storm, but he didn't move an inch from my side. He had clearly just fought a war inside his own head and won. A friend, huh? I smiled. I reached out and patted his shaking shoulder. Relax. As long as I'm here, you won't die. I was actually touched. He had run away out of pure instinct, yet he forced himself to come back. That kind of courage, the kind that overcomes absolute terror, is the rarest thing in the wasteland. It's easy for a strong man to be brave. It's a lot harder for a weak man to turn around and face his nightmare. Then, the roar of an engine cut through my thoughts. A second off-road vehicle tore across the dirt from the exact direction Liu had just come from. The tires screeched to a halt, and Wangshi stepped out, flanked by his own group of thugs. He looked at Liu and let out a mocking sneer. Go on, Liu. Keep running, Wangshi taunted. I figured you two would split up, so I circled around to cut off the exit. You almost made it, kid. Liu froze. He looked at me, a polite but incredibly awkward smile forming on his face. Bai Yi, listen, I can explain. Actually, stop, I interrupted. If you keep talking, it's going to get embarrassing. I felt like punching him. I had almost fallen for his touching speech about friendship and regret. The truth was much simpler. He hadn't come back for me. He had run straight into Wang Shi's blockade and been chased back here like a cornered rat. Bai Yi, hand over the forbidden object, Tan Jie shouted, raising his rusted machete. Blame your own stupidity. You had a chance to join the silent court, but you threw it away. If you were one of theirs, we wouldn't dare touch you. But you chose death. Wang Shi stepped up, closing the trap. Nowhere left to run. I stayed calm. I wanted information more than I wanted to fight. You guys seem pretty terrified of this silent court. Tan Jie couldn't help himself. People like him love to gloat when they think they've already won. You're just a bottom dweller who got lucky with a toy. It's no wonder you don't know. The Silent Court is an extremist organization of Awakened. They claim to be justice, but they're just executioners. Anyone they label a criminal is dead by morning. They're lunatics. If the world followed their standards, everyone in the wasteland would be executed. I nodded. It made sense now. If that girl from the tavern found out what Tan Jie and Wang Shi did in this town, she'd have them on the chopping block in seconds. The Silent Court, a place for judgment. But why call it silent? Enough talk, Wang Shi snapped. He was the cautious type and didn't want to leave anything to chance. Kill them before Liu recovers his strength. He didn't move himself, though. He signaled his men to test the waters first. Tan Jie did the same. A dozen thugs with rusted blades began to close in, forming a tight circle. They were hesitant, unsure if my gun had bullets or if Liu had one last trick up his sleeve. I let out a long, heavy sigh. The air grew thick with tension. Honestly, I said, my voice projecting across the clearing. We used to get along okay. There's no need for this to end in blood. I really don't want to waste my time killing you all. I paused, looking them in the eye. How about this? You all get on your knees and beg for my mercy. If you do, I'll let this go. What do you say? Tan Jie burst out laughing. The thugs joined in, the sound of their mockery echoing off the dry rocks. Do you even hear yourself? Tan Jie wheezed. I should beg you. I thought you were playing dumb before, Bai Yi, but you're actually insane. Look around. We hold all the cards. I didn't laugh. I looked at him with total sincerity. I'm serious. Just kneel and beg. I really hate wasting time. Kill him. Tan Jie screamed, his patience snapping. The thugs lunged. Liu's body went rigid. I'll take Wang Shi's side, he hissed at me. You take Tan Jie. If we live, we live. With a roar, Liu charged toward Wang Shi. He swung his trembling right hand, and a shockwave of invisible force slammed into the front line of thugs. They flew backward, coughing up blood. Wang Shi. Die! Liu yelled. Sweat poured down his face. He tried to lift his hand for a finishing blow, but then I heard it, a sickening crack. His bone, which hadn't fully healed, snapped under the pressure of his own power. His arm went limp, dangling uselessly at his side. No, not now. Liu gasped, his face twisting with despair. He was only 3 meters away from Wang Shi. He was so close. But then, Liu froze. He noticed Wang Shi's expression. The cold, snake-like commander wasn't laughing. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. His eyes were bulging, his face pale with absolute terror. Liu stood taller, thinking his display of power had terrified the man. Wang Shi, he shouted, trying to sound imposing despite the pain. Coming after me was the last mistake you'll ever make. My magic hand is. Excuse me, could you move a bit? I said, stepping up behind him. I tapped Liu on the shoulder. The sudden touch broke his concentration, and he winced in pain, turning to glare at me. What are you doing? He whispered harshly. I told you to handle Tan Jie. He's right. Liu stopped. He looked past me toward where Tan Jie and his men had been standing. There was no one there. Only a pile of headless corpses remained, blood soaking into the thirsty dirt. Liu's jaw dropped. He looked at the bodies, then back at me, his voice failing him completely. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. Liu couldn't understand how I had killed everyone in the blink of an eye. One moment, Tan Jie was charging. The next, he was a headless corpse. There were no screams. No sounds of a struggle. Just silence and the smell of fresh iron. He turned his head slowly toward Wang Shi. The leader of the West District looked exactly like Li Yu did, completely stunned. But there was something else in Wang Shi's eyes. Absolute, paralyzing terror. He finally realized that he hadn't been afraid of Li Yu's magic hand. He was terrified of me. From Wang Shi's perspective, I had simply raised my dagger. Then, in a flash, 6 men, including the powerful Tanjia, had their heads snapped clean off their shoulders. Their bodies had become human fountains, blood spraying into the air while their corpses continued to lunge forward from pure momentum. This is impossible, Wang Shi screamed. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice cracking with hysteria. What did you do to them? I didn't answer. I stepped past Li Yu, my boots crunching on the dry earth. My dagger was still wet. Drip, drip. The crimson droplets hit the dirt one by one. I gave you a chance to kneel and beg, I said, my voice cold. Why didn't you listen? Why did you have to push me? I wasn't just acting tough. I was genuinely furious. I only had 1 minute of time left in my reserve. These idiots were wasting my life, and that hurt more than any wound they could inflict. Wait, who's pushing who here? Li Yu muttered behind me. He looked like he wanted to crack a joke to break the tension, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. Wang Shi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. You're an awakened, he gasped. It was the only explanation his mind could grasp. To kill 6 men so fast that the eye couldn't even track the movement, that was a level of power beyond anything he'd ever seen. Even the girl from the silent court showed a flash of her blade. I showed nothing. I stopped right in front of him. Up close, I looked like nothing more than a ragged teenager, but Wang Shi was shaking. He didn't even try to fight back. Thump. He dropped to his knees. Spare me. Please, spare my life. I'll leave. I'll go as far away as you want. Now you want to beg? I asked. I kicked him square in the head. The force was immense, rattling his skull even through his reinforced mechanical parts. He sprawled onto the dirt, dazed. His strength was gone. He was convinced I was a high-level awakened. In this world, when your spirit evolves, your body follows. He thought I was a monster in human skin. I have money, he shouted, scrambling to sit up. I can pay for my life. I looked at him skeptically. Didn't the silent court take everything you had? I have more. It's hidden inside my mechanical arm. Only I know the code to open it. If you let me live, it's all yours. I let out a dark laugh. My eyes narrowed. If I kill you, the money is mine anyway. You're trying to buy your life with my loot? You've got water on the brain. A cold flash of steel followed. My dagger sliced through his neck before he could utter another word. His head rolled away, his expression frozen in a mask of shock. He never expected me to be that decisive. He never got the chance to reach for his arm. I wasn't stupid. Wang Shi was a snake, much smarter than the meathead Tanjia. I wasn't going to give him a chance to open anything. If that arm had a hidden self-destruct or a concealed weapon, I'd be dead before I could react. I couldn't afford to waste my last minute of frozen time on a gamble. Once he was dead, I knelt down and started hacking at the mechanical limb. I wasn't greedy, but I was desperate. I was broke, and in this wasteland, being broke was a death sentence. How do you open this piece of junk? I grumbled. My dagger couldn't even scratch the alloy. I didn't know the first thing about mechanics. I looked back at Li Yu. Hey, you know how to crack this? Li Yu walked over, his expression complicated. He looked at me like I was a stranger. Are you really an awakened? He asked. It was that classic feeling. You don't want your brother to suffer, but you hate to see him driving a luxury car while you're walking. If I say no, would you believe me? I countered. He gave me a look that said, do I look like an idiot? What's your ability? How did you kill them all at once? Not telling. I didn't feel like explaining the truth. I wasn't an awakened. I was just a guy from another world where time flowed differently. To me, it was simple physics. To them, it was godlike power. That's not fair, Li Yu complained. I told you my secret. Yeah, and you almost got us killed with it, I snapped. Now help me with this arm. We spent an hour sweating and cursing, finally smashing the mechanical arm into a pile of scrap metal. I tossed a piece of junk aside and cursed. Wang Shi was a liar to the end. There wasn't a single coin inside. Just a bunch of hidden spring-loaded needles meant for a surprise attack. Waste of time, I spat. I kicked the scrap and climbed into Tanjia's abandoned off-road SUV. Li Yu hopped into the passenger seat. I started the engine. The roar of the motor felt good. You know how to drive? Liu asked, wide-eyed. He looked at the dashboard like it was alien technology. To a wasteland dweller, a working vehicle was a treasure. It's not that hard, I said, hiding the fact that I'd failed my driving test 3 times back in the modern world. I slammed it into gear and turned the wheel. Wait, why are you turning around? Liu shouted. Dawn City is the other way. We're going back to Gray Soil Town, I told him. Are you crazy? Why go back there to die? Shut up and listen, I said. The sun is setting. As a wasteland hunter, I'm telling you, traveling at night is suicide. I wasn't lying. The wasteland was 10 times more dangerous after dark. Even the best hunters found a hole to crawl into before the moon rose. But more importantly, I needed to stay put and let my time recharge. I was down to my last 60 seconds. If we ran into a pack of mutated beasts in the open desert, we were finished. The SUV kicked up a cloud of yellow dust as we sped back toward the town. The wind howled through the empty streets, blowing gray feathers around the piles of corpses. A rusted tin can rolled across the road, clinking against the pavement. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. The can rolled right past Liu's feet as we stepped out of the car. He looked around at the desolate, silent buildings and felt a chill crawl down his spine. Where is everyone? He whispered. Gray Soil Town was a ghost town. There should have been 300 or 400 survivors left after the battle, but the streets were empty. The people were gone. It had only been an hour since I left, but the people were gone. I crouched down and examined the tracks on the ground. The story was written in the dirt. There were hundreds of overlapping footprints heading in one direction, accompanied by heavy tire ruts. If I had to guess, everyone had fled. They're all gone, I muttered. Gray Soil Town wasn't big. Most of the residents had heard the night girl's warning. When they saw Wang Shi and the others roaring out of town in their vehicles, they assumed the leadership was abandoning them. Panic did the rest. Damn it, Liu cursed, clutching his mangled right hand. They moved fast. I was hoping to find a doctor to wrap this up properly. Aside from his own skin, Liu valued his right hand above all else. He was terrified a permanent injury would ruin his ability to use his supernatural powers later. They couldn't have moved faster than you did when you ran away earlier, I remarked. Liu's face reddened. Can we just not talk about that? Let's just find a place to stay. We spent the next few hours securing a sturdy brick house. We boarded up the windows and reinforced the door, creating a temporary fortress. While Liu busied himself bandaging his hand, I stared at the black slab in my palm, a cockroach protein bar. Food was a problem. Liu had managed to loot the Tire Tavern's supplies before we left, but he only grabbed booze and protein bars. He didn't take any meat because he thought it was too bulky and would rot too quickly. By the time we circled back to the tavern, the remaining residents had picked the place clean. The dead gray sparrows outside were mutated beasts. Their meat was toxic and completely inedible. What were you thinking? I asked, my voice dripping with annoyance. You took the alcohol, but left the meat? You can hunt for meat, Liu said, taking a long swig of cheap, nasty liquor. But you can't hunt for booze. In the wasteland, you can live without anything except a drink. He let out a satisfied sigh, claiming the alcohol numbed the pain in his hand. It's the essence of grain, man. It gives you courage and disinfects the soul. Where else are you going to find something this good? He blew a smoke ring into the air. My face darkened. And the cigarettes? Gold, he said simply. Better than currency. Besides, life out here is stressful. You need something to take the edge off. Hey, what are you doing? Are you really going to beat up a disabled man? Where's your conscience? Get lost and smoke in the corner, I snapped. I went back to staring at the protein bar. I could have tolerated this garbage if I hadn't tasted real meat earlier. I forced a piece of the black, oily block into my mouth. I could see the tiny legs and antennae sticking out of it. I swallowed it whole without chewing, terrified that if I tasted it, I'd throw up. Wow, Liu chuckled. You look like you just ate a pile of crap. This is worse than crap, I gagged. At least crap is free. This costs money and tastes like death. Is it really that bad? Liu asked, sounding confused. I eat these every day. You've only been a deputy commander for a few days, and you've already forgotten your roots. That's because you've never had the good stuff, I growled. I missed the civilized world. At this hour back home, I'd be at a street stall, drinking cold beer and eating skewers of grilled meat. I haven't had the good stuff? Liu shot back. Back when I was king of the gambling dens, I made more money in a day than you've seen in your life. Have you ever had curly noodles? I blinked. Curly noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them, he said, his eyes glazing over with nostalgia. It's a hard, compressed block of noodles, all wavy and complex, like a sweater. You boil it in hot water until it turns golden. It's not mushy like regular noodles. It's firm and bouncy. If you drop an egg in there, man, that's a flavor you can't describe. That's city dweller food. I stared at him. Wait, are you talking about instant ramen? It's not just ramen. It's a masterpiece, he insisted. I felt a strange sense of vertigo. I was still wearing a dress, and my mind was still half stuck in the modern world. To me, instant ramen was junk food you ate when you were broke or lazy. In this wasteland, it was a legendary delicacy that most people would never see in their entire lives. Seeing my silence, Liu grinned, thinking he'd finally impressed me. Hungry now? Tell you what, since you saved my life, once we get to Dawn City, I'll buy you a bowl. No, 2 bowls. With 2 eggs. I'm truly touched, I said sarcastically. Don't mention it. We're brothers, he said, puffing out his chest despite being broke. By the way, why didn't you join the silent court? Tanjia was terrified of them. They're a huge deal. And that girl, she was a total beauty. How could you say no? She was wearing a mask, I reminded him. Maybe she's hiding a face only a mother could love. Nobody sane wears a mask all the time. I thought back to the night girl. She had a tall, striking figure and long, flowing black hair. She was definitely a backview killer, as we used to say. You don't get it, Liu said, acting like a romance expert. I've seen plenty of women. You can tell by the aura. She was definitely a top-tier beauty, and she was clearly interested in you. She ignored me, a literal supernatural user, just to invite you. You missed a chance to marry into power, kid. Childish, I muttered. I didn't have time for his teenage fantasies. I was a god of the new era, wielder of the supreme power of time. Sure, my power was currently sealed to a single minute a day, but I still had my pride. Gods don't fall in love. Falling in love is a waste of time. Hey, you didn't answer me, Liu pressed. Why did you really reject her? She's got the background, the strength, and the looks. Unless. His eyes turned suspicious. Unless you're into something else. Shut up, I snapped. The reason is simple. I don't want to waste my time. Liu blinked, looking lost. Waste your time? How? Think about it. An organization that goes around executing justice in a wasteland? They must have thousands of enemies. Killing all those people takes way too much time. I don't know about the time, Liu muttered, but it definitely sounds like a good way to get killed. Suddenly, I stood up and rushed to the window. What is it? Liu asked, startled. Quiet, I whispered, pressing my ear to the glass. Engines. A lot of them. Liu scrambled up, wincing as he jolted his injured hand. We both listened. The low, rhythmic rumble of a heavy convoy was approaching. I peered through a crack in the boarded-up window. 10 military transport trucks were rolling down the main street of Gray Soil Town in a single file. The back of each truck was packed with soldiers holding assault rifles. Surrounding the trucks were about 200 wastelanders, covered in dust and grime. The soldiers were herding them like cattle, prodding them forward with their guns. As the convoy passed our house, I recognized the faces in the crowd. They were the residents of Gray Soil Town. They were back. I looked at the uniforms through the cracks in the wood. Each one bore the same insignia, the Eye of the Apocalypse. It was a haunting image, a cosmic eye filled with swirling stars and pierced by 3 silver lightning bolts. These were the soldiers of Shuguang City. Liu let out a low, shaky breath. I just felt a headache coming on. I hated variables. All I wanted was to sit quietly and accumulate more time, but the world refused to leave me alone. Whatever these soldiers were doing here, it wasn't going to be good for us. A radio crackled from one of the transport trucks. An officer's voice boomed over the speaker, ordering the convoy to halt. They were staying in Gray Soil Town for the night. Tomorrow, they would advance toward Heishan. Liu's eyes went wide. Heishan was a nightmare landscape, a place where mutated beasts reigned supreme. Only a professional, regular army would even dream of going there. I watched them closely. They didn't have heavy weapons. They weren't carrying massive supply crates. This didn't look like a troop deployment for a war. I was curious, but I wasn't stupid. Curiosity costs time, and right now, I only had 1 minute of time left in my reserve. If I had an hour, I might have tried to sneak around and see what they were up to. But with 60 seconds? I needed to be a ghost. Why are they bringing the residents? Liu whispered. We looked at each other. We didn't need to say it out loud, but we did anyway. Cannon fodder, we said in unison. We weren't exactly in sync. He looked horrified, while I was just calculating the odds. The soldiers were herding wastelanders who couldn't fight to use them as human shields. Heishan wasn't just full of beasts, it was packed with mutated, lethal plants. You don't waste expensive artillery on vines. You send in people to trigger the traps and find a safe path with their lives. Liu's face turned a sickly shade of gray. He was a wastelander, and seeing his people treated like cattle made his blood boil. He started cursing the city people, spitting insults about how the big shots lived in their castles while we died in the dirt. I stayed silent. In this world, every speck of dust kicked up by the powerful fell like a mountain on the shoulders of the weak. Liu looked at me, surprised by my sudden poetic outlook, but I didn't have time for a chat. Quiet, I hissed. Outside, the officer gave a new command. They were breaking out thermal imagers. They were going to sweep every single building in town to see if anyone else was hiding. Liu panicked instantly. We have to hide. Get in the cellar. It's no use, I said, my eyes tracking the soldiers moving down the street. Thermal imaging sees body heat through walls. We're glowing like light bulbs to them. Liu stood up, his hand hovering over his weapon. Then we fight. You're strong, Bai Yi. We can take a truck and break out of here. I looked at him like he was insane. I had 1 minute of power left. I couldn't kill 100 soldiers and outrun a convoy in 60 seconds. You're always so quick to jump into a grave, I said, patting his shoulder. Do you want to know the secret to surviving the wasteland? He blinked, looking lost. Survival? What secret? It's a 16-word mantra, I told him. If the enemy is weak, humiliate them. If the enemy is small, bully them. If the enemy is fierce, surrender. And if the enemy is strong, you follow. Liu stared at me, his mouth hanging open. Follow? You mean just let them take us? Exactly, I said. They want cannon fodder? Fine. We'll be cannon fodder for a few days. It's a long walk to Heishan. Once I have enough time saved up, we can do whatever we want. But for now, we play along. But what if they don't let us live? He asked. Then we die, I said with a shrug. I knelt down and started grabbing handfuls of soot and dirt from the floor, rubbing it into my face and clothes. I needed to look like just another pathetic, starving wastelander. Liu watched me for a second, then frantically started doing the same. Heavy footsteps crunched on the gravel outside our door. 2 heat signatures in this one, a soldier shouted. Booted feet hammered against the wood. Soldiers were swarming the house. Liu was trembling, but I just gave him a calm look. Survival requires humility, I whispered. I stood up, raised my hands high above my head, and walked straight toward the door before they could kick it down. Don't shoot, officer, I yelled, my voice cracking with fake terror. We surrender. Please, don't shoot. The front door slammed open with a violent crash. A dozen rifle barrels immediately snapped up, aiming straight at my chest and Liu's head. Who are you two? Why were you hiding? One of the soldiers barked, his finger twitching on the trigger. I didn't hesitate. I shifted into full survival mode, the kind where you lie through your teeth to see tomorrow. Officers, please, I cried out, my voice trembling perfectly. We're just honest citizens of Huetu town. When the beasts attacked, my brother and I were terrified. We hid in this room and didn't dare come out. I grabbed Liu and pulled him forward, making sure to look like a desperate, broken man. Seeing the officers from Shuguang City now, it's like seeing our saviors. We thought we were dead for sure. The soldiers didn't lower their guns. Their eyes remained cold and suspicious. The rest of the town fled long ago, the leader pressured. Why didn't you? My brother is injured, I said, my voice cracking. I reached down and gave Liu's right hand a brutal, hidden pinch. Liu gasped, his face turning deathly pale as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The pain was real, and it showed. The soldier looked at his reaction, his suspicion finally softening a fraction. He pulled out a radio. Report. We found 2 wastelanders. Requesting instructions. A cold, authoritative voice crackled back through the static. Check them for weapons. If they're clean, add them to the column. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward to frisk us. Liu kept frantically cutting his eyes toward me. He knew I had a forbidden object on me, a lethal black revolver that should have been impossible to hide. But I ignored his panicked looks and let them search me. It was a simple trick. When they searched my jacket, the gun was in my pants. When they moved to my pants, I used a brief moment of frozen time to shift the weapon back to my jacket. To them, I was just a skinny, pathetic peasant. They're clean, the soldier announced, completely relaxed now. You too, follow us. We were led toward the center of town where the rest of the residents were being gathered. As we walked, Liu leaned in, his voice a barely audible whisper. Brother Yi, where is it? I didn't see you throw it away. I didn't answer. I just kept my eyes on the ground. We reached the main camp, and I immediately started scanning the area. The soldiers were busy setting up tents, while the townspeople huddled together in an open space, guarded by men with heavy machine guns. 2 figures stood out among the military ranks. One was an officer in his 30s, wearing a high-grade uniform. He looked arrogant and detached. His arms and legs had been replaced by sleek, silver mechanical limbs that glowed with a faint, mercury-like light. The technology was light years ahead of the crude scrap metal Wangshi used. Next to him was a younger man carrying a large silver metal box. He looked human, except for his eyes. They were the eyes of a hawk, golden-brown pupils so sharp they seemed to pierce through the darkness. A cyborg and a gene modder. Both were far more dangerous than anyone I'd met in the wasteland so far. Sir, 2 more wastelanders. No weapons, no mods, the soldier reported. The officer glanced at us with pure indifference. To him, we were just dirt. He waved a hand dismissively. Number them. Put them in the refugee camp. We were handed 2 crude wooden tags. I was number 258. Liu was 259. We blended into the crowd of numb, grieving people and found a quiet corner to sit down. My face was so covered in soot that not even the townspeople recognized me as their former deputy commander. That was good. In a crowd this desperate, someone would surely sell me out for a crust of bread if they knew I had a forbidden object. Yi, Liu whispered, fidgeting with his tag. Why are they numbering us? I was right behind you. Why am I a different number? I gave him a flat look. Because we arrived one after the other. Go ask around and find out what's actually happening. Liu grumbled a few curses under his breath, but scurried off. He came back a few minutes later, his face looking even worse than before. The numbers are for groups, he said, his voice shaking. 20 people per group. We have to monitor each other. If one person in the group runs away, the soldiers execute the entire group. Those bastards, no one dares to move now. I nodded slowly. Go back. Ask them where they're taking us. He went back and huddled next to an old man who looked half dead. After a few tries, the man finally spoke in a hollow voice. The lords from the city are taking us to Heishan. They say they're short on hands and need us to scout the path. They promise that if we survive, they'll take us back to Shuguang City. No more living in the dirt. That sounds like a good deal. Liu faked a hopeful tone. The old man let out a tragic, dry laugh. That lie only works on children. Anyone can go to the city if they have the money. But how many of us will be left alive after Heishan? Liu shivered and crawled back to me. It's just like you said. We're cannon fodder. Yi, what do we do? Should we find a chance to run? Run where? I asked, lying back against the cold ground. The wilderness at night is a death sentence. Even this army won't move until sunrise. Look at it from a different angle. Until we reach Heishan, these soldiers are our bodyguards. With the mutated beasts out there, this is the safest place to be. Liu's eyes lit up. You're right. I finally get what you meant about humility. Being a coward really does keep you alive longer. Just sleep, I muttered, closing my eyes. Time passed in the heavy silence of the camp. Then, the clock in the town square chimed. It was midnight. My eyes snapped open. The darkness felt different now. I reached over and poked Liu, who was snoring lightly. He blinked, looking confused. What is it, Yi? Get ready, I said, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. We're moving. Liu scrambled up, his heart racing. Moving? You mean we're escaping? No, I said, a cold hunger flashing in my eyes. We're killing them. Liu stared at me, completely paralyzed. All of them. Yi, there are 100 soldiers with guns. You can't be serious. Liu's mind was clearly spinning. He was probably replaying the survival philosophy I drummed into his head over and over again. My 16-word mantra for the wasteland was simple. If the enemy is weak, humiliate them. If the enemy is small, take their wife. If the enemy is fierce, bow your head. If the enemy is strong, obey. To survive in this hellscape, you had to be filled with awe and humility. Yi, my dear brother, Liu whispered, his face twisting into a mask of pure misery. This isn't what you taught me. You said a man has to be humble. I gave him a cold, predatory grin. Nobody understands humility better than me. I can be humble and pull off 1,000 gold heist at the same time. Liu stared at me, his mouth hanging open. Are we even using the same word? How did you wake up and turn into a completely different person? And after we kill them, he stammered. What then? Then we take the trucks, I said matter-of-factly. We take the guns, we take the money. When the sun hits the horizon, we leave this gray town behind. We sell the gear, get enough cash, and buy ourselves legal citizenship in Shugwang City. Yi, don't be impulsive. Liu was practically crying now, trying to appeal to whatever shred of sanity he thought I had left. That officer and the young man next to him, they looked dangerous. We're safe for now. Why risk it? I cut him off, my voice sharp. You don't understand anything. We're safe right now, but their plan is to push us all into the fire pit of Heishan. They're forcing us to go die for them. A real man doesn't live his life under someone else's thumb. My mind is made up. I leaned closer, laying out the plan. I'm going to sneak over there and take out the 2 leaders first. Once the camp falls into chaos, you move. We'll hit them from both sides and wipe them out. I didn't give him a chance to argue. I slipped away, moving like a ghost toward the dark corners of the nearby buildings. Yi, don't do it. Remember the 16 words. Liu hissed behind me, wringing his hands in despair. He watched me vanish into the shadows. Within seconds, I was gone. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, unable to find even a trace of my silhouette. I moved silently toward the command tents. There were plenty of guards on the perimeter, but they were nothing to me. Time stillness. A strange, silent ripple washed over the world. Everything froze. I burst into the camp like a sprinting leopard, weaving through the statues of soldiers. Time resume. I felt the flow of the world return the moment I cleared the outer guards. I didn't waste a second. My target was the largest tent at the very center of the camp. I'd scouted it earlier. The officer and that sharp-eyed young man were both inside. If I cut off the head, the rest of the body would fail. This wasn't just me being cocky because I had a few extra minutes of power. I had calculated this. Shugwang City's main army was already at Heishan. If I waited until we reached the mountain and joined the main force, escaping would be impossible. I could have just run away alone, sure. With my ability, escaping was easy. But where would I get the money? Shugwang City was strict about illegal immigrants. Without a proper ID, I'd be a rat in a cage, unable to move an inch. But right here, I had 100 rifles and a fleet of trucks. It was a gold mine waiting to be claimed. I reached the back of the main tent, blending into the shadows. Just as I raised my blade, a voice drifted through the canvas. Mr. Ng, the officer's low voice rumbled. Rumors are spreading that the Panga project, the one established before the Great Cataclysm, is hidden inside Heishan. Is there any truth to that? I froze. Panga project? The name hit me hard. Pengu was the creator of the world in ancient legends. Naming a project after him implied something world-altering, and it involved the era before the Cataclysm. That caught my curiosity. The Cataclysm happened 100 years ago. I had traveled here from 200 years in the past. That meant my original civilization had progressed for another century before whatever disaster struck and shattered humanity. The survivors spent the next 100 years rebuilding this wasteland. I wanted to know what happened in that missing gap of history. I lowered my knife, deciding to listen. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. The man called Mr. Ng snapped coldly. Forget it, I thought. I should just kill them now. Mr. Ng, Come on, the officer chuckled. The news is all over the Northern Alliance anyway. Why keep secrets from your own people? There was a long silence. Finally, Mr. Ng spoke. There is a shelter in Haishan. Vault 189. The Panga project was carried out there. So the legends are true, the officer whispered. They say the Panga project was designed to restart the world after the cataclysm, to create a new era. It's true, Mr. Ng confirmed. When the cataclysm hit, the elites built vaults. Only the top tier of humanity got in. They planned to wait out the disaster and then use Pangu to rebuild civilization. Vault 189 was the key, but they failed. He sounded almost mocking now. 100 years have passed. No project was implemented. No elites ever emerged. Nobody knows what happened, only that they're all dead. In the end, the ordinary people they abandoned were the ones who survived. 95% died from the pollution, but the remaining 5% adapted. We built this wasteland. The lucky ones found buried vaults, stole the old technology, and built cities like Shuguang. I know that much, the officer said. Tianqi Technology, the company that runs Shuguang City, started with one of those vaults. But what is the Panga project exactly? Mr. Ng paused. I don't know the full details. I only know there is a key item. The Panga flash drive. My heart skipped a beat. Inside that drive, Mr. Ng continued, is the sum of all knowledge from the civilized era. It is the crystallization of human history. That was the foundation for restarting the world. The officer gasped. I could hear the shock in his breathing. I understood it too. If Tianqi Technology could rule the North just by finding a few scraps of genetic editing tech, imagine what a person could do with the entire library of human knowledge. They wouldn't just rule a city. They would rule the world. Forgive me, the officer said, his voice trembling as he tried to compose himself. That is incredible. I gripped my knife tighter. The plan had just changed. I wasn't just here for the guns anymore. The officer's voice trembled, unable to hide his shock. With his limited experience, he said he couldn't even imagine the scale of such a discovery. A flash drive containing the crystallization of human civilization? It was a treasure trove of world-changing technology, gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, and even transcendent evolution. Everything a person could dream of, and things they couldn't, were all inside that Panga drive. The officer let out a sharp breath. Outside the tent, I quickly covered my own mouth to stop myself from doing the same. My God, I knew my era was advanced, but I had no idea it had reached such heights before the end. But something didn't sit right. Transcendent evolution? Inside, the officer had the same question. Mr. Ng, I understand the others, but what about transcendent evolution? I thought awakened individuals only appeared after the Great Catastrophe. Were there really superhumans back in the civilized era? They did appear after the catastrophe, Mr. Ng explained. The collapse took less than 3 years to destroy the old world. During those 3 years of chaos, the first batch of awakened emerged. The people of that era used what time they had left to study them. In such a short period, they actually cracked the mystery. They found a way to trigger a stable awakening. The officer gasped again. You mean they did in 3 years what we haven't been able to do in a century? Even now, how people awakened was a total mystery. If it weren't, awakened ones wouldn't be so rare. Mr. Ng shook his head. Not 3 years. It was 2.5. Silence fell inside the tent. Outside, my eyes were glowing. The secret to awakening. I had been jealous of Li Yu's magic hand for a long time. Who wouldn't want a superpower that didn't cost time, only mental energy? If I became an awakened, think of how much time I could save. I didn't care for gene editing or mechanical parts. Cutting up my body felt unreliable. But awakening was an evolution of the spirit. And then there was life engineering, a technology that could extend human life. More life meant more time. The more I thought about it, the hotter my blood ran. My eyes were full of raw desire. I never liked hypocrites. To me, humans are just a collection of desires. You should face them. I knew exactly what I wanted, and there was no shame in it. I wanted that Panga flash drive. As a man from the civilized era, it was only right that I should be the one to inherit its legacy. My plan changed instantly. I wasn't going to kill these people anymore. I was going to the Black Mountains. As the saying goes, wealth is found in danger. If I could get that drive, I'd never have to worry for the rest of my life. I hated wasting time, but that was only when the reward didn't match the effort. Using my time-stop ability to secure the future of humanity? That wasn't a waste. That was a bargain. Instead of risking the trip alone, I would let the army escort me. Their plan was to use wastelanders as scouts to clear the path. That meant until we reached the mountains, the army would actually be protecting us. As I plotted, the two men inside moved on to a new topic. Mr. Ng, as a member of the Zodiac, your knowledge is truly vast, the officer said, his voice dripping with flattery. But there's one thing I don't understand. News of the Black Mountains has leaked. Every major power is heading there for a piece of the pie. If the drive is so important, and you're a world-class sniper, why aren't you with the main force helping the company seize it? Why are we heading to the Black Mountain Cliffs instead? Isn't the vault located deep under the mountain itself? The officer had been confused since he received this escort mission. Why ignore the vault and head for the cliffs? The company has other arrangements for the vault, Mr. Ng said coldly. I am not responsible for seizing the drive. I am only responsible for killing. The officer was stunned. A target that requires your personal touch? There can't be many people in this world worth that. I could hear Mr. Ying's tone soften slightly. Everyone loves a good ego stroke if you hit the right spot, and clearly, he was proud of his marksmanship. He gave a cold snort. That is true. There aren't many. But this target, he definitely qualifies. He paused, then spat out a name. Yang Jie. What? The officer hissed, horrified. You mean, the tyrant, Yang Jie? Naturally. Only he is worthy of my black glue M300. I could almost picture Mr. Ng stroking that metal case with fire in his eyes. The officer sounded worried now. The tyrant is one of the food kings. A superhuman that powerful has mental strength far beyond human limits. Any assassination attempt would trigger his spiritual intuition. I'm afraid. It's true, Mr. Ng interrupted with a sneer. If the tyrant were that easy to kill, other snipers would have done it years ago. Then how? Not long ago, the tyrant destroyed one of the company's satellite cities single-handedly, Mr. Ng said. He's famous now, some even call him the strongest of the food kings. The company suffered heavy losses, but we gained something valuable, data. The tyrant's intuition has a range of 3,000 meters. If you shoot from within that circle, he'll sense it the moment you pull the trigger. But if you fire from outside 3,000 meters, he won't feel a thing. Outside 3,000 meters. The officer was speechless. Anyone who handled guns knew what that meant. A sniper is 1 in 10,000. A sniper who can hit a target from 3 kilometers away is 1 in a million. At that distance, gravity, wind speed, and humidity change everything. A bullet travels straight at first, but over that distance, it drifts wildly. You have to calculate every single variable perfectly. The officer recovered and began gushing with praise. I see. Only you could do it. Even if other snipers knew his weakness, they couldn't hit him from that far away. You're the only one. Mr. Ng actually laughed. Of course, once I eliminate the tyrant, the drive will be as good as ours. Wait, killing the tyrant helps us get the drive? The officer asked. The news has been out for a while, but why has no one been able to touch it yet? Because of the vault's defense systems, Mr. Ng replied. The technology protecting Shelter 189 is far beyond anything this era can produce. The defense systems of Shelter 189 were impenetrable. In the entire Northern Alliance, only the tyrant had a chance of breaking through to reach the Panga Drive. According to the intel, the tyrant was already closing in on Black Mountain. The officer's eyes lit up with realization. I see. You're waiting for the tyrant to break the defenses first. Then, you'll snipe him, and our team can walk right in to collect the drive. Exactly, Mr. Ng replied. Once the tyrant is dead, no one in Black Mountain will be able to challenge the company. Brilliant, truly brilliant, the officer gushed. If you kill one of the 10 kings, your rank among the Zodiacs will skyrocket. You might even take the top spot. I stopped listening after that. The rest was just mindless flattery, the kind of sycophancy that belonged in a comedy routine. I had what I needed. The Apocalypse Company's plan was simple. Use the tyrant to do the dirty work, then dispose of him. They didn't realize that in this game of predator and prey, there was always a bigger bird waiting behind them. The 10 kings? The Zodiacs? They were nothing to me. The moment I activated time stillness, they'd all be kneeling. I turned to leave, moving carefully through the shadows. I checked the ground for dry branches, the kind that always seem to be there in movies just to give away a spy's position. Sure enough, there was a snap-waiting twig right in my path. I stepped over it with a smirk, feeling pretty clever, and vanished into the darkness behind the tents. It took some time to navigate past the patrols, but I eventually made it back to the refugee camp. Most of the people were dead to the world, but Li Yu's eyes were wide, scanning the military zone with frantic energy. "What is that kid doing?" he hissed when I finally appeared behind him. He nearly jumped out of his skin. "White Knight, you're back. I thought you failed. I thought they caught you and were torturing you for info on me. What are you mumbling about?" I asked, wiping my hands on his shoulder. He let out a long breath of relief. "Nothing. Just praying for your success, Brother Knight." "So did you do it? Is he dead?" I gave him a confused look. "Dead? Who?" Li Yu blinked. "Weren't you going to kill the officer?" "What kind of nonsense is that?" I said. "I would never do something so reckless. I'm a man of strategy. I move only after I've planned everything out. It seems you haven't learned my 16-word mantra yet." "Fine. I'll give you a simpler 8-word version. Bully the weak, kneel to the strong, stay as solid as a steel wall. Remember it this time." Li Yu looked at me like I was a stranger. "Brother Knight, you're scaring me. If you didn't kill anyone, what were you doing all that time?" "I was peeing." "For that long?" "I'm often troubled by how powerful my kidney function is," I said solemnly. I'd actually taken a leak on the way back, and I made sure to finish wiping my hands on his coat. Li Yu was fuming. "You told me you were going to kill someone, kept me awake in terror, and now you tell me to go to sleep? How am I supposed to sleep? What is your actual goal?" I thought about it. I still needed this kid's right hand once we reached Black Mountain, so I decided to be honest. "I'm going to Black Mountain." "What? You're going to commit suicide?" I kicked him. I said Black Mountain. "How does that translate to suicide in your head?" "Is there a difference?" he groaned, rolling over. "I'm going to sleep. I figured out how you awakened your powers, by the way. You must have eaten a poisonous mushroom that rotted your brain. That's the only way you became a supernatural." The next morning, the army dragged us awake before the sun was even up. I spent the first hour yawning, feeling irritable. I'd wasted 30 seconds of my life the day before, and the lack of sleep was making my temper flare. 10 troop carriers roared to life, their engines thundering through the wasteland. Soldiers pointed rifles at us, barking orders to move faster. "Keep up. Anyone who falls behind dies." We were driven like a flock of ragged sheep. I kept my head down, blending into the crowd as we marched through the dust. By noon, the soldiers finally stopped the trucks to cook. They sat on their tailgates, laughing and eating canned meat, while we collapsed on the ground, exhausted and starving. Most of the refugees had fled the town because of the food shortage, so they had nothing. They watched the soldiers with hollow eyes, swallowing their spit every time a tin was opened. The soldiers ignored them, treating us like scenery. One soldier finished his meal and tossed the empty tin into the crowd as a joke. A fight broke out instantly. 3 men scrambled in the dirt, clawing at each other just to lick the grease off the inside of the can. "Look at them," a soldier laughed. "They're like stray dogs fighting over scraps." To these city people from the Apocalypse Company, we weren't even the same species. "Bastards," Li Yu muttered. He pulled out a cockroach protein bar and took a spiteful bite. Being a wasteland dweller himself, he couldn't stand the humiliation. "Hey, brother, can you spare a bite?" A middle-aged man had crept up, his eyes locked on Li Yu's food. Li Yu didn't hesitate. He tossed the man a whole bar. "Here, take it." He wanted to show he was better than the city soldiers. The man's eyes lit up. He wolfed it down in seconds. I watched and shook my head. Li Yu was still too naive. The man didn't even say thank you. Instead, he stared at the ragged sack on Li Yu's back. "Got any more?" the man asked. "I'm still hungry." Li Yu frowned. "Wait, you actually ate the whole thing?" Before he could say another word, more refugees swarmed in like locusts. Muddy hands reached out from every direction. "Give me some. I haven't eaten in 3 days." "Over here." "Me too." Li Yu hesitated, then pulled out a few more bars to hand out. That was the mistake. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The people who got food wanted more, and the people who didn't were getting desperate. "He has food in the bag," someone screamed. "Give it up." There are so many of us starving. Are you trying to watch us die? The crowd closed in, their eyes glowing with a terrifying, greenish hunger. They weren't people anymore. They were wolves. He has food in his bag, someone screamed. Give it up. There are so many of us starving. Are you trying to watch us die? The crowd closed in, their eyes glowing with a terrifying, greenish hunger. They weren't people anymore. They were wolves. A few of them couldn't take it and lunged forward, trying to rip the sack right off Liyu's back. Liyu snapped. He was injured, but he was still unawakened. With a sharp growl, he shoved them back, sending the leaders sprawling into the dirt. What do you mean? I'm trying to starve you. Liu roared. The soldiers have plenty of food. Why don't you go bother them? A tall, burly man stood up, dusting himself off with a look of pure entitlement. Don't be stupid. If the soldier lords would give us food, would we be asking you? Hand it over now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Liyu's face went pale with rage. His wounded right hand began to throb. You animals, you absolute animals. The crowd wasn't listening. They were getting bolder, stepping closer, ready to swarm him by sheer numbers. That's when I finished my protein bar and stood up. I let a cold, jagged smile spread across my face as I scanned the mob. Look at you, Liu. So stingy, I said, my voice cutting through the noise. Everyone just wants a little snack. Why be so difficult? Liu stared at me, completely stunned. Brother Yi? You. I didn't wait for him to finish. I grabbed the sack of food and stepped right into the center of the hungry crowd. I held it up high. All right, who wants food? Come and get it. I'm not as heartless as he is. The crowd erupted. They surged toward me like a wave of locusts, hands clawing at the air. The tall man who had spoken earlier used his size to shove everyone else aside, reaching me first. You've got the right idea, kid, he barked, his eyes wide with greed. Now give it here. I smiled and held out a cockroach protein bar. Don't rush. We're all from Gray Soil Town. We should help each other out, right? You're hungry. I have food. It's only natural that you take mine. The man's hand clamped onto the bar. Exactly. You know how to talk. It's just a bit of food. No need to be. He pulled. The bar didn't move. I didn't let go. His expression shifted from greed to confusion, then to a flicker of fear. Kid, what are you doing? Let go. I looked at him with mock surprise, as if I'd just seen something impossible. Wait, you were actually going to eat this? You really thought I'd just give it to you? A sickening crack echoed through the camp. I didn't just let go. I grabbed his wrist and twisted. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat as he collapsed to the ground. His right hand bent back at a grotesque, unnatural angle. The crowd froze. The frantic energy vanished, replaced by cold terror. I looked down at the man, who was sobbing in the dirt. I was just joking with you, I said softly. I didn't think you'd actually be brave enough to try and take it. My hand. You bastard. I'll kill. I slammed my boot down on his shattered wrist. I ground my heel into the broken bone, listening to the wet crunch and his renewed, agonizing shrieks. Still hungry? I asked. No, no more. Please, he wailed, sweat pouring down his face. You didn't want to give it to him, fine. But was there a need to do this? A short man in the crowd shouted, his voice trembling with indignation. I didn't say a word. I lunged forward, grabbing the speaker by the collar and hoisting him up like a wet rag. I slammed him into the hard earth, so hard the wind left his lungs in a wheeze. Before he could recover, I brought my boot down on his mouth. The scream he tried to let out was muffled by the sound of his teeth shattering. I kicked him again, and again. I didn't stop until his mouth was nothing but a red, pulpy mess. I hate it when people bark at me from the back of a crowd. I spat, my eyes dark with violence. Go on. Keep barking. I dare you. The brutality was enough. The mob backed away, stumbling over each other to get clear of me. No one tried to help the two men on the ground. They just saw a monster, and they wanted no part of it. What are you looking at, you idiots? I growled, my gaze sweeping over them like a blade. Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyes out. Get lost. They scattered like rats. Not far away, inside one of the armored transport trucks, Mr. Ng and a military officer were watching the whole scene through the window. Savage, ignorant wastelanders, the officer sneered, shaking his head. I don't know why the company keeps them around. If it were up to me, I'd wipe them all out to make room for real civilization. Mr. Ng remained calm, his expression unreadable. Even trash has its uses. The company's vision is larger than yours. Of course, Mr. Ng. You're right. The officer quickly pivoted, bowing his head. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to the truck window. Sir, a wastelander is here. He says he has urgent information to report. The officer frowned, waving a hand dismissively. Tell him to get lost. What could a piece of filth like that possibly have to say? Sir, the soldier hesitated. He says it's about a forbidden object. The officer froze. He looked at Mr. Ng, who finally showed a spark of interest. Mr. Ng gave a slight nod. Bring him here, the officer ordered. A few moments later, a scrawny, trembling man was dragged to the window. He looked like he was about to collapse from fear. Sir, my name is Wang. Nobody cares what your name is, the officer snapped, pulling out a white silk handkerchief to cover his nose. What's this about a forbidden object? If you're lying, I'll put a bullet in your head right now. The man fell to his knees, his forehead hitting the dirt. I wouldn't lie. I swear. Back in Gray Soil Town, there was a forbidden object called the Breath of Bone. A man named Bai took it. I just saw him in the crowd. The officer's eyes lit up. You're saying someone in this camp is carrying a forbidden object? Impossible. We searched everyone for weapons. Sir, he's an awakened. The object recognized him as its master. Even if he isn't holding it, he has it hidden nearby. I know it. Mr. Ng leaned forward, his amber eyes sharp as a hawk's. Why didn't you say this earlier? I didn't recognize him at first, the man stammered, his words tumbling out in a rush. He joined the camp yesterday with another guy. It was dark, and he was covered in dirt. But when he started beating those people just now, I knew it was him. He was our deputy commander in the East District. I even helped him to the mess hall when he was hurt. He promised me a piece of meat for helping him, but he never gave it to me. Sir, since I gave you this news, can I have that piece of meat now? The man was babbling, his mind clearly broken by hunger and fear, but he had given them exactly what they wanted. Back at our spot, Liu was staring at the ground, his shoulders slumped. Brother Yi, did I do the wrong thing? He asked quietly. I just thought they looked pathetic. I rolled my eyes and took another bite of food. What? Did your conscience finally catch up to you? Don't worry. In this world, a conscience is just a weight that pulls you under. Maybe I really was wrong, Liu muttered, his voice trembling. No, I said, my tone flat. You weren't wrong. The era we live in is what's wrong. Liu's head snapped up. He looked at me with a mix of shock and sudden emotion, as if he couldn't believe how comforting I was being. Brother Yi, you're right. It is the era. If this were a civilized age, none of this would be happening. If only. I raised an eyebrow, cutting him off. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He blinked, confused. I thought you meant. I meant that if a person wants to live well, the first rule is to never admit you're wrong, I explained. How could I possibly be wrong? Admitting fault is just mental self-torture. It's a waste of energy. Remember this. If you can blame someone else, do it. If you can't find anyone else to blame, blame the era. Liu stared at me. I could see his fragile worldview crumbling. In the few days he'd known me, I'd bombarded him with twisted logic and shameless philosophies. First, the 8-character mantra, now the it's the era's fault rule. He wasn't exactly a saint, but compared to me, he probably felt like a candidate for priesthood. Brother Yi, he sighed. I really envy your mental state. By the way, do you have any more of those poisonous mushrooms you ate earlier? I'll give you a mushroom, I snapped, reaching for him. Wait. No, not the right hand. Liu scrambled back, shielding his arm. He'd rather lose a limb than his dominant hand, but he knew my character by now. I was the type of guy who would see a man with a limp and kick his good leg just for balance. We messed around for a moment until a sudden movement in the military camp caught my eye. The officer and Mr. Ng stepped out of their vehicle. Standing beside them was a cowering wasteland scavenger, pointing a trembling finger in our direction. I let out a long, heavy sigh. What is it, Brother Yi? Liu asked, his curiosity piqued. Get ready to fight, I said. Again. I didn't answer. I stood up slowly and began walking toward the officer and Mr. Ng. My movement drew every eye in the camp. The other refugees stopped eating, their bodies tensing with fear. They didn't know what was coming, but they saw a high-ranking officer approaching a lone teenager. "Sir, that's him. That's Bai Yi," the informant shrieked, desperate to prove he wasn't lying. The officer watched me approach, a smirk playing on his lips. He looked interested. Mr. Ng, however, remained cold. Those amber hawk eyes of his seemed to peel back my skin to look at my soul. "You have a forbidden object," Mr. Ng stated calmly. I didn't bother lying. "I do." I reached into my clothes and pulled out the breath of bone. The reaction was instantaneous. The air filled with the sharp clack-clack of bolts being thrown back. A dozen soldiers leveled their rifles at my chest. The officer frowned and barked at his men. "What are you doing? Put those down. With Mr. Ng here, do you really think one forbidden object can change anything? Isn't that right, Mr. Ng?" "Ng." Mr. Ng gave a small, confident nod. There was no arrogance on his face, only a deep-seated certainty. To him, a wasteland kid with a cursed gun was no threat at all. "You survived 6 rounds of Russian roulette to contain that object," Mr. Ng said, his voice dripping with the condescending praise of a superior. "For a scavenger, you have some courage. Hurry up and thank Mr. Ng," the officer added, still sucking up. "Being praised by him is the greatest honor of your life." I didn't respond. I was busy calculating how long it would take me to kill all 100 soldiers standing in the clearing. "Hey, kid, I'm talking to." "It's fine," Mr. Ng interrupted, raising a hand. "Scavengers lack manners. It's expected." He looked at the black revolver in my hand. "How is the power?" I spun the cylinder. "I don't have any bullets." "Give him bullets," Mr. Ng ordered. The soldiers gasped. Giving a scavenger ammunition was suicide. But seeing Mr. Ying's absolute composure, they obeyed. A soldier stepped forward and handed me a few rounds. I didn't hesitate. I loaded the chamber, snapped it shut, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The thunderous report sent the refugees and soldiers jumping. Only Mr. Ng and the officer didn't flinch. Beside them, the informant, the man who had sold me out, collapsed. A massive hole was blown through his chest. His eyes stayed wide, frozen in shock, as he hit the dirt. The refugees were horrified. I had just murdered a man right in front of the military. Mr. Ng glanced at the corpse and smiled thinly. "The power is decent. If you survive the trip to Black Mountain, I might give you a chance to become one of my followers." He turned to walk away, not even waiting for an answer. In his mind, no scavenger would ever turn down such an honor. The officer sneered at me. "You're lucky, kid." He followed Mr. Ng. He didn't try to steal the gun because he knew the price of containment was too high and the side effects weren't worth the money. "Did I say you two could leave?" My voice rang out, sharp and defiant. The entire camp went silent. Mr. Ng and the officer both stopped in their tracks, their brows furrowing. I leveled the breath of bone at them, my eyes burning through the grime on my face. "Brother Yi, my dear brother, calm down," Liu hissed from the sidelines. "They aren't taking your gun. Why push it?" I let out a cold, jagged laugh. "They aren't robbing me? That's funny, because I'm planning on robbing them." Liu stared at me, his jaw dropping. He couldn't comprehend it. To a normal person, if the powerful let you go, you count your blessings and run. But I didn't see it that way. I saw 2 trash heaps who thought they were gods. They had tossed a bone on the ground and expected me to wag my tail and lick it with gratitude. They had come here, acted like big shots in front of me, and now they thought they could just walk away? I had planned to follow the caravan quietly, but these 2 had to come and ruin my mood. "Seriously," I said, a grin spreading across my face. "Who gave you the courage to act tough in front of me?" Mr. Ng turned back, his amber eyes cold and murderous. The trace of appreciation he had for me was gone, replaced by pure disdain. "I thought you were a smart man. It turns out you're just a dead one." "Mr. Ng, don't waste your anger on this trash," the officer said, stepping forward. "He's just another scavenger who let a little power go to his head. Let me handle this." Mr. Ng gave a dismissive grunt. Fighting a scavenger was beneath him. The officer cracked his neck, and a sickening sound of grinding metal gears echoed from his throat. He looked at me and sneered. "I've seen plenty of stupid people in my time." The officer sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. "But you're in a league of your own. Do you really think holding a rusty piece of scrap metal makes you invincible?" He stepped closer, his mechanical joints whirring. "Forbidden objects are powerful, sure, but they actually have to hit something to work. With how slow you are, I could stand right here and let you take shots all day. You wouldn't even graze me. Mr. Ng didn't even look at me. Stop wasting words, he said coldly. Finish him so we can leave. Suddenly, Mr. Ying's voice spiked into a sharp, panicked note. He froze. His entire body went rigid, his muscles locking up as if his survival instincts were screaming at a volume he couldn't ignore. The hair on the back of his neck stood straight up. A chilling dread crawled up his spine, exploding at the base of his skull. The source of that terror was the cold, heavy barrel of a revolver pressed firmly against the back of his head. I stood right behind him, the sleek black metal of the breath of bone biting into his skin. Talking to yourself is fine, I whispered into his ear, my voice jagged and mocking. But there's a limit to how much nonsense I'll listen to. Don't you agree, Mr. Ng? This is impossible, Mr. Ng gasped. His amber, hawk-like eyes shrunk into tiny pinpricks. He was reeling. He couldn't wrap his head around how I, who had been standing several yards in front of him a second ago, was now breathing down his neck. His hawk eyes were famous for their dynamic vision. He was supposed to see everything. Even death itself wasn't supposed to be faster than his gaze. Was it teleportation? He didn't know. He only knew he was one finger twitch away from oblivion. Let him go, the officer roared. His face was a mask of fury and shock. He tried to lunge forward, his mechanical limbs tensing to strike, but then his expression shifted to pure horror. As he tried to move, he realized he couldn't feel his arms or legs. With a sickening series of metallic snaps, his mechanical limbs simply disconnected from his torso. His body began to slide downward. Thud. The officer hit the dirt, nothing more than a head and a torso. His expensive mechanical arms and legs lay scattered around him like discarded toys, clattering against the stones. What? What did you do to me? He shrieked. His face was twisted with a fear so deep it looked deformed. The fine, pampered skin of a city dweller was now smeared with the filth of the wasteland. He hadn't even seen me move, yet he had been dismantled like a broken clock. Mr. Ng, however, forced himself to stay calm. He was a gene-modded human, but he wasn't a frontline bruiser. His strength lay in his eyes and his legendary sniping skills. Give him a kilometer of distance and a rifle, and he could kill a king. But with a gun to his head, he was just a man. Tell them to drop their weapons, I commanded, my shadow looming over him. Drop them, all of you, Mr. Ng barked. The surrounding soldiers looked at each other, trembling, before slowly laying their rifles in the dust. Liu, get over here and do some work, I shouted. Liu stumbled out from the crowd, his jaw hanging open. He looked like he was walking through a dream. He navigated the sea of soldiers and stopped beside me, staring at me as if I had grown a second head. Brother Yi, what do you want me to do? I rolled my eyes. His stunned expression was starting to annoy me. I gave him a quick kick in the rear. Collect the guns, idiot. Oh, right. Liu scrambled to grab the rifles. After a moment, he looked back at me and gave a shaky thumbs up. Brother Yi, you're a legend. Once the weapons were secured, Mr. Ng was forced to lead the way. Ng spoke up, his voice low and strained. I've done what you asked. Now we can talk. I cut him off with a jagged, cruel laugh. I tell you to do something, and you just do it? Damn, you're as obedient as a dog. Bang. The breath of bone roared. A flash of fire and a streak of crimson light erupted from the barrel. A blood-red bullet tore through the air and shattered Mr. Ying's right knee. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed into the dirt. His face turned paper white, sweat pouring down his face, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to scream. I had to hand it to him. He was tougher than the average person. A normal man would have lost the entire leg, but the gene modding left him with only a thumb-sized hole gushing blood. It was a crippling wound, but survivable. The soldiers flinched, ready to rush forward, but Mr. Ng raised a trembling hand. Don't move. He turned his head painfully to look at me. You didn't kill me. That means you want to negotiate. I was arrogant. I didn't realize there was an awakened this powerful in the wastes. I admit defeat. Tell me your conditions. Anything to let me live. Oh, now you admit defeat. I sneered, pressing the hot muzzle of the gun against his forehead. A minute ago, you were giving me a chance. Well, I'm a wasteland scavenger. I've never seen a high and mighty city lord crawl and begged for mercy. Maybe if you kowtow until I'm happy, I'll consider letting you go. Mr. Ying's face turned a hideous shade of purple. To a man like him, bowing to a scavenger was a fate worse than death. A warrior can be killed, but not insulted, he snarled, his eyes flashing with a final spark of pride. Bang! I pulled the trigger. A hole opened up in the center of his forehead. Mr. Ying slumped over, his amber eyes wide with shock, staring at nothing. He never thought I'd actually do it. You killed him. You actually killed Mr. Ying, the limbless officer screamed, his voice cracking. I shrugged. Don't blame me. He said it himself. He'd rather be killed than insulted. I was just being helpful. How dare you? Do you have any idea who he was? The officer wailed. He was one of the 12 Zodiacs. The company will never let you live. I walked over and kicked the officer square in the face, sending blood spraying from his nose. I leaned down, my eyes burning with violence. Are you really this stupid? You're about to die, and you're still trying to act tough? I'm not just killing him. I'm killing you too. The reality finally sank in. The officer began to shake, cold sweat mixing with the blood on his face. No, wait. You can't. If I die, the company will. Screw your company. I snapped, kicking him again and again until his front teeth were scattered in the dirt. Any last words? No. Good. Wait. Don't kill me. Please, he shrieked, his voice muffled by blood. I'll do anything. I'll crawl. I'll kowtow. Without his limbs, he had to use his stomach and neck muscles to slam his forehead against the ground. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk. I burst out laughing, turning to the crowd of stunned wastelanders. Look at this. See, these lords from the City of Dawn? They bleed and beg just like us. The hundreds of people watching were silent. The only sound was my wild, mocking laughter echoing in the wind. Liu looked at the dead legend on the ground and then at the officer desperately bashing his head against the dirt. He swallowed hard. It had all happened so fast. In his mind, people from the city were like gods. He never imagined a god could die so easily, so pathetically. Brother Yi, Liu whispered, his voice trembling. Is he really dead? Just like that. I sighed, looking down at the corpse. Yeah, who would have thought? 1 minute he was alive, the next he wasn't. I grinned at him, my teeth white against the grime. Don't worry, Liu. He didn't die for nothing. Mr. Hard's death wasn't for nothing. As he lay there, his life force drained away and flowed into me, providing a massive surge of vitality. By my estimate, his essence was worth at least 10 of those mutated sparrows. I felt my muscles tighten and my senses sharpen. My physical stats were climbing again. Mercy. Please, mercy. The officer was still slamming his head against the dirt. Even with his face covered in blood and grime, he didn't dare stop. I glanced at the nearby soldiers. They were twitching, their hands hovering near their holsters, looking for an opening. I needed a plan. My original goal was to use the military's resources to get to the Black Mountains. Now, looking at the broken man at my feet, I realized I didn't need their permission. I just needed to keep the gun pointed at his head. The process had changed, but the result would be the same. Fine, I said, looking down at him. Stop hitting the floor. I'll give you one chance to live. Escort me to the Black Mountains. The officer froze. First came a flash of pure joy, followed immediately by terror. You want to go to the Black Mountains? I narrowed my eyes, my voice dropping to a cold whisper. Do you have a problem with that? No problem at all, he stammered, his voice cracking. He turned his head toward his men and screamed. What are you idiots standing around for? Get the trucks ready. We're escorting this lord to the mountains right now. The soldiers looked at each other, paralyzed. They had watched Mr. Hard, a man they considered a legend, get his head deleted by a single shot. They had seen their commander dismantled in seconds. Even with their rifles, they knew they stood no chance against an awakened like me, especially since they were currently unarmed. Just as they started to move, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air from the crowd of wastelanders. Snake! There's a snake! A man in rags jumped as if he'd been electrocuted. A small, pitch-black snake was coiled tightly around his left arm. He thrashed wildly, trying to shake it off, but the serpent's fangs were locked deep into his flesh. Within 2 seconds, a sickly purple bruise raced up his arm and onto his face. His screaming stopped instantly. He hit the ground stiff as a board, foam bubbling from his lips, his eyes bulging out of their sockets until he drew his last breath. Panic erupted. People scattered, but they didn't get far. The ground itself seemed to be moving. Small mounds of dirt buckled and burst open with a sickening rustle. Black snakes began pouring out of the earth. There were thousands of them. A literal carpet of writhing, black scales, their triangular heads held high, flicking scarlet tongues. The sound of their scales rubbing together created a vibration that made my skin crawl. It was a nightmare for anyone with even a hint of ophidiophobia. Black-scaled serpents, the officer shrieked from the ground. I cursed under my breath. I couldn't believe my luck. First the hounds, then the sparrows, and now this. How many mutated beasts were the Black Mountains spitting out? Liu, give them their guns back. I yelled. Prepare for combat. Liu didn't hesitate. He knew internal squabbles didn't matter when you were about to be eaten alive. He signaled the soldiers to grab their weapons. I reached down, grabbed the officer by his collar, and hauled him up. Tell your men to hunt those snakes, I growled. Yes, yes. Right away. He nodded like a bobblehead. He knew the deal. He could beg a human for mercy, but these monsters didn't negotiate. The air filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. The soldiers opened fire immediately, knowing that if they didn't kill the snakes, they were dead men. The wastelanders weren't so lucky. Most ran blindly into the swarm, while a few tried to throw rocks. It was useless. Running only made them die faster. I watched a man stumble right into a nest. A dozen snakes swarmed up his pant legs, their cold, reptilian bodies sliding against his skin. He screamed, jumping and scratching at himself like a maniac. He managed to rip one off, but 3 more took its place. Finally, a snake reached his neck. It reared back, hissed, and lunged straight into his open mouth. He gagged, his eyes wide with silent agony, before his body went rigid and disappeared under a wave of black scales. My pulse hammered in my ears. I looked at my internal clock. Killing Mr. Hard and maiming the officer had taken 33 seconds. I only had 57 seconds of my peak state left. 57 seconds wasn't enough to kill 1,000 snakes, and it definitely wasn't enough time to run away. I couldn't just stand there. I raised the breath of bone and pulled the trigger. Fleshy red veins erupted from the white bone grip, burrowing into my palm to drink my blood. The gun roared. Each scarlet bullet was powerful enough to tear through 2 or 3 snakes at once. If I aimed at a cluster, I could take out 5. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Damn it. These things are trash. I spat. The snakes provided even less vitality than the sparrows. They weren't even worth the blood the gun was taking from me. I glanced around. The wastelanders were almost all gone, save for a few survivors sprinting toward the soldiers. But the soldiers were breaking, too. It's hard to hit a writhing target on the ground with a rifle. Some had dropped their guns entirely, pulling out combat knives for a desperate, final stand. Surprisingly, the most effective killer was Liu. He gritted his teeth, swinging his bandaged right hand through the air. His ability, Magic Hand, activated instantly. A 3-meter-long invisible palm slammed down from the sky, crushing dozens of snakes into the dirt and leaving a massive indentation in the earth. I felt a surge of hope. Liu, how much longer can you keep that up? Liu was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. 3 minutes. I shouted, grinning. That's enough. We can clear them. 2. Liu wheezed. Wait, what? Flop. Liu's right hand fell limp at his side. Fresh blood began to seep through his white bandages. Liu, you bastard. Are you kidding me right now? You think this is the time for jokes? He gave me a weak, pathetic smile. I was just trying to sound cool. Like you. Don't learn the bad habits. I barked. Since Liu was out of commission, I turned my glare back to the officer. Hard had come here prepared for mutated beasts. They had to have a trump card. What if I bolt those mechanical arms back onto you right now? I asked. The officer let out a miserable laugh. It won't work. Those arms aren't just bolted on. They require a neural interface. You severed the connectors. They're just scrap metal now. Screw it. I growled, grabbing him by the shirt. Then I'm throwing you to the snakes. Wait. There's another way. I paused, my eyes narrowing. Speak. My mechanical arms, they have a self-destruct sequence, he gasped. It's meant to kill the enemy and prevent the technology from being stolen. I can't trigger it manually anymore, but if the internal core is damaged, it'll blow. You just need to shoot the joint connectors with that forbidden object of yours. Why didn't you say that earlier? I yelled, kicking him hard enough to knock the wind out of him. I knew why, of course. He didn't want to lose his expensive toys. But right now, his toys were the only thing that could save our lives. A single mechanical arm cost millions. With 4 of them, that officer had invested his entire life savings into those limbs just to claw his way into his current position. If they were destroyed, he'd have nothing left. He probably thought I was strong enough to handle the black snakes on my own, which is why he kept his mouth shut. But now that I was about to feed him to the pit, he couldn't hide the truth anymore. I scanned the ground and spotted one of the silver-white mechanical arms. I picked it up and hurled it with all my strength into the thickest part of the snake swarm. As it hit the ground, I leveled my revolver at the joint connector and pulled the trigger. Bang! Nothing happened. The arm just sat there. You dare lie to me? I roared. I lost my temper and kicked the officer square in the ribs. He turned pale, gasping for air as he curled into a ball. I'm not lying. I swear, he wheezed. The self-destruct core is in there. It has to work. Brother Yi? Liu whispered from the side. I think you missed. My face went dark. If you've got nothing useful to say, keep your mouth shut. I took aim again. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. On the 3rd shot, I finally hit the mark. A sharp metallic ring echoed as the bullet struck the connector. Then, the world turned white. Boom! It sounded like 10 grenades going off at once. A massive pillar of fire erupted, flipping hundreds of black snakes into the air. Charred, severed snake bodies rained down from the sky like blackened confetti. The surviving snakes seemed terrified by the blast. They turned tail and vanished into the dirt in the blink of an eye. The crisis was over. Everyone let out a long, shaky breath of relief. I looked around at what was left of our group. The wastelanders were all dead. Even the soldiers had taken a hit, with over 30 of them gone. Our massive convoy had dwindled to about 60 people. The only silver lining was that there were no wounded. Anyone bitten by those snakes died instantly from the venom. The surviving soldiers snapped out of their shock and looked at me, their hands trembling on their rifles. I gave them a look of pure disdain. What? You already forgot how Mr. Ng ended up. They shivered, likely picturing his mangled corpse. The officer, desperate to stay in my good graces, started screaming at them. Drop your guns. Anyone who defies Master Bai Yi will be executed on the spot. I decided to play along to keep them moving. Escort me to Black Mountain, and I'll let you go. I was lying, of course. They were all going to die at Black Mountain. If even one of them made it back to Dawn City, I'd have an entire army hunting me down. I wasn't about to let the Zodiacs, or whatever they called themselves, come for my head. After a quick reorganization, we set off again. To make sure the soldiers didn't try to bolt, I confiscated their guns and shot out the tires of every vehicle except one troop carrier. The roles were reversed now. Before, I was the one running on the ground while they rode in comfort. Now, I sat in the driver's seat while they jogged in front of the truck. Inside the cab, Liu was poking at a sleek, silver metal case. Brother Yi, what's in here? The gift from Mr. Ng. Open it and see, I said, focused on the road. I already knew what was inside. Click. Liu popped the latches. The scent of cold steel and machine oil filled the cabin. 8 precision components lay nestled in black foam, their matte finish absorbing the light. The barrel sat in the center, looking like a coiled black python. A sniper rifle. Liu's eyes lit up. He didn't know much about guns, but anyone could see this thing was high-end. That's Mr. Ying's Black Glue M300. The officer muttered from the back, trying to be helpful. It's one of the top sniper rifles in existence. Its power is close to a Jiao-level forbidden object. I perked up at that. When Mr. Ng first saw my breath of bone, he called it a snake-level object. Now this guy was mentioning a Jiao level. Is that how you rank these things? I asked. The officer nodded quickly. Forbidden objects are ranked in 3 tiers: snake, Jiao, and dragon. Your revolver is snake level. The Black Glue M300 isn't technically a forbidden object, but it's so rare and powerful that it's ranked alongside the Jiao level ones. That's why it has the black glue name. Liu's eyes turned into dollar signs. So this thing is worth a fortune? You can't even put a price on it, the officer said. It's not from our era. It's a relic from the civilization era. We can't mass produce them anymore. Modern rifles only have a range of maybe 1,000 meters. The black glue? It hits targets at 4,000 meters. With supersonic rounds, it pierces any armor. Too many words, Liu snapped. Just tell me how much. The officer paused. On the black market? At least 10 million. How much? Liu screamed, so loud my ears rang. Quiet down, I grumbled, rubbing my ear. Act like you've been somewhere. It's just a few million. Brother Yi, that's 10 million. Liu was flushed red. If we sell this, we're set for life. Correction, I said. I'm set for life. Liu's face fell instantly. He immediately switched to a flattering grin. Brother Yi, after everything we've been through, you've got to give your little brother a cut, right? Not a chance. The light died in Liu's eyes. He looked at the rifle with a mix of longing and heartbreak. I kept my eyes on the road. Besides, I'm not selling it. Not selling it. Why? Because it's too famous, I explained. There are only a few of these in the world. The moment you put it up for sale, you're telling the world you killed Mr. Ng. Liu blinked. But if we don't sell it, it's just scrap metal. I glanced at him. Who said it's scrap? I'm keeping it for myself. Liu looked at me, then remembered how it took me 3 shots to hit a stationary mechanical arm from 10 feet away. The look of pure doubt on his face was insulting. I had a stomach ache from those protein bars. I snapped. My aim was just off. Sure, Brother Yi, Liu sighed. You can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. Get out, I growled. Get out of the truck right now and run a kilometer away. Let's see if I can't shoot that single stray hair off your head. Liu instinctively flattened the messy tuft of hair on his crown. The moment he let go, it boinged back up. He quickly changed the subject before I actually tried to use him for target practice. Anyway, the range on this thing is terrifying. If you hadn't taken out Mr. Ng when you did, man, a sniper from 4 kilometers away, we wouldn't have even known we were dead. I knew he was right. My time-stop ability was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. A sniper was my natural enemy. It was hard to sense a bullet coming from 1,000 meters away, and if my reaction was even a second late, I'd end up with a new hole in my head. That was exactly why I kept the black M300. I needed to train myself to be a sniper. To survive the wasteland, you have to understand the tools that can kill you. Snipers are the scariest, Liu continued, his voice trembling. They're ghosts you can't see. Brother Yi, tell me, if a sniper was trying to take me out, should I run in a straight line or a zigzag? Neither, I said flatly. Huh? Then what? My advice. Stand perfectly still and hope he develops a conscience. Liu went silent. The night sky was a void, the stars wiped away by thick clouds, leaving only a cold, lonely moon hanging above us. Around the camp, the soldiers sat huddled near the fires. Their faces were grim as they stared at the numbered tags in their hands. I had organized them into groups, the same way they used to treat the wastelanders. 20 men to a group, each watching the other. If one man ran, the whole group died. I had made the officer the supervisor, telling him clearly that for every runner, I'd carve a piece of meat off his body. The terrified man hadn't blinked in hours. I sat in the transport truck, staring at a gold pocket watch. It was a selfless gift from the officer. 10:28 p.m. I sighed. Why couldn't it be midnight already? Ever since I gained the ability to stop time, I found myself constantly wishing for the day to end so my clock would reset. I had less than a minute of frozen time left, and it made me feel exposed. We were camping in the wilderness because the closer we got to Black Mountain, the more deserted the land became. There were no outposts or ruins to take shelter in. Brother Yi, we won't run into any more mutated beasts tonight, right? Liu asked, peering into the pitch-black darkness. He was rattled. In just a few days, we had encountered 3 waves of those monsters and watched hundreds of people die. Probably not, I muttered, though I wasn't sure. Black Mountain wasn't a zoo. There couldn't be that many of them, right? Actually, Lord Bai Yi, the officer stammered, his voice hesitant. Records show that during the old civilization, there was a massive wildlife park in the Black Mountain region. And usually, to ensure species survival, The vaults would collect all kinds of animals. Suddenly, a long, haunting wolf howl ripped through the silence of the plains. "You and your big mouth." I snapped, kicking the officer hard enough to make him howl too. I leaped off the truck. "Everyone, get your weapons. Prepare to fight. Wolves are pack hunters. If you hear one, it means you're already surrounded." The soldiers scrambled like startled birds, grabbing their rifles with shaking hands. In the darkness beyond the firelight, dozens of glowing, predatory eyes flickered into existence. Bang! A panicked soldier pulled his trigger too early. That was the signal. The beasts charged into the light, revealing their true forms. They were massive gray wolves, over 2 meters tall, with limbs as thick as pillars and claws like steel hooks. Their fur wasn't just gray, it was mottled with dark red and black stripes, looking like dried blood mixed with oil. Dozens of them thundered toward us. The ground shook under their weight, sounding like a cavalry charge. They were too fast. Between their speed and the poor visibility, the soldiers couldn't aim. In seconds, the wolves were in our faces. Screams erupted. Some soldiers froze in terror, while others turned to bolt. But 2 legs can't outrun 4. I fired rapidly, emptying an entire magazine just to bring down a single wolf. These things were smart. They knew the guns were the biggest threat, so they never stayed in one spot, leaping from one victim to the next in a blur of fur and teeth. I cursed my own aim. I swore right then that if I survived this, I would spend every waking hour practicing. But it wasn't just me. Even the trained soldiers couldn't hit them. The wolves moved like flickering shadows. "Damn it! Another arm!" I yelled. I grabbed a mechanical arm from our loot and hurled it into the center of the pack. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. I got lucky. My second shot hit the power joint. A massive fireball erupted, the explosion flipping several wolves into the air and knocking back a few of my own men. Beasts naturally fear fire and loud noises. The remaining wolves, sensing the shift, turned and vanished back into the dark. I leaned against the truck, panting. We had survived, but the cost was high. Our force was down to about 50 men, and half of them were bleeding. "Brother Yi, let's go back," Liu whispered, clutching his bandaged arm. "Black Mountain isn't worth it. There are other vaults. Once my hand heals, we can find another way." I watched the darkness where the wolves had disappeared. "Go back where? The beasts from the mountain are already out here hunting. If we turn back now, we're just prey. The mountain might actually be safer." I had already told Liu about Vault 189. The relics inside were worth a fortune on the black market. One good haul could change our lives forever. I turned my gaze to the officer, who was curled on the ground. I grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. "I'm curious," I hissed. "With how weak you lot are, how did you ever expect to take Black Mountain? Are you hiding a secret weapon?" The officer looked like he wanted to cry. "My lord, it's not that we're weak, it's that you're too strong. We don't have a secret weapon. If we had anything, it was Mr. Ng. That guy." I scoffed. "He was just a sniper. He talked a big game about killing a beast king, but I didn't see anything special." "Mr. Ng wasn't a brawler," the officer explained quickly, "but his marksmanship was divine. Between his gun kata and his sniping, he earned his place as the Eagle of the Zodiac. People called him the strongest and weakest of the 12. Strongest, because if he had distance, he could kill any of the others. Weakest, because if you got close, he was finished." He looked at the dead wolves. "If Mr. Ng were here, he could have cleared this pack alone. You think they're fast?" To his eagle eye, they'd look like snails. With just one submachine gun, he could have put a bullet through every single one of their eyes in 3 seconds. I blinked. Was that scrawny guy really that much of a monster? Using a submachine gun like a precision tool? Then something clicked. "Wait a minute," I said, frowning. "Since when is there an eagle in the Chinese zodiac?" The officer stared at me, baffled that this was what I was focused on. "The Zodiac, it's the name of the elite organization within the Apocalypse Technology Corporation, my lord." The officer explained that the Zodiac was an elite group within the Apocalypse Technology Corporation. It consisted of 12 powerful genetic mutants. Their code names weren't based on the traditional Chinese zodiac signs, but rather on the specific animal genes spliced into their DNA. "What about that gun kata stuff?" I asked. I don't know the specifics, my lord, he stammered. It's a high-level technique. They say that by flicking the wrist at the exact moment of firing, the centrifugal force makes the bullet curve. I raised an eyebrow. Curving bullets? That sounded like something straight out of a cheesy action movie. It defied every law of science I knew. But then I looked at the mangled corpses of the mutated wolves rotting on the ground and let it go. Nothing in this world was scientific anymore. Or maybe the science was just so advanced it felt like magic. Between mechanical cyborgs, genetic freaks, and people with supernatural powers, a curving bullet was the least of my worries. I glanced at the officer. And you lot were supposed to protect a sniper like that? You're just a bunch of bottom feeders. The officer looked insulted but kept his mouth shut. I knew what he was thinking. If I hadn't ripped his mechanical arms off, he would have tried to show me his true strength. He wasn't actually weak. He just had the bad luck of facing my time-still ability. It made his expensive machinery useless. Actually, the officer muttered, Mr. Ng didn't really need protection. We were just there to support him. To kill him, you have to get close, and nobody is better than him at long range. With those eagle eyes, no one should have been able to touch him. Except you, of course. I nodded. He had a point. In front of my ability, a legendary sniper and a common grunt were the same. They were just targets that couldn't move. The night passed quickly. After the wolves fled, my time-still ability finally refreshed. I was back up to 1 minute and 57 seconds of bank time. I felt a surge of confidence as we kept moving. Soon, the silhouette of Black Mountain loomed on the horizon. It looked like a massive black dragon sleeping across the earth. The peaks pierced the clouds, and the rock had a strange, greenish-black tint, as if the mountain itself had been dipped in poison. We finally made it, Liu shouted, his face lighting up. I rolled my eyes. Don't get excited. It's like the old saying, looking at a mountain can ride a horse to death. We've still got a long walk. Liu sighed, rubbing his aching legs. Brother Yi, we both grew up in the wasteland. How do you know so many philosophical sayings? It's depressing. I'm older than you. I've gambled in every den in the city, and I still feel like I don't know anything compared to you. He looked down at his right hand, which still hadn't healed. Sometimes I feel like my powers are useless. He was like a man who had won the lottery and moved to the big city, only to realize his millions could barely buy him a bathroom in the rich district. I patted his shoulder. Young man, you need to have confidence in yourself. Liu looked touched for a second. I continued, why bother doubting it? You definitely are useless. His face went dark. I could see him wondering if I was even human. We walked for an entire day, but the mountain didn't seem to get any closer. It was massive. Luckily, no mutated beasts attacked us. It seemed like everything that could run had already fled the mountain. By the time we reached the base, my time bank had grown to 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Up close, the mountain changed. The scale was staggering. Trees stretched nearly 100 meters into the sky, their trunks so thick it would take 5 men holding hands to circle them. This wasn't a forest, it was a green ocean from a prehistoric era. Get out of the cars, I ordered. Vehicles won't survive these mountain paths. I handed out rifles to the remaining 50 or so soldiers. I didn't trust them, but I needed bodies to clear the path. They moved through the brush with trembling hands, their eyes darting into the shadows, terrified of what might jump out. But they were even more terrified of me. I walked behind them, the breath of bone revolver always casually pointed in their direction. The officer hobbled along with us. I had roughly reattached his mechanical legs, though they weren't synced to his nerves properly, making him limp like a broken toy. His shoulders were still empty stumps where his arms used to be. My lord, the officer whispered, leaning toward me. We're at the mountain now. Can you let me go? I have over 1 million credits in a bank vault. It's all yours if you let me walk. I won't tell the corporation. Mr. Ng is dead, so they'll kill me anyway if I go back. I just want to disappear to another city. I didn't even look at him. He had no problem using us wastelanders as cannon fodder, and now he wanted mercy? Not a chance. I turned my gaze back to the soldiers ahead. Suddenly, my skin crawled. Something was wrong. Stop, I barked. The soldiers froze and turned around, looking confused. Brother Yi, what is it? Liu asked, stepping closer. We're missing someone, I said, my voice cold. I had been counting. There were 52 soldiers a minute ago. Now, There were 51. Someone had vanished in the blink of an eye without making a sound. I wasn't afraid of an enemy I could see. Whether it was a beast king or a powerful mutant, they all died the same way once time stopped. But mysterious, invisible threats? Those were dangerous. If I didn't know where the enemy was, even stopping time wouldn't save me. Maybe he ran away? Liu suggested, his voice shaking. I shook my head. These are trained soldiers, but they're still just humans. No one can sprint out of my sight that fast without me noticing. The soldiers realized one of their buddies was gone. Panic started to set in. Quiet. I snapped. People don't just vanish. Search the area for tracks. They scrambled, poking at the undergrowth. A few seconds later, a soldier let out a muffled scream. There's a shoe in the grass. I walked over. In the waist-high weeds, a single leather boot lay in the dirt. It was stained with fresh blood. It was a standard-issue military boot. Go check the brush, I said, leveling my gun at the soldier who found it. The man turned pale, but he knew better than to argue with me. He stepped into the tall grass, his boots crunching against the dry stalks. The sound felt deafening in the silence. As he pushed deeper, he found more blood and a clear trail where something heavy had been dragged. The trail ended abruptly at the base of a massive tree. My lord, the blood stops here. The soldier called out, his voice trembling. He's just gone. Get back here, I ordered, my eyes scanning the canopy above. The soldier nodded frantically and scrambled back toward us. As he got within 10 meters, he noticed the looks on our faces, pure, unadulterated horror. His heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned his head, and his soul nearly left his body. A thick, emerald green vine, as wide as a python, was dangling from the massive tree behind him. At the end of the vine sat a giant flower bud. As we watched, the bud split open down the middle, revealing serrated edges like the jagged teeth of a predator. It looked like a beast opening its maw, full of needle-sharp thorns. The soldier screamed, running toward us like a madman. But the man-eating vine moved like a living thing, striking with the speed of lightning. It's a man-eating tree, the officer roared, his eyes bulging. Fire! Open fire! I didn't hesitate. Shoot it. The soldiers panicked for a second, then raised their rifles and unleashed a hail of lead. Most of the bullets missed, but the sheer volume of fire made up for their lack of skill. When several rounds finally slammed into the open flower bud, the vine let out a sound like a wounded animal's roar. A thick, green liquid dripped from the wound. When it hit the ground, it hissed and sizzled, eating through the dirt like potent acid. The soldiers cheered, their confidence returning. If bullets could hurt it, they could kill it. Their aim grew steadier, and after a concentrated volley, the vine was shredded into a pulp, hanging limply from the branch. Just as they started to breathe a sigh of relief, I shouted from the distance. Run, you idiots! Get out of there now! They looked at me, confused. Then, the canopy above them began to shake. The sky vanished. Hundreds of thorny green vines dropped from the clouds of leaves like a rain of snakes. Each one ended in a gaping, toothy maw. They fell with terrifying precision, snapping shut over the soldiers' heads. The screams were constant. Every time a soldier was swallowed, the vine retracted instantly, pulling them 100 meters up into the high canopy to be digested. Guns were useless now. For every vine we shot down, 10 more took its place. A few clever soldiers realized the tree itself was the source and started shooting the trunk. But against a tree that massive, their bullets were like ants trying to bite an elephant. It didn't even feel it. I had already reached a safe distance. Watching the carnage, my eyelids twitched. So this was the Black Mountain? My lord, save me. The officer, hampered by his mechanical legs, couldn't keep up. In his panic, he tripped and slammed into the dirt. I doubled back, sprinting toward him. His face lit up with hope. Thank you, my legs. Before he could finish the word thanks, I reached him, expertly snapped off both of his expensive mechanical legs, and tucked them under my arms. Then I kept running. Bai Yi, you son of a bitch, he screamed, his voice cracking. Give me back my legs. I didn't look back. The shadow of death fell over him from above, and a giant green maw silenced his cursing forever. Liu and I had physical abilities far beyond normal men. With the soldiers acting as literal bait to distract the vines, We managed to escape the tree's reach without a scratch. A moment later, the screaming stopped. The vines retreated. The soldiers were gone. There weren't even bodies left, just dark patches of blood on the forest floor to prove they had ever existed. Brother Yi. Liu swallowed hard, his face pale. They're all dead. Only the two of us survived. Don't worry, I said. Even as ghosts, they won't come after me. Liu turned even whiter. Brother Yi, you're the one who brought them here. Why wouldn't they haunt you? Because even as ghosts, they can't afford to mess with me, I replied casually. So they'll definitely go after you instead. I ignored his whimpering and kept moving, carrying the two mechanical legs over my shoulder. The Black Mountain was dangerous, but it didn't scare me. I needed that panga drive. If there's a 50% profit, people get restless. If there's 100%, they'll take risks. But the panga drive? That was a 10,000% profit. It held the secrets of the old world, methods to become an awakened and technologies to extend human life. Every major power would go to war for this. You have to risk wealth to gain it. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Liu muttered behind me like a mantra. You were coming to the mountain anyway. Dying here was inevitable. It's not my fault. Brother Yi, wait for me. We moved through the lush greenery. If you ignored our hyper-vigilant expressions, it almost looked like we were out for a hike. Brother Yi, don't walk so close to the trees, Liu whispered. I'm scared. Scared of what? I snapped. This tree is thin. It's clearly not one of those. I stopped. I looked up. A single man-eating vine was dangling right above my head, swaying slightly. It didn't have eyes, but I felt like it was staring directly into my soul. Are you kidding me? I muttered. I had assumed only the massive trees were dangerous, so I'd been sticking to the smaller ones. I was wrong. Brother Yi, run. Liu panicked. He swung his hand, his power exploding as he swiped the vine out of the air. Run for what? I growled. These trees had brains. They knew how to ambush. If I didn't show them who was boss, they'd keep thinking I was a snack. Predators understand one thing, strength. They don't hunt things that can kill them. You like to eat. I yelled at the tree. Try these. I threw one of the mechanical legs at the base of the tree. As more vines began to drop from the canopy, a surge of violence flared in my chest. I moved, my enhanced body blurring as I dodged the lunging vines. I created some distance, then my right hand blurred toward my waist. My fingers hooked the grip of the black revolver. With a practiced flick, the gun spun into my palm. I thumbed the hammer back, asterisk click asterisk, and the brass casing slid into the chamber. Dark red veins erupted from the gun's handle, burrowing into my skin. Bang! The muzzle flashed, and the roar echoed through the woods. I missed. My face went dark. I rolled across the dirt, dodging another strike, and fired again. This time, the vine exploded. I performed a stylish gun flourish and tucked the revolver back into my belt. I turned and walked away without looking back. Real men don't look at explosions. Behind me, a massive pillar of fire roared toward the sky, and the sound of the blast shook the entire forest. The man-eating tree was shredded. Green leaves and shattered branches flew in every direction as a gaping hole appeared in its trunk. The flames took hold instantly, turning the predator into a towering torch before it finally groaned and crashed to the ground. It had cost me one mechanical leg to solve the problem, but it was worth it. I sent a silent thanks to that nameless officer who had provided the explosives. I never learned his name before he died, and I didn't care to ask. Dead men don't need names. By noon, the forest had gone quiet. No more vines tried to snatch us from the canopy. I glanced at Liu and let out a smug grin. I told him my plan worked. I'd hit the trees so hard they finally realized who the real predator was. Liu just twitched his mouth, suggesting maybe we had simply walked out of their territory. I shut that down immediately. I told him there was no way that was the case. He just nodded along, probably realized it wasn't worth the argument. I narrowed my eyes at him. I asked if his right hand was healing a bit too fast, making him feel bold again. He turned pale and started stammering out an explanation, but a sudden burst of gunfire saved him from my lecture. It came from the east, deep in the Black Mountain woods. Liu's face changed. He figured it was other groups heading for the shelter. He heard the screaming and the intensity of the shots and suggested we steer clear. He saw them as competition and trouble. I shook my head. looking at him with mock disappointment. I told him he shouldn't be so selfish. Our fellow humans were in trouble. How could we not help? Liu blinked at me like he was trying to see if I'd been possessed by a ghost. He asked why we would risk our lives for strangers who were competing with us. I laughed. He was thinking too shallowly. I explained that in this world, we have to help each other. If I helped them now, they would surely help me later. When he saw the look in my eyes, he finally got it. I didn't want to save them. I wanted them to clear the path for us, just like those soldiers had. I told him he was finally learning. If I saved their lives, it was only fair they used those lives to test the traps ahead of us. We were all going to the same place anyway. Black Mountain was full of hidden lethality, and if I wasn't careful, I might die before I could even trigger my time-stop ability. Having human shields was a necessity. We crept through the brush toward the noise. When we finally reached a ridge and looked down, we both froze. We looked at each other, completely baffled. The group below was acting like a bunch of lunatics. There were about a dozen of them, dressed in all sorts of gear, firing wildly into the empty air. They looked like they were having a life-or-death duel with oxygen. Liu whispered, asking if they'd eaten the wrong kind of mushrooms. I didn't have an answer. Then he pointed out a man in a black mask and a long trench coat. He was an awakened. I watched him closely. He stood tall, arms crossed, looking calm while everyone else was panicking. The weirdest part was his shadow. It had detached from his feet, standing up like a living thing. The shadow blurred, throwing darts made of pure darkness into the sky. A shadow dart hissed through the air, and suddenly, a single feather drifted down. The group stopped firing, looking around nervously. When nothing else happened, they relaxed. A fat man, weighing at least 200 pounds, laughed and praised the masked man. He called him Li Xiao and claimed he was a top-tier powerhouse, second only to the Stone Kings. Li Xiao didn't like that. He was cold and arrogant. He claimed he'd never fought a Stone King, so no one had the right to say he was inferior. The fat man, whom they called Boss Gao, quickly backpedaled and started flattering him again. He mentioned that a tyrant named Yang Jie was also coming to Black Mountain, and maybe they'd see a new Stone King crowned. Li Xiao's eyes burned with battle intent. He said he only came here because of the tyrant. Boss Gao just nodded, used to the man's ego. Then a bounty hunter in a dusty cowboy hat urged them to move, worried the beast would come back. Boss Gao agreed. He whistled for a young maid named Xiao Kuei. The girl was barely 5 feet tall, but the 200-pound man hopped onto her back like he was a backpack. She didn't even flinch. She carried him like he weighed nothing. From behind the tree, Liu was losing his mind. He couldn't understand the feather, the shadow, or why the little girl was carrying the fat guy. I ignored his questions. My eyes were fixed on that fallen feather. It was grayish-black with spots and horizontal stripes. It looked familiar, like something I'd seen in a nature documentary in my old life. Suddenly, Liu gasped. I looked back at the group just in time to see one of the men's heads simply pop. It exploded without warning. Blood sprayed everywhere. The group went into a frenzy. They started screaming about the beast being back and fired into the air again. Li Xiao's shadow lunged upward, weaving a net of dark darts in the sky. Sparks flew in midair, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal hitting metal. That was when I finally saw it. They weren't fighting the air. They were fighting something so fast, it was practically invisible. It wasn't that I couldn't see the beast. It was the distance. That, and the fact that the thing was moving so fast I couldn't track it. It was a streak of black lightning, a blur that vanished the moment you blinked. But Li Xiao's shadow darts had forced it to slow down just enough. I squinted, catching a glimpse of its full form. A peregrine falcon, I whispered. Liu caught a fleeting shadow of it too. He looked at me, confused. What's a peregrine falcon? I thought back to the nature documentaries I used to watch in my old life. It's the second fastest bird in the world. They call it the stealth bomber of the avian kingdom. If it doesn't like the look of you, it dives. Most prey are gutted before they even see its shadow. Liu looked stunned. He wasn't exactly a scholar. That kind of speed, and it's only number 2? Who's number 1? I glanced at him and kept my voice flat. That would be you, my friend. Because you only last 3 seconds. Liu stood there, blank-faced for a few beats. Then the realization hit him. He turned red, his pride wounded. Before he could snap back at me, I turned my attention back to the clearing. This was a mutated peregrine. It was faster than any bird had a right to be. It had surpassed the limits of human vision. To the people in the clearing, it wasn't even a bird anymore. It was faster than a bullet. The image wouldn't even register on their retinas. I watched another man's skull get pierced. The group was falling apart. I did a quick calculation in my head. I decided to save them. These people weren't weak. The leader could control shadows. The tiny maid was clearly superhuman. She had just taken a direct hit from the falcon's talons to protect the fat boss, and barely even wobbled. The middle-aged man with the dual pistols had incredible aim. He was using some kind of gun kata. Even the guards were gene-modified, a level above a thug like Tanjia. If they were fighting a pack of mutated hounds, they would have crushed them. But against a mutated peregrine, their power meant nothing. You can't hit what you can't see. Luckily for them, speed meant nothing to me. No matter how fast that bird was, it couldn't outrun time itself. I leaned over to Liu. Hey, it's time for you to act like a badass. Huh? Me? Liu pointed at himself, his mouth hanging open. I gave him a mysterious smile and whispered the plan into his ear. Back in the clearing, Boss Gao was drenched in cold sweat. Li Xiao, can you do this or not? I'm paying you a fortune for protection. He had almost died a second ago. If Xiao Kuei hadn't stepped in, he'd be a corpse. Li Xiao's face was pale. His eyes were darting frantically, trying to catch even a sliver of a shadow. He was too proud to admit that hitting that feather earlier had been pure luck. Shut up. I'm working on it, he barked, though he was already considering abandoning the group to save his own skin. Right then, the bushes near us rustled. The sound of boots treading on dry grass cut through the chaos. Li Xiao and the others froze, their eyes lighting up with hope. Anyone brave enough to be in Black Mountain right now had to be a master. Then we stepped out. The hope in their eyes died instantly. We looked like two pathetic scavengers from the wasteland. Liu was carrying a massive mechanical leg over his shoulder. I had a dirty bandage wrapped around my right hand and a burlap sack in my left, filled with the metal scraps and the box we'd found. Our clothes were little more than rags after surviving 3 waves of mutated beasts and those man-eating flowers. Wastelanders, Boss Gao muttered. Are they scouts? But as the falcon shrieked above, Boss Gao got desperate. He shouted toward the trees behind us. Friends back there? I am Gao Banqing. My father is Gao Shanha, president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Help us, and I will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. They waited for a powerful warrior to emerge from behind us. Nobody came. Damn it, Gao Banqing hissed. I spoke up, my voice cold and detached. How much? Gao Banqing blinked. He looked at my tattered clothes, which were barely covering my skin at this point. He clearly didn't think I was a master, but he didn't have a choice. 5 million, he screamed. 5 million if you save everyone here. I was surprised. This fat merchant was actually decent enough to try and save his subordinates, not just himself. And I knew the name Gao Shanha. He was the richest man in the Northern Alliance. Every scavenger in the wasteland knew him because he owned the factories that made the cockroach protein bars we ate to survive. 5 million was pocket change to him. Deal, Liu said, stepping forward. He began to slowly, dramatically unwrap the dirty bandage from his hand. He looked intense, like he was preparing a world-ending spell. What are you doing? Gao Banqing yelled. Hurry up, Liu didn't even look at him. Don't rush me. Before my magic hand, no enemy can hide. I winced. I had told Liu to act the part, so I could use my time-still ability without drawing attention to myself. I needed a front man. As a god of this new era, I knew my body was still human and fragile. I could win any head-on fight, but a bullet to the back of the head would still kill me. Having Liu take the spotlight was safer, but he was laying it on so thick it was painful to watch. I gave him a sharp look, signaling him to get on with it. I gave Liu a sharp look, basically telling him to stop showing off. If he kept this act up any longer, the merchant would be dead before we could collect a single cent. Liu saw my expression and immediately felt a surge of confidence. He clearly thought I was impressed by his acting, so he started hamming it up even more. From where Gao Banqing and his men stood, they couldn't see our silent exchange. All they saw was Liu meticulously unwrapping his bandages with no sense of urgency. Their hearts sank. They were losing hope. Li Xiao, the man controlling the shadows, let out a cold snort. It's a crisis, and you're still relying on two wastelanders? He gritted his teeth, his forehead dripping with sweat. I've temporarily restricted this beast, but my shadow won't hold for long. Soon, I'll have your maid carry you out of here. I'll make sure you survive, but it's going to cost you extra. Gao Bansheng looked at his other subordinates, his jaw tightening. What about them? I am only responsible for you, Li Xiao replied coldly. It was a classic high-ego move. He didn't admit he couldn't save everyone. He just acted like they weren't worth his time. Gao Bansheng hesitated, but then he saw Li Yu moving. The wastelander was walking straight toward the danger, his right hand finally free of the dirty cloth. As the bloody bandages fell to the ground like a dead snake, a pale hand was revealed. It was startlingly white, much lighter than the rest of his skin. Li Yu took a sharp breath, though he tried to hide it. The idiot had wrapped the bandages so tight, he'd cut off his own circulation. He flexed his stiff fingers, trying to get the blood flowing, and marched into the strike zone with the swagger of a world-class master. The sounds of gunfire and whistling shadows served as his background music. Careful, sir, Gao Bansheng shouted, seeing Li Yu approaching unarmed. That beast is incredibly fast. Oh, Li Yu said, his face a mask of cold indifference. How fast? He raised his right hand. I couldn't take it anymore. The second-hand embarrassment was so strong I felt like I could crawl into a hole and die. I had to end this. I activated time still. A massive golden clock face manifested beneath my feet. I tapped the ground with my toe, and the gears of time let out a faint click. A golden ripple washed over the world. Everything stopped. The wind died in the trees. Falling leaves hung suspended in midair. The screaming bullets and flying shadow darts froze in place. The people, once full of life and terror, were now nothing more than figures in a still photograph. And there, hovering above them like a bolt of black lightning, was the mutated bird. Its half-meter-long body and gray-black wings were locked in a dive, its metallic beak inches away from its target. In this frozen world, I was the only thing that moved. I walked through the gaps in time, each step feeling like I was shattering glass that immediately reformed behind me. I reached the bird, hopped up, and plucked it out of the air like a specimen. I snapped its wings with a sickening crunch and shoved the broken creature directly into Li Yu's outstretched hand. Done. I sprinted back to my original position and released the ability. The golden ripple vanished. To everyone else, not a single second had passed. How fast? Li Yu's voice finished the sentence. Suddenly, the black blur that had been terrorizing them was just gone from the sky. The gunfire stopped instantly. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes widening in pure shock. They stared at Li Yu's hand. He was holding the mutated beast by the throat. The creature shrieked in agony, its head thrashing wildly as gray feathers drifted to the ground. How is this possible? Li Xiao gasped. He had fought this thing personally. He knew its speed was beyond the human eye's ability to track. His shadow darts, which had no weight or air resistance, couldn't even touch it. He looked at Li Yu with newfound dread, silently reclassifying him as a top-tier powerhouse. The others were just as stunned. Nobody expected a ragged wastelander to snatch a monster out of the air with his bare hands. Li Yu was actually the most confused person there. He stared at the screeching bird in his grip, his mind going completely blank. Wait, what happened? I just raised my hand, and the bird flew into it? Brother Yi told me to act cool, but I didn't know I was this cool. He quickly recovered, maintaining his mysterious master persona. He gave a look that was 3 parts cold, 3 parts arrogant, and 4 parts pure disdain. I thought you said it was fast, he sneered. It's pathetic. He loosened his grip, letting the dying beast flop onto the ground. Bang! A crimson bullet streaked through the air, punching a hole straight through the creature's skull. Blood splattered across the dirt. I calmly lowered the breath of bone. We had agreed on this beforehand. I would always take the final kill. I couldn't let all that potential vitality go to waste. The crowd flinched at the sight of my revolver. They realized both slaves were actually powerful awakened. As the fresh essence of the kill surged into me, I felt a strange sensation. Something was wrong. The amount of vitality I received from the mutated bird was far too low. This thing was leagues stronger than any beast I'd faced before, even the Hound King, yet it only gave me as much energy as 10 sparrows, the same amount I got from killing Mr. Ing. I realized the truth in an instant. The breath of bone had a cap. 10 sparrows' worth of vitality was the maximum it could extract from a single kill, no matter how powerful the prey was. I realized the limit of my power. The breath of bone was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water. It didn't matter if I dipped that bottle into a small stream or a vast ocean. Once it was full, it couldn't hold another drop. That was why it was only a snake-level forbidden object. If it could steal unlimited vitality, it would have been a dragon-level legend. Gao Banqing was the first to snap out of his shock. He bowed toward Liu with deep respect. "Thank you for the help, sir. May I ask your name?" Liu gave him a cold, bored look. "Magic Hand, Liu," he said flatly. The crowd whispered. They searched their memories, but the name meant nothing to them. They figured a man this strong couldn't be a local. He had to be a master from a distant land. "Thank you, Mr. Li," Gao Banqing said. He then turned to me. "And thank you as well, little brother. I am Gao Banqing. My father is Gao Shana, the president of the Jinfu Merchant Guild." The others stepped forward to give their thanks. A middle-aged man with 2 pistols at his waist nodded to us. "I'm Li Baitian, a bounty hunter. If you ever need a favor, I'm your man. No charge." Others chimed in, shouting their titles. "I'm the Beast Tiger. Call me Rattlesnake." Only one man stayed silent. Li Xiao stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp behind his black mask. He looked only at Liu, ignoring everyone else. "With your strength, it's a crime you aren't a Stone King yet," Li Xiao said, his voice full of respect. "The world is blind. I look forward to seeing what you do at Black Mountain." Liu blinked. He had no idea who this guy was. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, begging for a signal. I had told him to act like a master, but I hadn't given him a script for this. Unfortunately, I was still distracted, mourning the lost vitality from the bird kill. Liu's scalp went numb. He had to say something. He decided to stick to this silent but deadly persona. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. Li Xiao smirked. "Shadow Man, Li Xiao." Liu was lost. He was a low-level scavenger before this. He only knew 2 things about the high-level world: the Silent Court and the Stone Kings. Since Li Xiao had mentioned the Stone Kings, Liu assumed he was one. "So," Liu said, trying to sound unimpressed, "I'm standing before a Stone King." Li Xiao froze. The air turned awkward instantly. His eyes shifted behind his mask, and his lips trembled. I am not," he finally muttered. Liu realized he'd messed up. He didn't know what to say to fix it, so he just gave a stiff, short grunt. That hit Li Xiao like a physical blow. To him, it was a blatant insult. It was as if Liu was saying, "If you aren't even a Stone King, why are you talking to me?" He felt mocked, but he couldn't even argue. Gao Banqing sensed the rising tension and quickly stepped in. He pulled out a check and held it out. "Mr. Li, this is 5 million. Please, accept it as a token of my gratitude." Liu almost broke character. 5 million. He had never seen that much money in his life. He bit his lip to keep from grinning and reached for the paper. I moved faster. I snatched the check right out of the air. "I'll take that," I said, flashing a polite smile. Master Li doesn't care for these kinds of worldly trifles. Liu's face twitched. I could tell he was crying inside. He knew that once that money hit my pocket, he'd be lucky to see a single cent of it. Gao Banqing nodded frantically. Of course. Are you 2 heading to Shelter 189? Liu gave a stiff nod. Perfect. Gao Banqing clapped his hands. We're heading there too. Why don't we travel together? Most of these people are bounty hunters I hired along the way. It's safer in a group. Plus, if you find any relics from the old era in the shelter, you won't have to waste time looking for a buyer. You have a buyer ready? I asked. Gao Banqing smiled confidently. I am the buyer, and I pay the best prices. Do you know why they call me Half City? I looked him up and down. Because you only do half the work? Like a half-finished product. He choked on his own breath, looking offended for a split second before laughing it off. No, little brother. It's because when I was born, my father gave me half of Wangwan City. That is my name, Gao Banqing. I heard that rich man's laugh and immediately knew Gao Bansheng wasn't lying. You can't fake a laugh like that unless your net worth has at least 8 zeros in it. Mr. Li, what do you think? Gao Bansheng asked, looking at Li Yu. Li Yu already knew my plan. He wasn't about to say no to a golden opportunity. He gave a stiff, expressionless nod. The rest of the group looked relieved. In a place as dangerous as the wasteland, everyone wants a powerhouse on their side. We set off, and the tension that had been strangling the group finally began to lift. A few of the bounty hunters even tried to cozy up to Li Yu. In this world, knowing a master is social currency. Even just trading a few words with someone that powerful gives you bragging rights at the local tavern. The hunters, like the man named Sunday, were especially eager. They lived lives of constant violence, assassinations, hunting mutants, working as mercenaries. Their world was defined by blood and cheap ale. Li Yu played his part perfectly. He stayed silent and cold, only whispering to me occasionally. I knew he was terrified that if he talked too much, he'd expose his identity as a lowly wasteland scavenger. The others didn't mind his silence. They thought he was acting exactly how a master should. Only Li Xiao looked miserable. Before Li Yu showed up, he was the star of the show. Now, even our employer, Gao Bansheng, was calling him by his first name instead of his title. I could see the resentment simmering in his eyes. He was probably swearing to himself that once he defeated the tyrant, Tanjia, and became the new Stone King, he'd make everyone regret looking down on him. He didn't pick a fight with Li Yu, though. Partly because Li Yu wasn't a Stone King, so winning wouldn't help his rank, and partly because he was too proud to attack the man who had just saved his life. Brother Yi, the money. Li Yu whispered at the back of the line. His lips barely moved. Money? What money? I replied, my face a mask of pure innocence. Where would money come from? Mr. Li, are you feeling all right? You're talking nonsense. Brother Yi, my hand is literally broken from acting for you, he hissed. You can't withhold a disabled worker's wages. I let you act like a legend. I countered. I should be charging you for the experience. Li Yu opened his mouth to argue, but Gao Bansheng waddled over, forcing Li Yu to snap back into his cold master persona. Little brother Bai, Gao Bansheng said, his fat face beaming. Since Li Yu was ignoring everyone, he decided to try his luck with me. To possess a forbidden object at such a young age, your future is limitless. I gave him a fake smile. I can't compare to you, Boss Gao. You've got a maid to carry you everywhere. You should be careful, though. Those tiny arms and legs of hers might just snap under the weight. I glanced at the maid, Xiao Kuei. She was small and delicate, carrying the massive Gao Bansheng on her back without a single word. Her face was as pale and perfect as a porcelain doll. I honestly wanted to ask her if Gao Bansheng had caught her committing a murder and was blackmailing her into this. Gao Bansheng didn't seem to notice my sarcasm. You misunderstand, little brother. I may be rich, but I never mistreat people. Then what about her? I pointed at Xiao Kuei. Gao Bansheng smiled thinly. Oh, she isn't a person. I felt a chill run down my spine. My eyes widened as I looked at the fat man. This was the ultimate capitalist peak. I thought I had a low moral bar, but this guy was playing in a different league. Little brother, look, Gao Bansheng said. He reached out his chubby hand toward Xiao Kuei's chest and pulled down the collar of her outfit. My heart skipped a beat. Was he really doing this for free? Was I about to see her undergarments in broad daylight? I looked, and then I froze. A cold, silvery metallic glint nearly blinded me. Under the fabric, there was no skin. Instead, I saw a glowing metal shell, etched with precision threads and circular patterns. As she moved, faint ripples of light flowed through the grooves like liquid mercury. That's some very unique metallic lingerie, I stammered. Gao Bansheng stared at me, confused. What are you talking about? Lingerie? Are you sick in the head? He let out a short laugh. I told you, she isn't human. She's a machine. A robot left over from the era before the Great Cataclysm. Someone found her in a shelter, and I bought her. I was stunned. A robot this advanced. The inequality of this world was sickening. Most people were starving in the dirt, yet the rich were walking around with lifelike androids. Anyway, Gao Bansheng continued, I noticed your physical condition is excellent, yet you haven't used any genetic serums. Are you a practitioner of blood-chi arts, or are you an awakened? I knew about blood-chi arts from my friendly chats with the military officers back in town. It sounded mysterious, but it was actually quite common. It was basically a way to train the body using specific breathing techniques. After the cataclysm, the survivors had evolved. Even though we looked the same, we carried a biological energy called blood chi. Studies suggested that humans always had this energy, but the cataclysm forced it to the surface. Over the years, people developed arts, basically martial arts manuals, that used breathing patterns to stimulate and grow this energy, giving people physical strength far beyond normal limits. You didn't even need the breathing techniques if you had enough food and worked out hard enough, but the techniques made it faster. People called it the commoner's path. Anyone could do it, just like anyone can go to the gym. But to actually get strong, you had to suffer through years of brutal training. In the end, a rich kid could just buy a genetic serum, take one needle to the arm, and become twice as strong as a blood chi master instantly. In the wasteland, there was a saying, the poor rely on effort and blood chi, the rich rely on tech and mutations. As for the awakened, that was just pure luck and talent, regardless of money. I thought about it for a second before answering. Blood chi arts, I said. I'm not an awakened, and I haven't had any needles or metal put in me yet. I told them I had simply used my forbidden object to plunder a bit of blood chi. Strictly speaking, I was just a practitioner of the blood chi arts. Gao Bansheng let out a dry laugh and called me a young hero. He claimed that the blood chi arts required immense willpower and that I clearly had grand ambitions. I looked at him sideways, impressed by his silver tongue. The man was a master of flattery. He was praising me for something everyone else looked down on. Everyone knew the blood chi path was for desperate, poor losers who had no other choice. Most people spent their entire lives training just to be weaker than a rich kid who took a single injection of Genmod serum. We continued our journey through the treacherous Black Mountain. With the others clearing the way, it felt less like a survival mission and more like a casual hike. I realized joining this team was the smartest move I had made. We were already halfway to our destination. If we kept this pace, we would reach the area near Vault 189 by tomorrow. Our speed was all thanks to Gao Bansheng and Li Xiao. Gao had spent a fortune on a high-quality map of the Black Mountain, which allowed us to skip all the dangerous detours. Li Xiao was even more motivated. She seemed desperate to show off her strength in front of Li Yu. Every time we encountered a mutated beast or a killer plant, she lunged forward before anyone else could react. She used flashy, overkill techniques to slaughter everything in her path. After every kill, she would immediately turn around to see if Li Yu was watching. When night fell, the mountain became eerily quiet. The only sound was the soft crackling of our campfire. I sat by the flames, roasting a piece of wild rabbit meat and feeling quite relaxed. I had saved a lot of time today. I checked my golden pocket watch. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That was all the time I had left in the bank. Since joining this group, I hadn't needed to use my time stop ability even once. The others handled every crisis for me. I looked at the watch again, calculating. In another 3 hours, I would earn 1 more minute of frozen time. I prayed that nothing would go wrong. I just wanted to get through the night peacefully without wasting my precious seconds. I finished my rabbit meat and kept my head down. Surprisingly, the night passed without a single incident. When morning came, we packed up and headed out again. I felt a bit dazed as we walked. It didn't feel real. The mountain forests at night were supposed to be the most dangerous places on Earth, yet we hadn't seen a single monster. I actually started to wonder if the rabbit meat had been toxic and I was just hallucinating the whole trip. Back when I was on my own, I couldn't go a few hours without being hunted by 3 different packs of beasts. I eventually brought it up to Gao Bansheng. As we walked and talked, he finally cleared up my confusion.